Chapter 1359. In the ancient Yuan spirit world team, besides Yuan Xiaozhou's ability, the others used the four spirit techniques of water, fire, wood, and earth respectively. In this desolate ruin, there was no natural environment, so their abilities were relatively weak. However, spirit techniques were not as simple as borrowing them. They were more adept at creating them. Without an environment, they created an environment. The remaining teams hurriedly hid to the side when they saw the fierce battle. However, they watched from afar. This was going to be a very exciting battle. At this moment, only Yuan Xiaozhou was still standing in front of Long Chen among the 5 members of the ancient Yuan spirit domain team. The others were scattered to the 4 corners of the ruins. The wind danced wildly. In the distance, the sound of thunder exploded. Mo Xiaolang was instantly enveloped in a crazy thunder array. The martialists from the ancient Thunderpool team were attacking him frantically. However, Long Chen knew that the effect of their attacks was very limited. This was because Mo Xiaolang's body had already been tempered by the 9-colored thunder array for half a year. How could the martialists from the ancient Thunderpool fight him? On Long Chen's side, the truly difficult battle was about to begin. The battle on the other side had already begun with a bang. "Let's begin, brothers." Yuan Xiaozhou waved his hand, his handsome face looking at Long Chen with incomparable contempt. At this moment, although the ruins were very hard, Long Chen still felt like the earth was shaking. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 martialists simultaneously used spirit techniques unique to the ancient Yuan spirit domain. Boundless Raging Sea. Water Spirit Illusion. The girl who looked like a sapphire was the first to act. In an instant, a quarter of the fan-shaped area within a 5-kilometer radius of Long Chen was completely submerged by angry waves. The roaring seawater was deep blue and wasn't ordinary seawater at all. Each drop of liquid seemed to weigh 1,000 kilograms. At this moment, billions of seawater condensed into a ferocious tiger that rushed towards Long Chen. Divine fire from the heavens. Engulf the earth. Another martialist with red hair used a spirit technique. In an instant, flames condensed in the sky, forming a huge spinning fireball with a diameter of 1,000 meters. It crashed down towards Long Chen. Myriad Wood Rebirth. Crazy Domain. In the 3rd fan-shaped area, a towering tree grew out of the muddy ground. The tree was black in color and covered in sharp, jagged leaves. At this moment, countless vine-like branches rushed towards Long Chen. The sky is falling and the earth is cracking. The earth is shaking and the mountains are shaking. The last one was a handsome man with blonde hair. He executed a spiritual art and a huge wave of soil surged towards Long Chen. It was as though an earthquake was going to drown Long Chen completely. All 4 of them attacked at the same time. These 4 types of spirit arts were much stronger than the previous ones. That was how spirit arts were. As long as they were given enough time to use them, the power of their attacks would definitely be more than twice that of ordinary attacks. Just the water attribute attack alone, each drop of water weighed at least 500 kilograms. Countless drops of water condensed together, forming a giant tiger in Star City. How strong would the impact be? And Long Chen was practically at the center of all 4 attacks. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the ruins of the Tai Wei mountain, which he found hard to shake, were really shaking. Even the mysterious martial artist on the roof could not help but nod when he saw this attack. The reason why the ancient Yuan spirit realm was known as the number 1 in the 9 realms was not just for show. On the other side, although there were 5 people from the ancient Thunderpool, they were completely suppressed by Mo Xiaolang. At that moment, Long Chen felt as though the entire world was against him. He smiled coldly. With his current level, he could not withstand such a powerful attack. Spirit arts were actually the amplification of the 3rd tier of the divine martial realm, the celestial being realm. At that time, Long Chen had learned to activate the Emperor's spiritual qi in his attacks. He was still doing it now, but he could not find the people from the ancient Yuan spirit realm to maximize the talent of the celestial being realm. These attacks were mostly caused by the power of heaven and earth. He roared. An unwilling roar came from the depths of Long Chen's soul. He wanted to win. Not only did he want to win, but he wanted to win beautifully. A drop of dragon blood appeared in between his eyebrows. The dragon blood on Long Chen's forehead fell to the ground. In an instant, a 10-kilometer wide blood-colored formation that almost enveloped Mo Xiaolang appeared under Long Chen's feet. This blood-colored formation was extremely complicated. It contained a large number of incomprehensible dragon symbols, as if countless divine dragons were swimming within it. A primordial aura was emitted from the formation in a shocking manner. Seeing the complexity of this formation, almost everyone would be shocked. That ancient aura was simply too shocking. Billions of drops of blood rose from the formation, covering the battle within a 10-kilometer radius. Ancient Blood Prison Formation. When the formation was formed, raging waves came, heavenly fire descended, and heaven and earth shook. Just as Long Chen was about to be engulfed, his body suddenly disappeared. From a strange angle, he instantly appeared behind the blue-haired girl. Boom! In the eyes of the crowd, the fourfold power was simply crushing Long Chen to death. They all felt that it was a pity. The spirit technique was really too strong. Under their siege, Long Chen simply had no chance to fight in close combat. The people of the ancient Yuan spirit domain team could not help but cheer in their hearts. But the next moment, they felt that something was wrong, because the blood-colored formation did not disappear. Instead, it rotated even more terrifyingly. Drops of blood appeared in almost every corner of them. "Do you see me?" Long Chen's voice sounded in the ears of the blue-haired girl. The girl's face instantly turned pale. The blue water suddenly retracted, completely protecting herself. At this moment, Long Chen's scarlet blood heaven desolation did not hold back in the slightest. His halberd fiercely struck her slender waist. Bang! Long Chen felt as though he had struck the sea. Anyway, most of the force had been dissipated. But the girl still cried out in pain. Her entire body flew into the sky, blood already flowing from the corner of her mouth. Under the terrifying force of Long Chen's frontal attack, her battle strength was instantly reduced by half. She was the first to be injured. When Long Chen reappeared, everyone discovered his existence. They panicked and attacked again. Long Chen was least afraid of being surrounded, because his ancient blood hell formation would make those who besieged him feel despair. Apart from Yuan Xiaozhou, the others were all at the peak of the divine martial realm. Long Chen had even killed Zhuo Xianming. Although the attacks of the four of them were powerful, how could they be a match for Long Chen? At that moment, Long Chen displayed a frightening willpower. His figure moved at a terrifying speed within the ancient blood hell formation. In the chaos, apart from Yuan Xiaozhou, everyone else in the ancient Yuan spirit domain team quickly fell to his halberd. They all had good defensive methods, so Long Chen was unable to kill them. However, the four figures who had fallen to the ground in a short period of time had already lost 80% of their fighting strength. It would be very difficult for them to even crawl back up. If Long Chen wanted to kill them now, it would only take a single thought. Slap, slap, slap. The four handsome men and beautiful women from the ancient Yuan spirit domain were kicked together by Long Chen. He slowly walked over and stepped on the face of one of them, searching for traces of Yuan Xiaozhou within the ancient blood hell formation. The cold and domineering figure carrying the scarlet blood heaven desolation made the jaws of the onlookers drop to the ground. Only now did they understand that Long Chen, who possessed the ancient blood hell formation, was powerful to such an extent. Long Chen didn't fight with them. The four of them happened to be separated, so he dealt with them one by one. The bodies of the ancient Yuan spirit domain team were generally very weak. Long Chen had dripped his blood and reborn beside them. Defeating them with lightning-fast methods wasn't difficult, but it was thrilling enough. After all, none of the people present were weak. A look of approval appeared in the eyes of the purple blood dragon warrior. It should be known that on the other side, Mo Xiaolang still hadn't finished his battle. But Long Chen didn't relax. He knew that the four of them were just bystanders. The truly terrifying opponent was Yuan Xiaozhou. Long Chen still didn't know what spirit art he cultivated. There was no information on it, but it was rumored that every time he attacked, none of his opponents survived. When the others attacked, it wasn't that he was pretending not to attack, but that he was preparing a killing move. 5 opponents and 4 small fish had already been dealt with. The power of water, fire, wood, and earth had completely disappeared. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, with only the drop of blood from the ancient blood hell formation still floating in the air. For a time, it was extremely quiet. Looking back, Yuan Xiaozhou was standing 20 meters behind him. But at this moment, he had become a little strange. It was as if he was just a shell, not a real person. Long Chen turned his head. 20 meters to his left, Yuan Xiaozhou also had a lifeless look in his eyes. Puppet art. Long Chen became vigilant. There were already over a dozen puppets that looked like Yuan Xiaozhou. At this moment, those puppets shot over. Long Chen was shocked to discover that these simple-looking puppets actually possessed the terrifying weight of the raging sea, the explosive power of the descent of heavenly fire, and the explosive power of the earth and trees. Ordinary ancient Yuan spirit world warriors weren't proficient in close combat, but Yuan Xiaozhou actually had such a terrifying close combat machine. This was an eye-opener for Long Chen. The scarlet blood desolation transformed into a long sword. Long Chen suddenly charged out and immediately clashed with one of Yuan Xiaozhou's puppets. That puppet was actually proficient in the martial path and possessed immense strength. Long Chen exchanged 10 blows with it before finally slashing at its neck. Crack! No blood flowed out. The puppet's neck had actually caught Long Chen's long sword. Great Primal Chaos Thunder Fist. Golden lightning revolved around Long Chen's hand as he suddenly roared and punched with all his strength. Finally, the puppet's insides were shattered, and it collapsed. But at this moment, over a dozen puppets continuously attacked. Damn it! Long Chen used Blood Drop Rebirth and instantly shifted his position, causing those puppets to pounce on empty air. At the same time, he used his Soul Eye technique. Immediately, the god martial soul within 2 to 3 miles became incomparably clear in Long Chen's eyes. Chapter 1360. On the other side, the 5 burly men from the primordial thunderbolt pool had already summoned the terrifying thunder beasts of their clan. The souls of the thunder beasts fused into their bodies. Each of them grew to a height of 10 meters. Their muscles were bulging and their lightning power was almost explosive. Bluish-purple lightning wrapped around their bodies. Their faces were similar to those of wild beasts. As for the true demon clan's Mo Xiaolang, he was much more elegant. However, it was only a terrifying elegance. The destructive power of lightning was limited to him. Mo Xiaolang had already transformed into a werewolf. His attack power was shocking. Unless one was at the martial path Great Perfection realm, they would not be able to block his attack. The only person at the martial path Great Perfection realm had fused with 3 thunder beasts. He was now 20 meters tall. If it wasn't for him protecting his clansmen, he would have been defeated by Mo Xiaolang. Damn it! Those people from the ancient Yuan spirit world still can't deal with a little guy. The expert at the martial path Great Perfection realm cursed in his heart. He took some time to observe the situation over here, only to find that it was extremely quiet. Long Chen used the Soul Eye technique but couldn't find Yuan Xiaozhou's position. Instead, the puppets charged towards him. At this moment, Long Chen found Yuan Xiaozhou among the puppets. He looked exactly the same as the other puppets. If it wasn't for Long Chen's spirit-devouring demon eye, he wouldn't have been able to find him. What a scheming fellow! Long Chen sneered in his heart. Without saying a word, he rushed towards Yuan Xiaozhou's position and appeared behind him in an instant. Swoosh! The long sword pierced towards Yuan Xiaozhou's back. You can actually find me. Not bad, but... Long Chen's long sword pierced through, but he soon discovered that he wasn't stabbing a human, but a puppet. As for Yuan Xiaozhou, he had already moved to another puppet. The spirit arts of the ancient Yuan spirit world were truly miraculous. However, Long Chen's scarlet blood heaven desolation turned into a halberd, and he unleashed the 7th layer of the 9-dragon scripture. He turned into a red blur that charged through the 10 or so puppets. Cracking sounds rang out as all of the puppets were destroyed. Yuan Xiaozhou stood in front of his 4 subordinates and looked very strange. He looked like a person without a soul. He looked at the others in disgust and scolded, "What a bunch of trash! Useless, I can only rely on myself." Basically, in the 12 Supreme Alliances, the powerful forces would send a young martial artist who had reached the great perfection of the martial Tao to support the situation. Yuan Xiaozhou was one of them. Therefore, his fighting power and additional factors were very strong, stronger than his other team members. As feminine as he was actually frightening at this moment. He seemed to be fearless as he walked towards Long Chen step by step, his eyes cold. Scarlet blood sky desolation's appearance changed in Long Chen's hands. This Yuan Xiaozhou truly made him feel threatened. The flames of battle in his heart burned even more intensely. Buzz! Yuan Xiaozhou stopped in his tracks and attacked without saying a word. At this moment, an incomparably fierce power erupted from his body. The divine energy of the great perfection of the martial Tao was displayed. In terms of divine energy, he could instantly defeat Long Chen. I'll let you have a taste of my strongest puppet art.
That is, summon. His hands formed a seal and a golden power gathered from all parts of his body toward his fingers.
For a moment, a dazzling light flashed until his fingers turned completely golden. Yuan Xiaozhou looked like a god in the golden sun-like light. Come out, my baby. Suddenly, his golden fingers stabbed the ground. With a buzz, a golden array formation appeared out of thin air. A terrifying aura came from the array formation. Long Chen and the purple blood dragon warrior widened their eyes, especially Long Chen. He was even more shocked. How could there be a dragon's aura in this golden array formation? Five-clawed golden dragon. Following Yuan Xiaozhou's sharp summon, a loud dragon roar came from the golden array below him. In an instant, a golden divine dragon with an incomparably huge head stretched out of the golden array formation and roared. A terrifying sound wave attacked Long Chen, followed by a lifelike golden dragon body and golden dragon claws that could numb one's scalp. When Long Chen saw the full appearance of this thing, he was completely dumbfounded. This was a legendary five-clawed golden dragon with a thick arm and sharp claws on its chest. Its majestic form and the dragon's breath that it constantly emitted made Long Chen feel like he had returned to antiquity times, to the era when dragons devoured the sky. It soared high in the sky and rolled up and down at an extraordinary speed. Of course, there was a strong gravitational force above the Taiwei mountain. This five-clawed golden dragon could only fly about 30 meters above the ground before descending and coiling around Yuan Xiaozhou. Compared to a real divine dragon, this five-clawed golden dragon was much smaller. It was only over 100 m long. That's right, this wasn't a real divine dragon, but a puppet beast. It was the most terrifying puppet beast Long Chen had ever seen. From the design of each dragon scale to the complex internal structure, it could be seen that this puppet beast had definitely gone through a huge amount of work. Why did it have the aura of a dragon? It was because every single dragon scale was actually formed from the scales of a real five-clawed golden dragon. It could be seen as the most luxurious configuration. In addition, the dragon claws and even the dragon horns all came from a real five-clawed golden dragon. The five-clawed golden dragon was a level higher than the ordinary azure dragon or red dragon, and a level lower than the sky mystic jade fire dragon. However, in this era where the divine dragon was completely extinct, and even the ruins were almost extinct, to be able to find so many materials to create this five-clawed golden dragon puppet, this could no longer be described as just being rich and extravagant. This is the pinnacle of my work after 300 years of painstaking effort. You can be considered as the fifth person to experience it. At this moment, Yuan Xiaozhou's body seemed to be shining brightly as he touched the golden dragon and spoke with incomparable pride. The purple blood dragon martialist revealed an envious expression when he saw the five-clawed golden dragon. Clearly, he had long known that Yuan Xiaozhou had this thing. His purpose for coming here today was probably to force Yuan Xiaozhou to use it. The five-clawed golden dragon puppet had the charm of a real divine dragon. It coiled around Yuan Xiaozhou's body and stared at Long Chen with its golden eyes. The dragon might was vast and mighty. Let's fight. Long Chen stabbed the five-clawed golden dragon puppet with his scarlet blood finger. Yuan Xiaozhou was incomparably excited. This was his most precious item. Normally, he would not bear to use it. However, in order to win, he had no other choice. Roar! Under the control of his spirit art, the five-clawed golden dragon was like his own body. It was nimble and ever-changing, and its 100-meter-long body charged toward Long Chen. The five-clawed golden dragon was known for its tough body. The hardness of the real dragon's scales exceeded Long Chen's imagination. Although the scarlet blood finger was sharp, it was difficult to pierce through the dragon's scales. After all, Long Chen did not have the strength of a real red-horned demon dragon. This was the first time he had fought a divine dragon. Although it was fake, Long Chen's heart was boiling. He was someone who yearned for a divine dragon. Regardless of the outcome today, he would thank Yuan Xiaozhou for letting him see this immortal work. However, this did not mean that Long Chen did not care about his life anymore. Boom! The five-clawed golden dragon descended from the sky. It had a total of 3 arms in front of its chest. At this moment, the huge and sharp dragon claws smashed toward Long Chen at an incomparably fast speed. Long Chen hurriedly used the ancient blood hell diagram to change his position. The dragon claws slammed into the ground, and instantly, there was a sound of metal rubbing against each other. The incomparably sturdy ground was also smashed in. From this, One could see how terrifying his strength was. Divine Dragon swings its tail. Sensing Long Chen's position, the five-clawed golden dragon's thick tail swept wildly. The tail's strength was even more terrifying, and Long Chen dodged it even more quickly. With a loud clang, one of the houses actually tilted a little. Only the power of the five-clawed golden dragon could destroy it here. Its strength is too terrifying. I can't fight this five-clawed golden dragon head-on. Oh right, Yuan Xiaozhou. This thing was controlled by Yuan Xiaozhou. As long as he killed Yuan Xiaozhou, there would naturally be no one controlling the five-clawed golden dragon. Long Chen used his soul eye to constantly search for Yuan Xiaozhou's position. The ancient blood hell diagram rotated and moved Long Chen to his side. I knew you would deal with me. Dream on. Long Chen retreated, and the five-clawed golden dragon charged over. Yuan Xiaozhou sat on its back, and then it started attacking Long Chen. Along the way, ear-piercing sounds of destruction constantly rang out. Facing this five-clawed golden dragon, Long Chen really didn't know where to start. He believed that his physical body was powerful, so he used the 7th level of the 9-dragon scripture to resist the dragon's claws for a while. However, the impact caused his blood and energy to churn, and he was almost swallowed by the five-clawed golden dragon. The ancient blood spirit dragon's apex pride made Long Chen climb up without hesitation. His blood was burning even more fiercely. He originally wanted to retreat, but when his pride was provoked, and under the stimulation of the ancient blood spirit dragon's bloodline, Long Chen gradually lost his reason. The other party is strong, but I'm stronger. Long Chen directly used Scarlet Blood Desolation as a stick. Previously, he had been running, but now he was attacking. With the ancient blood hell formation, he could completely avoid direct attacks. His arm muscles bulged, and a blood-colored aura filled the air. Long Chen kept changing positions on the five-clawed golden dragon's abdomen. Scarlet Blood Desolation was crazily attacking his body. This process was extremely thrilling. If the five-clawed golden dragon casually turned around, it could pierce through his body. At the same time, Yuan Xiaozhou was also using other puppet arts. Dozens of puppets in Yuan Xiaozhou's appearance surrounded Long Chen, making it impossible for him to focus on the five-clawed golden dragon. The scales of victory were starting to tilt in Yuan Xiaozhou's favor. The spectators were also frightened. Although Long Chen's performance was heaven-defying, it really couldn't compare to Yuan Xiaozhou's five-clawed golden dragon. The more he was suppressed, the more unresigned Long Chen's ancient blood spirit dragon bloodline boiled. His entire body seemed to be burning, and his eyes had already turned blood red. Chapter 1361. The power of the ancient blood prison diagram wasn't as simple as it seemed. In addition to blood rebirth, the ability to devour blood had also been strengthened. It had directly become blood ignition. Blood would burn in the body, and the power of the bloodline would be released into the ancient blood prison diagram, becoming a part of Long Chen's power. Therefore, as long as he was in the ancient blood hell array diagram, Long Chen's combat power would be endless. Although Yuan Xiaozhou hadn't sensed it, his body was weakening at a steady rate. Long Chen was simply invincible. Of course, the current five-clawed golden dragon's speed, physical strength, offensive power, and other aspects had reached a terrifying level. Long Chen could only fight it out. He firmly believed that Yuan Xiaozhou's divine energy consumption would be much greater than his to control such a huge puppet beast. All he needed to do was to forcefully attack and dodge. Dang, dang, dang. Long Chen kept changing his position. The scarlet blood desolation in his hand struck the five-clawed golden dragon's head, abdomen, claws, and other places. Sparks flew every time, and the scarlet blood desolation even pierced through. However, this level of attack didn't have much of an impact on the five-clawed golden dragon. Of course, it could exhaust Yuan Xiaozhou's essence energy. As the battle continued, Yuan Xiaozhou, who was riding the five-clawed golden dragon, gradually realized that his body was weakening. Not only was his divine energy decreasing, but he was also burning his essence blood. If this continued, his strength might even regress. When he realized this, Yuan Xiaozhou couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. Don't force me to kill you. Yuan Xiaozhou was furious. The five-clawed golden dragon instantly became extremely violent. Every part of its body was used simultaneously, striving to defeat Long Chen as quickly as possible. Yuan Xiaozhou was indeed very strong with the five-clawed golden dragon, but Long Chen, who possessed the ancient blood hell array diagram, was simply his nemesis. Blood rebirth meant that the five-clawed golden dragon simply couldn't hit Long Chen. At that moment, the five-clawed golden dragon was attacking violently, causing the surrounding ground and buildings to emit sharp vibrations. The entire ancient blood hell array diagram seemed to be filled with the figure of the five-clawed golden dragon. Boom 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 boom. Long Chen's current state was undoubtedly very worrying. Even the three people in the Great Void Realm were extremely nervous. Only Kitten acted as if nothing had happened and was calmly tidying his beard. He roared. The five-clawed golden dragon let out a deafening roar as it descended from the sky. It was like a golden planet crashing towards Long Chen. There were a total of 3 claws in front of its chest, forming an iron triangle. The shocking dragon might made one's scalp go numb. However, to Long Chen, this dragon's might was negligible because he was a true dragon. You still don't know the meaning of death? Long Chen smiled. The ancient blood hell diagram rotated and he suddenly appeared above the five-clawed golden dragon. When the five-clawed golden dragon crashed downwards, Long Chen's scarlet blood desolation suddenly pierced out. At this moment, Long Chen had mobilized all the divine origin energy in his body, as well as nirvana force and other powers, gathering them into the scarlet blood desolation. 9 Dragon Scripture. 8th Layer. This was the 9 Dragon Scripture, which was the closest to the pinnacle. As soon as Long Chen used it, many dragon shadows appeared behind him. 8 divine dragons of 8 different attributes formed a hornless ring. The huge dragon shadows coiled around the scarlet blood desolation, and the blood-red scarlet blood desolation shone with 8 different colors. The 8 divine dragons wrapped around the scarlet blood desolation and erupted with the most terrifying dragon might. At that moment, it felt as if thousands of dragons were roaring in the sky. The purple blood dragon warrior looked up and nodded his head in approval as he watched Long Chen's move. Yuan Xiaozhou controlled the five-clawed golden dragon and turned his head in shock. At this moment, Long Chen executed the power of the 8th layer of the 9 Dragon Scripture and descended from the sky. An 8-colored brilliance transformed into a divine dragon of 8 different attributes that roared and charged forward. You finally dare to fight me head-on? Yuan Xiaozhou laughed loudly as he controlled the 5-clawed golden dragon and soared into the sky. The golden divine dragon and the 8-colored divine dragon clashed in the sky. Terrifying waves swept out in all directions. Space shattered as a huge tearing force filled the air. Break! Long Chen's entire body was filled with boundless divine power. He hacked down with his halberd and heavily struck the mouth of the 5-clawed golden dragon. With a loud boom, Long Chen was sent flying into the sky. The scarlet blood desolation nearly fell from his hand. It had to be said that the 5-clawed golden dragon was too hard. However, this time, the power of Long Chen's 8th layer of the 9 Dragon Scripture had actually caused the 5-clawed golden dragon's mouth to become crooked. The 5-clawed golden dragon looked as if it had been struck by lightning. It fell from the sky and crashed heavily into the ground. There was a loud rumble, and a dragon-shaped depression appeared on the incomparably hard ground. Yuan Xiaozhou couldn't dodge in time and was crushed by the 5-clawed golden dragon. Under normal circumstances, he would have already turned into minced meat. However, Long Chen didn't dare to underestimate Yuan Xiaozhou. He definitely wouldn't die so easily. Sure enough, when Long Chen saw that Long Chen's 5-clawed golden dragon had been broken by Yuan Xiaozhou's move, he suddenly felt a sense of danger behind him. Swish! Yuan Xiaozhou rushed above him. Giant beast roar! The delicate-looking Yuan Xiaozhou opened his mouth and transformed into a giant beast. As he roared, a visible sound wave blasted towards Long Chen and directly shook Long Chen to the ground. Long Chen hurriedly adjusted his position and used the ancient blood prison diagram to change his position. Otherwise, his ears would have been shaken by Yuan Xiaozhou's move. Many onlookers were shaken by Yuan Xiaozhou's giant beast roar, causing their ears to bleed. After moving to the ground, Long Chen stepped on the 5-clawed golden dragon. At this moment, the 5-clawed golden dragon was embedded in the ground, its head nearly destroyed by Long Chen. You lost, Long Chen said bluntly. Yuan Xiaozhou laughed heartily and said, You're overthinking things. If I only had this much ability, how could I have my current position? After saying that, he moved his hands. With a boom, the 5-clawed golden dragon under Long Chen's feet actually turned into specks of golden light that converged in the sky and gradually formed a golden dragon-shaped armor on Yuan Xiaozhou's body. In the end, it even covered Yuan Xiaozhou's head, making him look like a golden dragon martialist. The scales of the five-clawed golden dragon covered his entire body. Long Chen shuddered. Yuan Xiaozhou was already strong enough, but now that he had fused with the five-clawed golden dragon, would he still be a match for him? However, when he thought about how Yuan Xiaozhou was a top genius of the 3 regions and 9 realms and was only a step away from the apex, it was within his expectations that he would be so difficult to deal with. On the other side, Mo Xiaolang had also dealt with the 4 small fries and was now focused on dealing with the 30-meter-tall lightning giant. There were many geniuses in this world. Yuan Xiaozhou quickly fused with his 5-clawed golden dragon puppet. At that moment, a towering draconic might descended from his body. His originally weak body now looked like a humanoid beast. Bas! The golden Yuan Xiaozhou rushed down from the sky and charged at Long Chen. If you want to compete with me in this aspect, then come at me. Long Chen laughed wildly, not a trace of fear in his eyes. His blood-red figure was like a bomb that collided with his opponent. Bang bang bang. The blood-red figure and the golden figure collided on the plaza. Long Chen had a solid physical body. He didn't believe that he couldn't beat his opponent's power. Long Chen was very smart. He had made good use of the ancient blood prison formation diagram. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to crush his opponent's power in such a short time. In terms of physical body, Long Chen was weaker than his opponent. However, he had the advantage in terms of endurance and endurance. The more they fought, the more shocked Yuan Xiaozhou became. Long Chen seemed to possess an undefeatable will. No matter how Yuan Xiaozhou attacked, Long Chen was like an unfathomable ocean that made all his attacks sink to the bottom of the sea. Boom, 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 boom. What was even more terrifying was the mental pressure from Long Chen's blood-red eyes. It put immense pressure on Yuan Xiaozhou's mind. Yuan Xiaozhou felt very frustrated. He had used his strongest move, but he still couldn't do anything to Long Chen's ancient blood prison formation diagram. Let's play a game. Long Chen suddenly smiled. Go to hell. Yuan Xiaozhou felt that his opponent was teasing him. He increased the intensity of his attacks. Sharp dragon claws stabbed at Long Chen's body. Long Chen could have moved away at the beginning, but he didn't do so this time. Instead, he rushed at Yuan Xiaozhou. Yuan Xiaozhou's keen senses told him that there was definitely a trap. He hastily retracted his attack, but it was too late. The sharp golden dragon claws still pierced Long Chen's chest. The blood-red dragon scales shattered. He had succeeded. Yuan Xiaozhou was dumbfounded. While he was still in a daze, Long Chen moved his right hand and the silver chain wrapped around Yuan Xiaozhou's body tightly. What? Yuan Xiaozhou was furious. Long Chen had actually used a Dao artifact. The silver chain made him unable to move for a short period of time. Fortunately, it was only a Dao artifact with a single Dao pattern. With the power of his 5-clawed golden dragon, it was only a matter of time for him to break the chain. However, Long Chen had been injured, so it wouldn't be easy for him to recover. However, he suddenly realized that Long Chen didn't seem to be panicking at all. With a swoosh, Long Chen appeared behind him. At this time, the injury on his chest seemed to have never appeared. It had completely recovered. Yuan Xiaozhou was simply dumbfounded. How could he have known that Long Chen's greatest trump card was time reversal? While he was in a daze, the scarlet blood eternal desolation in Long Chen's hand rained down on Yuan Xiaozhou's body. Long Chen's first move knocked him to the ground. Next, Yuan Xiaozhou was shocked. He roared and used all the power in his body to tear this Dao artifact apart. However, Long Chen's Dao artifact was made with nirvanic energy, so it was much stronger than others. Although his 5-clawed golden dragon was strong, it would still take some time to destroy it. Chapter 1362. Every time the 7th level of the 9 Dragons scripture landed on Yuan Xiaozhou's body, it made everyone's scalps go numb. Yuan Xiaozhou was currently completely trapped by the God-binding demon lock. Even if he was extremely capable, he wouldn't be able to resist Long Chen's torrent of attacks. Furthermore, Long Chen had used time reversal to exchange for this opportunity. He simply didn't give his opponent any time to resist. The repeated attacks caused Yuan Xiaozhou to fall to the ground. Then, Long Chen rushed above Yuan Xiaozhou and slashed down with the scarlet blood firmament. Clang, 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 clang. The sharp battle technique collided with the 5-clawed golden dragon armor time and time again, emitting shocking sounds of friction. Although Long Chen's power wasn't enough for the scarlet blood firmament to pierce through the scales of the five-clawed golden dragon armor, the terrifying power passed through the dragon armor and struck Yuan Xiaozhou's body. The five-clawed golden dragon armor actually caved in. In just a few short moments, Yuan Xiaozhou screamed again and again. This scene made everyone's scalps go numb. Yuan Xiaozhou struggled again and again, but every time he tried to crawl up, Long Chen's halberd would strike his shoulder, causing him to fall to the ground.
I'll beat you until you beg for mercy.
Long Chen didn't care about that. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His heavy blows landed again and again. The five-clawed golden dragon armor caved in more and more. Yuan Xiaozhou, who had been very arrogant before, didn't have any temper at all. He just kept screaming in pain. This was the most terrifying torture. This process lasted for half an hour. Everyone watched as Yuan Xiaozhou was beaten by Long Chen. Yuan Xiaozhou's mouth was bleeding and his eyes were hazy. He was probably about to faint. At this time, Long Chen suddenly erupted. He used all the power in his body and slashed the scarlet blood firmament at Yuan Xiaozhou's left hand. Crack! The left hand was severed. At the same time, the five-clawed golden dragon armor was cut by Long Chen. It was missing a corner. After losing a corner, the five-clawed golden dragon could no longer maintain its current form. Golden light transformed into a 100-meter-long golden dragon that coiled around Yuan Xiaozhou. Yuan Xiaozhou cried out in pain. The god-imprisoning demon shackles tightened, but they still trapped him, rendering him unable to move. After being beaten up by Long Chen like this, his vitality had been greatly damaged, and he had basically lost the ability to fight. Even the structure of the five-clawed golden dragon had been destroyed. Clearly, he would not be able to fight for a while. This time, Yuan Xiaozhou was thoroughly defeated. Long Chen walked over and picked up the 2 golden tokens from the ground. He waved them at the people from the Solar Divine Realm and told them who had killed their people and taken their golden tokens. Long Chen, just kill me. Yuan Xiaozhou's aura was extremely weak. He had lost so miserably that he did not want to see anyone alive. I'm not an idiot. It's fine as long as I defeat you. With so many people watching, I'm not afraid that the people from the ancient Yuan spirit realm will find trouble with me after we leave. Long Chen curled his lips. In fact, the real reason he did not want to kill Yuan Xiaozhou was that the five-clawed golden dragon was definitely a masterpiece. In addition, those who had lost to him at the start would not have a chance to contend against him in the future, except for the lucky idiot Feng Jilin. Long Chen fused the 2 golden tokens into his hands. Now, he had a total of 5 golden tokens in his hands. The winner takes all. Scram, Long Chen said rudely as he glanced at Yuan Xiaozhou. Aren't you afraid that I will take revenge in the future? Yuan Xiaozhou struggled to stand up. His entire body was drenched in blood. Long Chen had already removed the god-imprisoning demon shackles. You think you can do it? Long Chen chuckled. That feeling of defeat caused Yuan Xiaozhou's body to tremble. At this moment, his proud heart had finally received a heavy blow. He lowered his head and looked at his arm that had been chopped off. Yuan Xiaozhou revealed a bitter smile. This was the most miserable defeat he had ever suffered since he was young. The problem was that he still did not know how he had lost. Yuan Xiaozhou left dejectedly with the remaining 4 team members. On the other side, Mo Xiaolang had just finished off his opponent. He held 2 golden tokens in his hands and threw them to Long Chen. The 5 men from the primeval Thunderbolt Reservoir had all been beaten black by Mo Xiaolang. Although they would not die, they would not be able to fight normally for a short period of time. This was a huge blow to their vitality. After fusing with 2 more gold tokens, Long Chen would have a total of 7 tokens. Those people looked at the brothers in a daze, their bodies shaking. 2 against 10, they had actually won. This was something that no one had expected, yet it had happened right in front of their eyes. Perhaps for the ancient Yuan Spirit Realm team and the primeval Thunderbolt Reservoir team, this kind of crushing defeat was worse than death. After all, this kind of blow was not something that everyone could bear. They, who had been mentally defeated, no longer had the confidence to stay there. A group of people supported each other and left Long Chen's field of vision. The other teams watching from the sidelines also looked at them in fear. They had completely surrendered in their hearts. This was harder than killing them, but Long Chen had done it. Everyone present knew that after this battle, Long Chen would obtain 6 golden tokens. Including his own, he would have at least 7. This was practically a lock-on victory. Whoever defeated Long Chen would be the champion. Champion meant that they would obtain 3 of the best treasures. However, even so, no one dared to attack Long Chen. At this time, Mo Xiaolang had already walked forward and stood side by side with Long Chen. He had been paying attention to the situation on Long Chen's side. From the moment Long Chen had used the god-binding demon chains to trap Yuan Xiaozhou, he knew that there was no longer any suspense about victory. "Big brother," Mo Xiaolang called out softly. Then, the two of them looked at the purple blood dragon martialist. Their opponent's origins and intentions were unknown, so they had to be careful. At this moment, the martialist was looking at Long Chen with interest. His eyes flickered with an indescribable light. When he saw that Long Chen were already waiting for him, he smiled brightly and said, "Don't worry. I, Long Xing, will naturally keep my word. This thing is yours." As he said that, 2 golden tokens flew towards Long Chen. Long Chen reached out and caught them. This way, he actually had a total of 9 golden tokens. This was already a lock-on victory. It was simply impossible for any other team to obtain 11 tokens. After receiving the golden tokens, Long Chen's eyes flickered as he looked at the martialist. He understood that the martialist might have paid attention to him because he was a martialist. However, he couldn't let his guard down. In addition, he had another doubt in his heart. At this time, he went straight to the point and asked, "You were the one who placed the purple blood demonic dragon scales here, right? You know me very well." The youth called Long Xing probably already knew that he would ask this question. He smiled evilly and said, "Why should I tell you? Think about it yourself. Goodbye." After saying that, his figure disappeared at a terrifying speed. His speed was even faster than Mo Xiaolong's. However, it was unknown how his true combat strength compared to Mo Xiaolong's. Mo Xiaolang wasn't a weakling. He hadn't used his true beast form to fight until now, except for that brief moment when he faced the Jade Qilin and Topaz. After Long Xing left, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were even more confused. Fortunately, this powerful martialist didn't make an enemy out of them. Otherwise, they would be in even more trouble than the true martial emperor palace. At this moment, out of the 8 teams in the Taiwei Mountain ruins, 6 had already been defeated by the Evil Dragon Palace's team. The people from the ancient Yuan Spirit World and the ancient Desolate Thunderpool had already fled miserably. The remaining team from the true Martial Emperor Palace had finally arrived. In reality, they had been watching from afar. The Taiwei Mountain ruins were only so big. It was impossible for them not to notice such a big thing. Of course, they were also afraid of Long Xing. Hence, they waited until he left before the true Martial Emperor Palace's team, led by Topaz, came forward. The true Martial Emperor Palace's team also consisted of 4 men and 1 woman. The strongest person was undoubtedly Topaz. The others were Cang Xuanji, Dong Baichuan, Xia Yi, and Li Qiuyue. They were all famous people at the peak of the Martial God Palace. Long Chen had never been to the Martial God Palace before, so he didn't know. Long Chen was very clear that in this game of eternal hell, relationships and friendships were all a joke. Moreover, the peace treaty was already dead. Long Chen's team had a large number of golden tokens. As long as they defeated them, they could become the champion. The true Martial Emperor Palace's team couldn't resist such a temptation. Although Topaz had lost to Mo Xiaolang, the team battle hadn't started yet. When it was time to fight, they still had to fight. The victory of this game wasn't only related to their personal gains and losses. The most important thing was the reputation of the 12 Supreme Alliances. If true Martial Emperor Palace could obtain first place, their reputation would increase greatly and they would be able to show off in front of the other factions. At that time, the elders would also receive many rewards. This was glory. No matter who the opponent was, glory would drive them to fight. At this moment, the true Martial Emperor Palace's team stood in front of Long Chen's team. Topaz didn't say anything. Everyone looked around. Li Qiuyue was the most familiar with Long Chen. He stepped forward and said, "Long Chen, you are from the true Martial Emperor Palace, so you should know that winning the championship is the glory of the true Martial Emperor Palace. This is everyone's mission. After all, everything we have comes from the palace." "Get to the point," Long Chen interrupted him. Li Qiuyue's eyes were filled with anger. He was also shocked by Long Chen's improvement. Back in the Polaris battlefield, Long Chen didn't even have this kind of strength. If you are willing to give us the golden token, we don't want to fight with you, Li Chuiyue said proudly.
Then I should chop off my own hand, right?
Long Chen laughed. There were 20 chapters left. Tomorrow was the National Day. I wish everyone a happy National Day. Tomorrow there would be 5 chapters. The extra chapter would be at 10 p.m. That way, Madman would have more time to write. Chapter 1363. There's nothing I can do about it. It's the Supreme Alliance's fault. Li Chuiyue chuckled, arrogance evident in her eyes. This was a common problem for disciples of super forces. Li Chuiyue had been arrogant since he was young. Behind him a thin, ordinary-looking man in a green robe said, "Sorry, Chuo doesn't know how to speak. Anyway, for the glory of the true martial palace, although there is no hatred between us, some battles are unavoidable. The 4 of us each have powerful treasures. When the 4 of us work together, we can display an attack comparable to the martial path perfection realm, which is stronger than Yuan Xiaozhou's power. So if you don't want to fight, you can give us some face." The man in the green robe was much more direct. Long Chen digested his words. If the 4 of them joined forces, they would be even stronger than Yuan Xiaozhou. No wonder the ancient Yuan spirit world and the primeval thunder pool were so afraid of them. As one of the 3 emperor palaces, the true martial emperor palace wouldn't be any weaker than the other teams. There was no doubt about that. If they fought, it would be an even more tragic battle. But it was also a hurdle they had to pass. At this time, Huang Yu suddenly said, "You have reached your limit today. 10 days should be enough to recuperate. We will come in 10 days. Let's go." Huang Yu wasn't stupid. He knew that it would be a joke to ask Long Chen to admit defeat, so he didn't ask. He was a gentleman. He knew that it would be unfair to Long Chen and the others if they fought now, so he chose to wait 10 days. Li Chuiyue was speechless. Li Chuiyue was speechless. Seeing that the others were about to leave, he turned around and sneered at Long Chen. "I didn't take care of you at the North Star battlefield because I was afraid of exposing my strength. With our true martial emperor palace's capabilities, hee. Do you know what weapons we have? We have 4 Dao artifacts with 1 Dao pattern, and it is a set of combined Dao artifacts. Song Xuanji's blue dragon hell-suppressing sword, Dong Baichuan's white tiger hell-shattering blade, Xia Ye's vermilion bird fire plume, and my Xuanwu water armor. The 4 of us formed the true martial 4-killing array and once killed a martial artist in the martial Dao perfection realm. Remember, it is a kill. Today, I saw your battle, and it is indeed not bad." After that, Li Chuiyue walked away with her head held high. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang looked at each other. "Big brother, it is really as amazing as they say. But it's okay, I am better than Huang Yu. I will deal with him later," said Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen was pondering. He suddenly shook his head and said, "No, you have already fought him. It should be my turn next." "What?" Mo Xiaolang was surprised. No matter what, Huang Yu's level was still very high. Mo Xiaolang had spent a lot of effort to finally take him down. Let's recover first. Long Chen didn't have any psychological burden. From the moment he came to the Taiwei mountain ruins, he knew that the battle with the true martial emperor palace's team was inevitable. In a place like the Taiwei mountain, the strong and the weak had to be distinguished. The primordial spiritual blood dragon's bloodline contained a large number of factors for fighting and killing. Long Chen had inherited this, especially the formation of the defying will, which made him fearless in the face of any suppression and provocation. The more he fought, the more he felt the possibility of advancing. For example, today's battle with Yuan Xiaozhou also gave him a lot of insights. Executing the 8th level of the 9 Dragons Meridian had consumed a lot of his energy. The closer he got to perfection, the greater the burden on the 9 Dragons Meridian. Long Chen had a feeling that the complete 9 Dragons Meridian was the real deal. At that time, there would definitely be a huge transformation. In addition, with the ancient blood prison diagram, he was almost in an invincible position. After spending about 2 or 3 days, Long Chen had recovered. Mo Xiaolang didn't have much to recover. In 7 days, the true martial emperor palace's team would arrive for the final battle. The other warriors also knew about this and were looking forward to that day. Who was the true king of the Taiwei mountain ruins? At this critical juncture, within the range of Long Chen's Soul Eye technique, Long Xing's aura appeared again. This time, his aura was very weak, as though he was injured.
He rushed towards Long Chen at a speed that seemed to indicate that he was escaping for his life.
Long Chen didn't say anything and pulled Mo Xiaolang to meet him. The two met in the narrow street. At this moment, Long Xing was in an incomparably sorry state.
He was bathed in blood, and his face was deathly pale.
It seemed like he was seriously injured.
There were several wounds on his body that were inflicted by himself. Those wounds were very similar to the attacks that Mo Xiaolang had suffered in the past.
Ghost King. Long Chen knew that the Ghost King had appeared again. Moreover, it had fought fiercely with Long Xing. It was even chasing behind Long Xing. The closer he got, the more Long Chen could feel the Ghost King's aura. It was absolutely hair-raising. Swish! Long Chen rushed to the back of Long Xing in a short period of time. Sure enough, the Ghost King was following him. It had a green face and fangs, and it was quite terrifying. Long Chen didn't say anything. He condensed Nirvana force in his fist and punched out. A huge wave of Nirvana force rushed towards the Ghost King. The Ghost King let out a sharp scream and retreated abruptly. In an instant, it disappeared without a trace. That scream was so deafening that it almost made Long Chen go deaf. He stopped to catch his breath. Fortunately, the Ghost King was scared away by his Nirvana force. Long Xing probably knew that his Nirvana force could chase away the Ghost King. That was why he was heading towards Long Chen. After the Ghost King left, Long Chen looked back. He had already fallen unconscious on the ground. However, Mo Xiaolang had already helped him up.
Come in.
Long Chen found a house that he could hide in and dragged Long Xing inside. This purple-haired youth woke up very quickly. He sat cross-legged and started to recover from his injuries. He consumed several precious medicines and even a type of immortal essence. His body was slowly recovering.
Many thanks for saving my life. Opening his eyes, he solemnly said to Long Chen,
"You gave me the dragon scale of the purple blood demon dragon, and I saved your life. We're even, right?" Long Chen said with a light smile. It was very clear who was a friend and who was an enemy. At the very least, this Long Xing wasn't his enemy for the time being. Speaking of which, their names were very interesting. The two words Xing sounded like they were fated to meet.
Haha.
Long Xing was a straightforward person. After recovering, he laughed loudly and said, "This time, I acted too pretentiously and almost lost my life. Honestly speaking, I still have to thank you. I've been chasing this King Chu Jiang for so long, but this is the first time I fought him head-on. If it wasn't for you, I would have lost my life." "King Chu Jiang?" Long Chen asked. Long Xing said, "Yes, one of the 10 great ghost kings, King Chu Jiang. He hasn't appeared for 10,000 years, but he suddenly appeared. The ghosts outside are rioting. Something big must have happened, and the key point is definitely the Ghost King." Long Chen understood and said, "You're chasing the Ghost King, and the Ghost King is following us. So, you know me very well, right?" Long Xing curled his lips and said, "To be honest, I saw you in North Star City, especially when I saw you snatching the silver dragon armor. So, I guess that you must be very interested in this dragon scale. I just happened to have it on me, so I gave it to you. I didn't expect that this good fortune would save my life. This heaven's will is really fucking messing with people. Why did you think of giving it to me?" Long Chen still didn't understand. Long Xing looked at Mo Xiaolang and said, "Is this person trustworthy?" Long Chen said, "More trustworthy than you." In fact, Li Xuanji and the others already knew that Long Chen was a dragon warrior. Long Xing's personality was relatively open, and he was a little sloppy. Hearing Long Chen say this, he said straightforwardly, "I do things according to my mood, there is no reason. If you really want to say it, it might be because I feel that your name is quite fated with me. Also, you are the second dragon warrior I have seen outside of the Demon Dragon Palace." Long Chen was speechless, and asked, "There are many dragon warriors in the Demon Dragon Palace?" Long Xing shook his head, and said, "Of course not. Do you think dragon warriors are cabbages? There are many fake dragon warriors, and the only ones who have truly received the inheritance of blood essence are myself and the Demon Dragon Palace Master. We are both the purple blood demon dragon's inheritance. Don't ask about the rest, it's not convenient for me to tell you too much." As expected, "You are someone from the Demon Dragon Palace." Long Chen was very puzzled as to how someone from the Demon Dragon Palace came in, but he had already said that he wouldn't be asked too much, so Long Chen shut his mouth. Every dragon warrior is the most fortunate person favored by the heavens. In the entire 3 regions and 9 worlds, including those hidden, I estimate that there are no more than 10 of them. I only know of you and a Void Refinement Realm demon from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, Dragon King Chen.
Long Chen pondered for a while. He had the horn of the Scarlet Horned Devil Dragon in his hand.
Compared to the ghostly Shadow Blood Kill Dragon, the Scarlet Horned Devil Dragon was more similar to the immemorial Blood Spirit Dragon. Long Chen said, I am a Scarlet Horned Devil Dragon. Long Xing nodded and said, I have heard of this kind of divine dragon. The weapon in your hand should be the Scarlet Horned Devil Dragon's horn. Long Chen nodded. He didn't agree with Long Xing's words, so he retorted, lucky person favored by the heavens, just watch. At that moment, Long Xing revealed a pondering expression. After a long time, he slapped his thigh and said, it's really like what you said. Damn it, it seems like the heavens didn't care for me at all. This time, I was almost killed. Speaking until here, Long Xing asked, oh right, in a few days, are you really going to fight against those guys?
It's unavoidable.
That's really a huge challenge. Looks like I have to watch again.
Ha!
Long Xing smiled and said, I really don't know when the ghosts outside will stop. That King Chu Jiang is so strong. I don't dare to follow him anymore. I want to wait here for something big to happen. What about you guys? Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang glanced at each other and said, we want to go to the Netherworld. Why do you want to go to the Netherworld? That place is definitely the same as here. Moreover, there are more than 10 giant devils blocking the path.
Long Xing said indifferently.
Do you know of any other way? Clearly, Long Xing was more familiar with this place than them, so Long Chen asked. Long Xing said, I do know of a small path that leads to the Netherworld. Chapter 1364. Long Xing's words brought great joy to Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. If that was the case, then with Long Xing leading them, they wouldn't need to stay here anymore. They could directly look for the 9th Nether Demon Ancestral Flame. After all, the first task of the Eternal Hell could be said to have been completed. At this moment, they would definitely be ranked first among the 20 teams. They didn't know how long the Ghost Riot would last. It wasn't a good idea to wait here. Once they found the 9 Nether Demon Ancestral Flame, Long Chen could focus on finding the thing left by the Void Cosmic Dragon. Can you help us? Long Chen did not stand on ceremony and directly asked Long Xing. Long Xing chuckled and said, well, that's not a problem. I don't want to stay here anyway. This Tai Wei Mountain is very strange. But let me make it clear, this game of yours is the Supreme Alliance's business. I won't participate, even if you are killed by others. Of course. Long Chen smiled. He was glad that he had acted decisively when Long Xing was in danger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered such a good thing. Leave now. Long Xing and Mo Xiaolang looked at Long Chen. In fact, they could leave now. Of course, the true Martial Emperor Palace team could chase, but they might not be able to catch up. No. Long Chen shook his head. I've already promised someone. If I leave now, it won't be good. Actually, it wasn't as simple as it sounded. Long Chen had pride in his heart. He couldn't accept someone else's challenge but run away at the last minute. Mo Xiaolang nodded. I'm not worried about the true Martial Emperor Palace team. Compared to the Great Ape King and Kuanping from the Desolate Emperor Palace, they are still a bit weaker. But Big Brother, are you sure you want to fight Huang Yu?
If he were to deal with Huang Yu and Long Chen were to deal with the true martial 4-killing formation formed by the other 4, it was highly likely that both of them would win. Long Chen nodded without the slightest hesitation and said, You've already fought him, so there's no point in comparing. I, on the other hand, want to see exactly what level the peak geniuses of the various powers are at. When I fought Yuan Xiaozhou earlier, most of his combat strength came from the 5-clawed golden dragon puppet. He had already reached this level, so he was impatient. After waiting for 10 years, he finally made a comeback. He wanted to see the gap between him and those young geniuses. But Mo Xiaolang knew Long Chen well. He could defeat Yuan Xiaozhou, but Huang Yu was a level higher than Long Chen. Believe in him.
Long Xing stood up, patted the dust off his body and said heartlessly, You're courting death. Even if you die, you can't blame anyone else, Long Xing said bluntly.
What did you say?
Mo Xiaolang was somewhat dissatisfied. I'm fine. Long Chen stopped their conflict and said with a smile, I know what I'm doing. Don't we still have 7 days? Xiaolang, accompany me in my cultivation for the next few days. Hearing Long Chen's words, Mo Xiaolang's eyes lit up. He knew that Long Chen must have made a breakthrough in a certain direction, which was why Mo Xiaolang needed his sparring partner. Every time he succeeded, his combat strength would increase greatly. In fact, with the ancient blood prison diagram, Long Chen was already very difficult to be defeated. He was almost immune to ordinary attacks, but he lacked one thing, and that was an ultimate attack. The 8th level of the 9 Dragons scripture was already powerful enough. Its power completely surpassed that of a 9th grade magic skill, reaching the limit of the attack that a god martial arts realm could display. But compared to Huang Yu and the other talented youths with the Qilin bloodline, he was still lacking in terms of attack. With his current strength, the 9 Dragons scripture could only be displayed to that level. Long Chen had no choice but to put all his attention back on the Extreme Universe Finger. Long Chen had a nagging feeling that he hadn't even been able to unleash 1% of the power of the Extreme Universe Finger. What was the Extreme Universe Finger? It was a mystic art that an unknown super-existence had extracted from the ancestral dragon's body. Long Chen's finger had even fused with the claws of the Void Aeon Dragon. This was the claws of the ancestral dragon. That was something that had been left behind through the eons. That thing once belonged to the pinnacle existence of the dragon sacrificial continent. For such a heaven-defying thing to unleash an attack that only had Long Chen's current attack power, it was too unreasonable. In fact, after successfully cultivating the Extreme Universe Finger to the 1st level, Long Chen had been pondering what the next level of time was. The cultivation of the Extreme Universe Finger had already risen from the cultivation of a secret technique to the level of the Heavenly Tao, from the Martial Tao to the Heavenly Tao, and finally to the Laws. Although the remaining 7 days weren't much, it was different when Long Chen completely immersed himself in it. While he and Mo Xiaolang were sparring, Long Xing didn't leave. Instead, he watched from the side with great interest. He held a straw in his mouth, which he had taken out of nowhere, and watched with great interest. Occasionally, his eyes flashed with a hint of experience. This kid's perception is extraordinary. He will definitely be a dragon among men in the future. If I bring him back to the demonic dragon hall and make him a member of my demonic dragon hall, how excited would that old man be? Haha. I can't be anxious. This matter has to be done slowly. A hasty person won't be able to eat hot tofu. If I'm too anxious, he might think that there's something wrong with my sexual orientation. Of course, Long Chen didn't know what kind of dirty thoughts this fellow was thinking. The 1st level of the Extreme Universe Finger could be said to be a time disorder, a small disorder. This kind of disorder was a kind of chaotic energy, just like the ripples in the sky. In the secret manual, the 2nd level of the Extreme Universe Finger was even more cryptic. Many of the sentences had to be carefully pondered before one could comprehend some meaning. The passing of time was like a man, unwilling to part with day and night. The passing of time would never return. When it came to the Heavenly Tao, many things depended on one's own comprehension. Even the guidance of others was useless. After all, no one could be sure that their understanding was correct. Furthermore, the Extreme Universe Finger's path of time was unique. In the entire 3 regions and 9 realms, probably no one had an introductory treasure manual for this path. After a period of pondering, Long Chen had a rough understanding. Time had an arrow that flowed in a fixed direction. The 1st level of the Extreme Universe Finger couldn't change the arrow of time, but it could affect the speed of the arrow of time, creating a disorder. Just a little bit of confusion was enough to create such a huge attack power. Long Chen felt that he had only just started on the path of time disorder. He was still very far from the great success stage. However, he wasn't at the Nirvana Tribulation realm and couldn't comprehend the Heavenly Tao. Hence, at this moment, he had no choice but to open up the content of the 2nd level of the Extreme Universe Finger. His current cultivation had only opened up a path. To truly complete it step by step, he would have to wait until he reached the Nirvana Tribulation realm. From the content of the 2nd level, what Long Chen needed to do next was to use his powerful willpower to find the arrow of time and then delay it until it stopped moving. That's right, the power of the 2nd level of the Extreme Universe Finger was to stop time. Using the power of time to stop time and using the Extreme Universe Finger battle technique, the terrifying power it could unleash would definitely be stronger than the combination of time disorder and the Extreme Universe Finger. As for time reversal,
Long Chen estimated that it was already the content of the third level. From influence to forced refinement to the final reversal of the arrow of time, these 3 levels actually contained countless things. The Extreme Universe Finger provided Long Chen with an opportunity to get started. It was easier said than done to stop time. In any case, Long Chen had racked his brains for the past few days but couldn't achieve this step. On the other hand, Mo Xiaolang had already caused him to be battered and exhausted. However, for the sake of Long Chen's strength, he still persisted. After 3 days, Long Chen had some gains. However, there was still a long way to go before he reached the great success stage. The path of cultivation was incomparably mysterious. Many people would spend their entire lives to study a seemingly simple path, let alone the path of time. At this time, Long Chen displayed the most heaven-defying effect of the ancestral dragon's blood. After inheriting 70% of the essence blood, it allowed his perception to reach the highest level in the 3 great emperor domains. Otherwise, it would have taken him countless years just to study the Extreme Universe Finger. How could he reach his current level in just 10 years? Let me do it. After 3 days, Long Xing suddenly said. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were startled. Why did he want to join in the fun? Only a dragon martial artist understands a dragon martial artist the best. Long Xing said. He didn't regard himself as an outsider and strode to Long Chen's side, replacing Mo Xiaolang's position. All right. In Long Chen's eyes, battle intent gradually ignited. This Long Xing must have reached the martial Dao perfection realm. However, because of his talent as a dragon martial artist, his combat strength was comparable to most of the Nirvana Tribulation realm martial artists. Compared to the grade 8 demon immortal Mo Xiaolang, he should be on the same level as Wang Chen. At least, there shouldn't be much of a difference. More importantly, Kitten said that this guy in front of him had already finished absorbing the essence blood. He could be considered a young purple blood demonic dragon. Compared to Long Chen, there was still an intrinsic difference. On the wide street, Long Xing stood opposite. His body exuded a strange demonic aura and a sloppy smile. He didn't seem to be focused at all. Only Long Chen knew that Long Xing was actually staring at him. I won't use my full strength. I'm just cooperating with your cultivation. In the past, my old man often guided me like this. Long Xing laughed. His old man must be his father. Long Xing's words were obviously to take advantage of Long Chen. However, Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him. Since he was like a meat shield, Long Chen would fulfill his wish. Without any other moves, Long Chen immersed himself in the world of the Extreme Universe Finger. All his spirit and willpower were focused on the index finger of his left hand. PFFF. His left hand rapidly pierced. You're here. The corner of Long Xing's mouth curled up into a cold smile. He similarly pierced out with his finger. His purple finger looked no different from a dragon's claw. I don't have any spare chapters. I'm going all out today. I'll finish a chapter at 6 p.m., 8 p.m., 10 p.m. If I can persevere, I'll finish a chapter at 12 p.m. Maybe 5 p.m., maybe 6 p.m. Chapter 1365. Extreme Ian Finger. Time Disorder. Most people were amateurs when it came to the Tao of Time, and Long Xing was no exception. Previously, Long Chen had been trying out the Extreme Ian Finger. In his opinion, it was just an ordinary battle technique belonging to a dragon warrior. However, when he faced it head-on, he was shocked. This seemingly unremarkable attack actually contained the most terrifying power. With a whistling sound, the Extreme Ian Finger had already arrived in front of him. Although he was shocked, Long Xing didn't slow down at all. He thrust out with one hand, and his palm transformed into a dragon claw. The thickest claw collided with Long Chen's fingertip. Ding! Long Chen felt a bone-piercing pain that made his fingers numb. Long Xing's claw emitted a suppressive dragon aura. This was a piercing power. The purple blood devil dragon's body had become extremely powerful under the nourishment of the grand mist purple blood. If Long Xing truly erupted with power, Long Chen's fingers would probably be pierced through. However, Long Chen felt excited because he discovered that the void Ian dragon's claw in his left hand seemed to have received a provocation. That claw finally moved and fused with Long Chen's left index finger. However, it didn't truly fuse with the Extreme Ian Finger. It was no wonder that Long Chen hadn't displayed the most terrifying power of the Extreme Ian Finger.
After sensing Long Chen's presence, things became much easier. Long Chen tasted the sweetness and actually attacked Long Xing in a frenzy. Every time he attacked, he would use the extreme Ian finger. From the power of time disorder, it gradually escalated to a level that even Long Chen couldn't figure out. Time's arrow make him stop. Long Xing had an illusion. When he was fighting with Long Chen, whenever Long Chen used the extreme Ian finger, he would feel a little confused. Sometimes, Long Chen would appear in front of him even though he was clearly far away from him. He didn't know where Long Chen went in between. Was it because Long Chen's speed was too fast, or was there some other reason? Long Xing was also puzzled about this point. Time always passed very quickly when Long Chen got the hang of it. As soon as Long Chen found a breakthrough, 10 days had passed.
The team of the true Martial Emperor Palace, as well as the other teams that were still alive, were already waiting for them in the square.
Did you succeed? Long Xing asked casually. In fact, he had been torturing Long Chen for the past few days.
No. Long Chen answered honestly.
Then are you still going to fight?
Long Xing asked.
Of course, Long Chen said decisively. Long Xing was speechless. After interacting with Long Chen for the past few days, he discovered that Long Chen's stubbornness was simply terrifying. Long Xing had many things to learn from Long Chen's obsession with cultivation and his fearless attitude towards challenges. Deep in his heart, he still admired Long Chen. He was different from Long Xing. Since young, he had grown up under the wings of a supreme expert. However, Long Chen wasn't. Therefore, he wouldn't understand the hardships and challenges that Long Chen faced as he grew up. In that case, I'll be waiting for your victory. I won't be sending you off. Long Xing smiled. He had no intention of leaving. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang looked at each other. After giving some instructions to Li Xuanji and the others, they headed in the direction of the square. Sure enough, the team of true Martial Emperor Palace was already waiting there. The others who were still alive, including the team from the ancient Yuan spirit realm, were quietly watching from a distance. Today might also be an opportunity. If the Evil Dragon Palace's team and the true Martial Emperor Palace's team were both heavily injured, in the end, anyone could obtain everyone's golden tokens. If it weren't for the Ghost Riot, everyone wouldn't have gathered here. This was a chance for a champion to emerge.
Huang Yu silently stood in front of the four great experts, staring at the white skeleton in front of him in a daze. Only when Long Chen and the others appeared did he regain his wits. In his eyes, the will to battle gradually ignited. In that instant, Huang Yu's temperament underwent a drastic change. From an easygoing youth, he had transformed into a supreme martial artist. The other four didn't have his aura. Big brother, I'll go help you after the battle. It's not a fair fight anyway. Mo Xiaolang was still a little worried. Long Chen nodded, but he still hoped that he could reach Huang Yu's level and rely on his own strength. The two brothers walked in front of the true Martial Emperor Palace's team. The battle was about to start. Everyone held their breath. I thought you would run away. Li Qiuyue sneered. Looking down on your opponent will only make me think that you're looking down on yourself. Long Chen looked at him coldly, then called out to Huang Yu, come with me. Everyone was stunned. Long Chen was really going to fight Huang Yu. While everyone was still thinking about it, Long Chen suddenly moved. He stepped aside, leaving the plaza to Mo Xiaolang. He quickly moved and soon disappeared into the vast buildings. Huang Yu narrowed his eyes and glanced at Mo Xiaolang. For someone as proud as him, Mo Xiaolang asking him to fight Long Chen was indeed a bit humiliating. Don't think that my big brother is easy to deal with. If you can really defeat him, I'll admire you. Mo Xiaolang said with a smile. What? Huang Yu was doubtful. He glanced at Long Chen's position and said to Mo Xiaolang, wait for me. Wait for me to come back. After saying that, he actually chased after Long Chen and disappeared into the vast ruins of the Taiwei Mountain. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang was facing four geniuses from the true Martial Emperor Palace. Didn't you say that you're proficient in the true martial four-killing array? Show me. Mo Xiaolang said. Song Xuanji, Li Qiuyue, and the rest exchanged glances. Facing Mo Xiaolang would greatly increase the pressure on them. Of course they weren't afraid. Each of them took out their own Dao artifacts. The Blue Dragon Suppressing Sword, White Tiger Hell Shattering Blade, Vermilion Bird Fire Plume,
and Xuanwu water armor. This was a complete set of Dao artifacts. Although they weren't outstanding individually, when the four weapons were used together, they could produce an astonishing attack power. Activate the strongest killing array. The leader was Zhang Xuanji, who was wielding the blue dragon suppressing sword. The other three immediately reacted. An overwhelming attack and the power of Dao artifacts surged towards Mo Xiaolang like a tidal wave. Mo Xiaolang's status as an expert was being challenged by a group of cultivators. While the battle started, on the other side, Long Chen was moving around the ruins of the Taiwei mountain. Huang Yu was getting closer and closer to him. That overwhelming pressure was getting more and more obvious. The moment Mo Xiaolang started fighting, Long Chen stopped and turned around. I'm very curious why Mo Xiaolang would give you such a high evaluation. Huang Yu stopped chasing and walked over. You'll know after you try. Long Chen grinned. Huang Yu narrowed his eyes when he heard Long Chen's confident words. He clenched his fists tightly and exuded the flawless aura of a martial artist in the martial Dao perfection realm. The disciples of the true martial Emperor Palace had been nurtured in the sacred grounds of martial arts. They all had a very strong martial Dao will that was similar to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's Sword Dao will. The other experts of the 9 realms didn't have such an aura. It was as if there was a magnificent army behind Huang Yu. Since that's the case, let's have a good time. Huang Yu was decisive. With a light shout, he shot out a white radiance that rapidly expanded. In a short period of time, it had expanded to a radius of a few thousand meters. That white radiance gradually turned into a white jade. An incomparably firm white jade. From the white mist to the white jade, it only took an instant. During this process, Long Chen thought of the grand white sword prison. That 6th grade divine skill was already useless to him, and what Huang Yu used was not a battle skill, but a skill similar to a bloodline mystique. Jade Lock World. Long Chen and Huang Yu were completely surrounded by a white jade ball with a radius of a few thousand meters. Long Chen felt that this space had been sealed. It would be very difficult to escape from this Jade Lock World. It was even possible that the ancient Blood Hell array diagram wouldn't be able to extend beyond the Jade Lock World. Unless you have the power of a tribulation realm, it's impossible to break out of my Jade Lock World. Of course, there's another way to get out, and that is to defeat me, said Huang Yu with a hint of pride. Long Chen lifted his head. There were white runes on the surface of the Jade Lock World. They fused into the Jade Lock World and arranged themselves into the shape of an ancient divine beast, the Jade Qilin. This Jade Lock World was like the armor of the Jade Qilin. Just as he said, the only way to break out of this Jade Lock World was to defeat him. Long Chen didn't say a word and charged towards his opponent. The battle raged. With an explosive hum, the air in the entire Jade Lock World trembled. In this completely sealed space, the Arch Spirit Qi was limited. There was no way to replenish energy from the outside world. After all, this was one of the Jade Qilin's divine powers. It wouldn't be as simple as Long Chen imagined. In this Jade Lock World, there was no way to contact the outside world at all. It would make one feel very frustrated and anxious. It could be said that this was a battle to subdue the enemy without a fight. Since Long Chen had made his choice, it was destined to be a bitter battle. In the Jade Lock World, Huang Yu gradually floated up. His martial Dao aura spread out. Behind him, there seemed to be endless shadows practicing their martial Dao. Long Chen blinked his eyes and saw his opponent's body begin to transform into jade. His originally pure white skin began to be covered by snow-white Qilin armor. Even his body became translucent. Long Chen could clearly see the meridians in his body. They were crystal clear and looked like a work of art. His pair of eyes also became as beautiful as jade. But Long Chen knew that under this jade-like appearance, there was a strict killing intent. Huang Yu spread his arms and white jade-like power gathered in his hands. The more pressure the other party put on him, the more excited Long Chen felt. From the other party's point of view, the impact on his mind was much stronger than Huang Yu's. In his eyes, Long Chen was like a restless beast that was gradually revealing a terrifying fiendish aura. Chapter 1366. The battle with Huang Yu was the path that Long Chen had chosen for himself without any hesitation. In fact, he had no confidence at all. He was gambling that he could succeed this time. If he succeeded, he would have found a path for himself to advance. If he failed, it didn't matter. Losing wasn't scary. What was scary was not having the guts to fight.
Therefore, when facing Huang Yu, he behaved even more crazily and boldly than Huang Yu.
Huang Yu executed the Jade Lock World. Long Chen charged forward without any hesitation. The giant halberd in his hand gathered the power of the 9 Dragons scripture and slashed at Huang Yu's head. Huang Yu possessed the bloodline of the ancient Jade Qilin. In terms of physical strength, he was undoubtedly very strong, far surpassing ordinary martial path Great Circle experts. However, there was still a gap between him and Long Chen. Long Chen gathered all the power in his body into one point and pierced through the air, emitting a terrifying screech.
That's impressive,
Huang Yu calmly evaluated. He unleashed his full speed, fulgurating shadows.
His body was filled with the spirit of the martial path, and he casually punched out.
Although it seemed extremely ordinary, it contained a kind of oppressive power, making it so that Long Chen's vision couldn't escape his punch. In a trance, the punch transformed in front of Long Chen's eyes and instantly arrived in front of Long Chen.
Bang!
Scarlet Blood Desolation and his opponent's jade-white fist collided. A terrifying force came from his opponent's fist and shook Scarlet Blood Desolation. A casual punch from someone at the peak of the martial path was actually so terrifying.
Humph!
Huang Yu pushed Long Chen back and snorted coldly. His fists changed and he charged at Long Chen again. His jade-white body pulled out white afterimages. In an instant, the white afterimages covered every corner of the Jade Lock World. It seemed like the Jade Lock World was completely under his opponent's control.
Can you still resist?
Huang Yu laughed coldly. His figure transformed into thousands of figures, each one of which was his real body. That unfathomable fist technique revolved around Long Chen, and from time to time, he would deliver a fatal blow to Long Chen. Under his opponent's provocation, Long Chen's eyes blazed with the flames of battle. He was a proud man, but although Huang Yu looked calm on the outside, he was even more arrogant. Up until now, he had never considered Long Chen as an opponent.
I'll let you have a taste of my true martial phaseless battle technique.
After fighting for a while, Huang Yu was pushed 30 meters away. His face was expressionless as he practiced boxing with both hands. The light of heaven and earth instantly gathered on his body. The Tao of Zhan Wu is formless, shadowless, and formless.
The Tao of Zhan Wu is in my heart.
As he chanted, his hands moved faster and faster. In a very short period of time, they turned into phantoms, without any form at all. True martial emperor's way. Formless fist. At this moment, Huang Yu finally displayed the might of a martial god palace genius. When he executed the true martial phaseless battle technique, it was like he was possessed by a martial god. Every punch and every palm contained a profound intent. The power that he could mobilize was simply unimaginable. The formless fist was hard to distinguish. The sky was filled with fist images. Every fist image had the power to shatter mountains and break rivers. One punch was like thousands of punches, shaking mountains and rivers.
Buzz!
At this moment, Long Chen felt that his opponent's attacks were coming from all directions. In Huang Yu's opinion, this move was enough to deal with Long Chen. He was very confident in himself. However, at this moment, Long Chen actually closed his eyes.
Don't underestimate me.
Long Chen smiled coldly to himself. Even if he closed his eyes, he could see through all illusions and see the essence of Huang Yu's punch. The fame of the true martial phaseless battle technique could be seen from the first move, the formless fist. It was formless and traceless. Before his opponent could distinguish whether the attack was real or not, his body had already been blown up by the punch.
Break.
However, Long Chen was able to see through the truth. While the sky was filled with powerful fist shadows, he chose a direction and stabbed out with his hand. It was also a seemingly insignificant attack, but the extreme universe finger looked even more ordinary.
Whoosh!
As soon as the extreme cosmic finger was unleashed, the void cosmic dragon spun. The power of the time riot was combined with the already powerful battle technique. The pressure exploded, and the time within 10 meters of Long Chen became chaotic. Huang Yu was in this position. When the formless fist was about to hit Long Chen blasted the extreme universe finger at him. The Jade Lock world trembled.
Buzz!
Countless terrifying vibrations could be heard as the two separated. The fist images that filled the sky finally disappeared. Under the suppression of his opponent's powerful god energy, Long Chen was still at a disadvantage. However, he had finally received his opponent's attack. The formless fist was like a huge net. Long Chen had no way to escape, but the extreme universe fingers time disorder broke a big hole in the net. Long Chen's attack was directed at Huang Yu. Huang Yu's physical body was very strong. He used his physical body to block Long Chen's attack. Spirit gathering. Huang Yu retreated a distance. The extreme universal finger had slightly damaged his body. At this moment, he floated in the air and used spirit gathering. In an instant, the scarce amount of Emperor Spirit Qi in the surroundings started to gather in his direction. The Jade Qilin's physique was very special. It could absorb large amounts of Emperor spiritual energy and convert it into Huang Yu's god energy at a terrifying speed. This was Huang Yu's most terrifying technique. Generally speaking, when a martial artist of the same level used his Jade Lock World and Spirit Gathering, Huang Yu's god energy would be endless. However, the opponent's recovery would become slower and slower because of the sparse Emperor spiritual energy. Through the Jade Lock World, Huang Yu could even directly replenish his god energy from the outside world. Trash. Only Mo Xiaolang is worthy of being my opponent. What can you do to me? Under the effect of spirit gathering, Huang Yu's god energy was restored to its full level. The ancient Jade Qilin could gather all kinds of spirit qi in the world at an astonishing speed. After inheriting the bloodline of the ancient Jade Qilin, Huang Yu's arrogant personality was on full display. He was a little carried away. True martial Emperor Dao. Shadowless Fist. At this moment, he was clad in white jade. His eyes shone brightly. Being called trash thoroughly infuriated Long Chen's arrogant heart. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be exhausted. However, Long Chen was different. Ancient Blood Hell Diagram. Bas. What made Huang Yu dumbfounded was that a blood-colored array had completely covered the inner surface of his Jade Lock World. This blood-red array was filled with all kinds of runes, almost cutting off his connection with the Jade Lock World. The original Ancient Blood Hell Array diagram was flat. However, the Ancient Blood Hell Array diagram was actually very rigid. Under Long Chen's control, the entire Jade Lock realm became the domain of the Ancient Blood Hell Array diagram. Blood-colored blood permeated the entire Jade Lock realm, turning the interior of the Jade Lock realm blood-red. As for Long Chen, he was like a god of death hidden in the red. Boom, boom, boom. It's just a small trick. Huang Yu ignored the blood and sneered. The fist technique in his hand changed. The great Dao danced, and the formless fist gradually turned into a shadowless fist. It disappeared without a trace. He couldn't distinguish the fist momentum just now, but now he couldn't see it at all. Bas. Although he couldn't see the fist momentum, a terrifying suppressive force rushed towards Long Chen. It was as though thousands of people were shouting in front of Long Chen. A pinnacle will of the martial path suddenly penetrated through. However, this was within the ancient blood hell diagram, an area controlled by Long Chen. The true martial phaseless battle technique is only at this level. Long Chen sneered. He mobilized the dragon blood divine energy in his body and gathered all his strength. At this moment, his muscles bulged, and his body emitted the aura of an ancient giant beast. Blood-colored mist shrouded him. 9 Dragons Scripture. Purple Blood Demonic Dragon. 8 divine dragon phantoms filled the entire Jade Lock boundary. The power of the 8 divine dragons all gathered in the Scarlet Blood Eternal Wilderness. Long Chen had no fear in his heart. Although his opponent was one of the top geniuses of the true martial Emperor Palace, he was also one of them. With the ancient blood hell diagram, not only would Long Chen's power not be cut off, but it would also be replenished faster than his opponent. While Huang Yu was gathering spiritual energy, his blood essence was burning, becoming a part of Long Chen's power. As the 9 Dragons Scripture moved, the Jade Lock boundary trembled. The 2 attacks collided in the Jade Lock boundary, and the entire Jade Lock boundary was on the verge of exploding. Huang Yu stabilized his body at the critical moment and finally stabilized the Jade Lock boundary. After Long Chen executed his attack, he suddenly used the blood rebirth method to shift. In terms of divine energy, Long Chen was inferior to his opponent. However, the 9 Dragons Scripture was already a peak attack. With the addition of Nirvana energy, Long Chen actually managed to suppress his opponent's shadowless fist. The true martial Dao was formless and shadowless. Huang Yu had comprehended its essence, but he had met Long Chen, who could break it. A tyrannical attack and a horrifying will shocked Huang Yu. Huang Yu could not help but be shocked by Long Chen. After his qi and blood surged in the air, Huang Yu's arrogant expression was finally torn apart by Long Chen. He had no choice but to face this horrifying man shrouded in blood mist. With your current strength, you will definitely soar after entering the martial god palace. Not bad at all. However, as a senior brother, do you think I am that simple? That is too laughable. According to their relationship, Huang Yu was indeed Long Chen's current senior brother. After all, Long Chen had already obtained the qualifications to enter the martial god palace. According to the rules, a junior brother had to respect his senior brother. However, Long Chen was a rebellious person. He did not care about this at all. Let's finish this battle first before talking. Long Chen snorted coldly and instantly switched positions. He held the god-imprisoning fiend lock in his left hand and the desolate scarlet blood saber in his right. With the immemorial blood hell's formation changing, Long Chen appeared extremely horrifying. Every move he made seemed like he did not care about his life, putting immense pressure on Huang Yu. As a senior brother, Huang Yu's pride in his bones grew increasingly frustrated. Never mind. In that case, let me teach you the principle of respecting your teachers. Otherwise, with your attitude, people will come after you before you can rise up in the martial god palace. Huang Yu shouted, and a white light flowed around his body. His world energy was even more horrifying than the god-defying church's world energy. Chapter 1367. A white jade-like radiance circulated and formed a curtain in front of him. At that moment, a terrifying aura descended from Huang Yu's body. He seemed to have taken out something from his divine kingdom that could change the outcome of this battle. When this item appeared, Long Chen's body trembled violently. A monstrous pressure pressed down on his body and pressed him to the ground. Martial God Catalogue. Huang Yu waved his hand and a golden scroll appeared in front of him. This was a golden scroll that was 3 meters long and 1 meter wide. Its back was facing Long Chen, so Long Chen couldn't see what was on the golden scroll. He could only sense that this golden scroll had a suppressive force that made it impossible for him to look at it directly. This item was called the Martial God Catalogue. In a short moment, Long Chen didn't even have the chance to communicate with the others in the Great Void Realm. Huang Yu laughed heartily as he put the Martial God Catalogue on his body. That huge golden scroll actually fused with his body. When everything was done, Huang Yu looked like a golden martial god. His entire body was glowing brightly, and an incomparably dense martial aura burst out of his body. It was as though a divine spirit had descended. Boom, boom, boom. Long Chen was pushed back by that aura, but he didn't choose to fall or move his position. Instead, he used his own will to resist the will of the martial god catalogue. Ancestral chant. With a light shout, countless golden shadows appeared around the golden martial god Huang Yu. These shadows were sitting cross-legged and couldn't be seen clearly. However, they were able to make dizzying noises. It was as though millions of flies were flying around his ears. In a short period of time, Long Chen's blood was boiling and his face was pale. He almost dropped the scarlet blood sky desolation in his hand. Admit defeat. The Martial God Catalogue is a supreme treasure bestowed to me by the true Martial Emperor Palace. It is a Dao artifact with 2 Dao patterns and is a supreme treasure of the martial path. With the Martial God Catalogue, I, Huang Yu, am a martial god. Even 100,000 of you wouldn't be a match for me. After saying that, Huang Yu's body abruptly transformed. With a terrifying speed, he appeared in front of Long Chen and punched out with earth-shattering force. Before the terrifying might of the punch even arrived, Long Chen's body shuddered violently, as if he had been struck by a giant hammer. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh! Blood rebirth. Long Chen shifted his position and dodged the other party's punch. Your bloodline mystique is indeed amazing, but can you really dodge it? Huang Yu laughed out loud. With a shake of his body, the entire Jade Lock world was filled with his golden martial god shadows. These weren't clones, but attacks created by his invisible fist. Break. Once the golden martial gods moved, all sorts of attacks almost sealed off all of Long Chen's escape routes. At this moment, Huang Yu had completely turned golden. On the martial god catalogue, the golden marks that looked like symbols and words were constantly rotating, generating a large amount of power that gathered in Huang Yu's body, increasing his attack power endlessly. That martial god catalogue made Long Chen extremely envious. If it wasn't for this item, Huang Yu probably wouldn't have been able to defeat him so easily. However, Long Chen didn't give in. He kept the Scarlet Blood Desolation Sword. The only thing he could rely on was the extreme finger of time. At this moment, Long Chen was using the Blood Drop Rebirth to change his position while frantically using the extreme finger of time to counterattack. He had plenty of divine origin energy to use. This was because under the ancient Blood Hell diagram array, he could replenish whatever energy his opponent could replenish. Boom, boom, boom. The golden heavy fist and the extreme Ian finger collided again and again. Long Chen's finger, which had fused with the void Ian dragon's claw, was already dripping with blood. His skin was lacerated and his finger was almost broken. However, his opponent's attack was still very powerful. Admit defeat and give me the golden token. I won't make things difficult for you. Huang Yu looked down and revealed his true motive. Dream on! Long Chen roared. His chi and blood condensed. That fiendish look of his caused Huang Yu to feel a deep sense of dread. That bleeding finger seemed to contain a terrifying power. It was as though something was awakening on Long Chen's finger. Break! 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 Long Chen didn't care about anything else. He was looking for an opportunity to break and rebuild. Huang Yu could provide him with such an opportunity. Sometimes, cultivation was about risking one's life. This was especially so for the extreme Ian finger. If he didn't put his life on the line, how could he obtain a flourishing vitality? From the confusion of time to the stillness of time, Long Chen had pondered too many things. At this moment, he was searching for the reason why time was still. The more Huang Yu suppressed an attack, the more opportunities he would have. The enlightenment he gained from fighting Long Xing and the others allowed Long Chen to use it all at this moment. His opponent was so strong that Long Chen could completely ignore everything else and only focus on using the extreme Ian finger. He was a cultivation maniac. If not, he wouldn't have his current strength if his talent was too strong. He discovered that after adjusting again and again, he was finally able to find that trace of enlightenment. He found the flow of time that flowed through his body, or rather, his fingertips. And what Long Chen needed to do now was to stop this flow of time from slipping away. The more his left index finger was bathed in blood, the more changes it underwent. Long Chen didn't notice that during the process of his bloody and regenerating finger, it was quietly changing its appearance. It could be said that from a human finger, it had unconsciously transformed into the claw of a dragon. This was clearly not the claw of the primordial blood spirit dragon. It was the claw of the void Ian dragon. At this moment, the claw was emitting a faint glow. It was like a vortex that swallowed the formless flow of time in the surroundings. You really don't know what's good for you. In that case, Huang Yu didn't stand on ceremony with Long Chen. He unleashed a violent attack. The might of the golden martial god was unstoppable, but he was also very depressed. If it had been any other martialist, they would have been smashed into a meat patty by now. Only Long Chen, who had a strong will and the ancient blood prison diagram, could forcibly hold on for almost a quarter of an hour. True martial Emperor Dao. Formless fist. In the end, Huang Yu no longer stood on ceremony. He used the third move of the true martial formless battle technique. Formless shadowless formless. This punch was the strongest of the three moves. With the attack power of the martial god catalog, it was enough to smash Long Chen into a meat patty. Boom! The 100-meter-tall golden martial god image condensed behind him. As Huang Yu punched, it gathered on his fist. At this moment, Huang Yu's eyes were completely closed, allowing his heart to dominate this punch. After the golden martial god was the pure white jade Qilin image. The meridians on its body were exactly the same as those on Huang Yu's body. At this moment, Huang Yu looked like a humanoid jade Qilin. Under this attack, the jade lock boundary was completely unstable. It trembled and could break at any time. Clanging sounds rang out. Long Chen looked up and saw a huge fist that occupied almost half of the space of the jade lock boundary descending towards him. This punch was the fist of the heavenly Tao. It was as if the power of the heavens was descending on Long Chen's head at a terrifying speed. In an instant, the bottom of the jade lock boundary cracked as if it had been peeled off. Cracks actually appeared on the ground of the ruins of the Tai Wei mountain. Rumble! The golden brilliance completely drowned Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen became perplexed and even forgot to dodge. That fatal punch expanded in his eyes, becoming bigger and bigger. This tiny bit of space seemed to extend infinitely in front of Long Chen's eyes. It was so long that Long Chen felt like he had spent a few centuries here. However, in the eyes of others, this was just an instant. At this moment, Long Chen's left index finger had completely turned into a dragon's claw. This was a very ordinary-looking dragon's claw. It was pure white and didn't seem as domineering as the ancient blood spiritual dragons. However, it was like a vortex that swallowed this unknown thing. That was time. In Long Chen's world, he didn't die. The speed of that punch was too slow, so slow that it seemed to have stopped. Long Chen felt that the mysterious thing that was flowing out of his body seemed to have suddenly stopped at the critical moment of death. This was because it seemed to have been drawn away by his finger in this short period of time. Is that so? In fact, everything he felt was an illusion. The speed of the formless fist was still terrifying. However, at the critical moment, Long Chen stretched out his finger and stabbed it towards the sky. That ordinary-looking dragon's claw released an indescribable wave of energy that permeated the golden heavy fist. Time stood still. Everything in the sky above Long Chen actually stopped moving. At that moment, Huang Yu was incomparably horrified. At this moment when all the energy had been mobilized to the highest degree, everything suddenly stopped. The price was undoubtedly a backlash. Furthermore, it wasn't just the stillness of time. It was a large-scale time disorder. The power of the disorder seemed to have increased by dozens of times. Formless light waves spread out and the power of the formless fist was torn apart bit by bit. In the end, that power collided with Huang Yu's body. Pfft! Huang Yu was blasted into the sky. His body was badly mutilated. Buzz! It was only at this moment that Long Chen's finger stopped devouring. When he released his finger, everything returned to normal. However, above his head, there was already a vast expanse of sky and sea. Without Huang Yu's control, the Jade Lock world shattered. Outside the Jade Lock world, everyone had already gathered to watch. When they saw Long Chen, who was covered in dust, standing proudly in the distance, and Huang Yu, who was badly mutilated, falling from the sky with a loud bang, everyone's face seemed to cramp, and they were momentarily stunned. Even Long Xing drew in a breath of cold air at this moment. He looked at Long Chen in shock. Before this, he had never felt that Long Chen's strength was enough to defeat Huang Yu. If they could see the scene of the decisive battle just now, they would probably be even more shocked. This was because Long Chen directly made his opponent freeze for about 1 to 2 breaths of time. Chapter 1368. This time, the extreme cosmic finger had truly awakened. Long Chen started to feel the existence of the Void Infinity Dragon's Claw. Although it was still somewhat unfamiliar, at least he could communicate with it. Big brother. Mo Xiaolang rushed over anxiously. Long Chen had indeed collapsed at this moment, but it was not a big deal. His recovery ability was very terrifying. At this moment, the small wounds on his body were healing at a visible rate. Under Long Chen's control, the left index finger changed from the dragon claw form to the finger form again. The only difference was that this finger was different. From today onwards, it would become Long Chen's most terrifying killing move. This made Long Chen pay attention to the power of the Void Infinity Dragon for the first time. This was a mysterious ancestral dragon. Its existence was full of mysteries. Perhaps Kitten would know something. It's fine now. Long Chen smiled at him. Mo Xiaolang finally relaxed. He looked at Huang Yu in the distance and revealed a happy smile. I knew you would succeed. You can even defeat Huang Yu. Now, you are almost unrivaled in the divine martial realm. He was speaking incoherently, but this was all due to the excitement in his heart. Yuan Xiaozhou and the others were all stunned. They looked at each other, their hearts trembling. They finally understood that going against this madman was the worst choice in their lives. Huang Yu was seriously injured. He struggled to get up. Although his body was recovering, it would probably take a long time for him to recover his fighting strength in this kind of situation, unless he had something good on him. However, no matter what, it was already a fact that he had lost to Yi Shiwen. I've lost. I'm convinced. Huang Yu finally revealed an expression of awe. He looked at Long Chen and continued, In the future when you go to the Martial God Palace, if there is anything I can help you with, feel free to tell me. Long Chen pondered for a while. This fellow could not be considered his enemy. Speaking of which, he had to thank Huang Yu for his breakthrough in the extreme cosmic finger. Originally, Xiao Chen had wanted to kill Xiao Chen and snatch away the martial god catalog. However, that might not be something suitable for him. Forget it. Furthermore, he still had to interact with Xiao Chen in the Martial God Palace in the future. It was not appropriate to form a grudge now. Moreover, Long Chen could feel that his opponent did not have the determination to kill him. He still held back a little in his last move, so Long Chen also held back. Huang Yu willingly took out the golden token and threw it into Long Chen's hand, saying, "Your spoils of war."
Then he looked at Mo Xiaolang and said, "Where are my brothers?"
"They're lying down." "They're not dead," Mo Xiaolang said. Huang Yu nodded and said, "You're all gentlemen, and I've played the villain this time. However, I accept my loss wholeheartedly. With your strength, you're qualified to possess the gold tokens of the other 7 teams." At this moment, he was actually so lonely as he walked away step by step. The others finally understood that after Long Chen defeated Huang Yu, he had completely entered the level of the peak young experts in the 3 domains and 9 realms. Mo Xiaolang had also just defeated Huang Yu. In other words, Long Chen's true battle prowess was already similar to Mo Xiaolang's. The unpredictability of the ancient blood hell array diagram and the attack power of the extreme universe finger were added together. Long Chen's divine essence was still lacking, but his other aspects were already top-notch. This was also the reason why Long Xing admired him. Under Long Chen's gaze, the others suddenly scattered, no longer daring to watch them. In their hearts, they had already listed Long Chen as the most dangerous person. This time, Long Chen's reputation was going to spread.
Once the 12 Supreme Alliances and the 3 domains and 9 realms knew about it, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace would probably change some things because of this. At the very least, when the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's team found out that Long Chen actually had 10 golden tokens, their expressions would definitely be very interesting. Apart from the things left behind by the Voidian Dragon, Long Chen came to Eternal Hell for another very important matter, and that was to kill Wang Chao. Only by killing this arrogant young man from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace could Long Chen feel at ease. At the same time, this was also the first way for him to prove himself. For this day, he had prepared for almost 9 years. 9 years of struggle. Wasn't it just for the moment when he killed Wang Chao? The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace team wouldn't be too far away. It's settled. Let's go, you 2 naggy guys. Long Xing looked at them with incomparable disdain. Without another word, he sped towards the direction of the Tai Wei mountain. It's time to go. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang quickly followed. They had wasted more than 10 days here, and time was running out. They had to quickly get Mo Xiaolang's 9 Nether Demon Ancestral Flame. After devouring that portion of 9 Nether Demon Ancestral Flame, Mo Xiaolang would be able to advance to the 9th grade Demon God. At that time, his fighting strength would probably be similar to Long Xing. Long Xing had yet to show his true strength. With the gravity of the Tai Wei mountain, they could only climb step by step before they could leave. Big brother, do you think one of the 10 great ghost kings, King Chu Jiang, will follow us again? Mo Xiaolang whispered. I don't know. Halfway up the mountain, Long Chen surveyed his surroundings, but he didn't see anything. Below him was a stretch of ruins. Long Chen's gaze suddenly fell on the skeleton in the middle of the plaza. That white jade skeleton seems to be looking up at something. Mo Xiaolang mumbled. Long Chen suddenly felt his scalp go numb. He also felt that the white jade skeleton seemed to be looking up as well. When he looked up, the white jade skeleton's gaze landed on a dark layer of clouds. He couldn't see anything at all. The leaden clouds in that place were very low. Guys, can we go faster? Long Xing changed his body and appeared in front of them. Let's go. Long Chen didn't care too much about it. This was not the key point of this trip. The 3 of them used their fastest speed to descend from the peak of the Tai Wei mountain. There were still countless rioting ghosts below, and there were even more ghosts of various kinds. There were many powerful ones, some of which could even be compared to giant devils. These kinds of ghosts were not to be trifled with, and they came in groups. Fortunately, their speed was not as fast as the 3 of them. Following Long Xing, the 3 of them sped through the sky like 3 shooting stars. Looking back, the steep peaks of the Tai Wei mountain were like devil claws grabbing towards the sky. Along the way, the 3 of them were silent. The injuries that Long Chen had sustained during his battle with Huang Yu had already completely healed. He was someone who didn't want to waste time. As they hurried along, he also pondered over the 2nd stage of the extreme cosmic finger. He had only displayed it. There was still a long way to go on this path.
After spending about 3 days, Long Xing finally found the small path. This small path was in a hidden valley. There were very few ghosts inside. After flipping over many strange boulders, they finally found a small path that was only 1 meter wide. It's here. You guys can go in. After passing through, it will be the netherworld. Long Xing clapped his hands, completing the task. Long Chen asked, "You're not following us?" Long Xing was startled. "Why would I follow you?" "Oh right, why are you going to the netherworld?" Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang glanced at each other. There were rumors of the 9 nether demon ancestral flame in the eternal hell. It was just that no one knew where it was. Moreover, no one could retrieve it. Even if they did, it would be useless. Thus, telling Long Xing about it was not a big deal. "We're going to find the 9 nether demon ancestral flame," Mo Xiaolang said straightforwardly. Long Xing suddenly understood and said, "That's right.
Demon race's sovereign. I heard that Moon Swallower actually went to the supreme demon world and collapsed the 9 nether demon mountain just to find the 9 nether demon ancestral flame." Speaking up to here, he suddenly laughed and stared at the two of them. "You two brats, your luck is really good.
How do I know where the 9 nether demon ancestral flame is?"
Long Chen was startled and quickly said, "Anyway, you have nothing to do.
It's good that you know the location. Come with us." "You order me?" Long Xing teased. "Whatever you think. Let's go." Long Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. If the other party refused, he would say it directly. From Long Xing's mischievous attitude, Long Chen knew that this guy would not refuse his request. "All right, let me be merciful and lead the way for you. I'll say this first, if it's a battle between the 20 teams of the 12 Supreme Alliances, I won't interfere."
"Whatever,"
Long Chen said and moved forward in the mountain crack. Soon, they arrived at the Yellow Springs ancient path. It was a long and quiet path. The red spider lilies on both sides were very beautiful. It was like a bloody red carpet. In this oppressive environment, the three of them hurried on without saying anything. This Yellow Springs ancient path was very long. After walking for a whole day, they finally saw the end. In front of them, a gust of yin qi assaulted their faces. The temperature dropped a lot. Long Chen knew that they had arrived at the netherworld hell. Walking out from another mountain crack, Long Chen helplessly realized that in the netherworld hell, the ghosts were indeed densely packed. There were riots everywhere. A large number of ghosts were gathered together, fighting with each other and devouring each other's bodies as food. The three of them stood high up on the mountain and instantly attracted the attention of many ghosts. The smell of living things was simply a delicacy to them. At this moment, countless ghosts rushed towards Long Chen and the others. Among them, there were many ghosts that were very strong. There was a type of sky-een ghost. Its body wasn't big, but it was equivalent to a giant devil. Most importantly, it not only had strong attacks, but it could fly and was very fast. The moment the three of them appeared, there were 2 sky-een ghosts that screamed and rushed towards them. Dark clouds rolled and waves of yin qi almost froze Long Chen. Broken things. Long Xing was very fond of such things. He opened his mouth and a purple aura engulfed a sky-een ghost, turning it into a corpse. Chapter 1369. One of my seniors from the demonic dragon palace once went to the netherworld. I happened to hear him mention that there is a place called the Northern Underworld Ocean. It's extremely cold, and in the depths of the ocean, there are flames burning. That should be the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame. Long Xing said as they hurried along. Extremely cold? That should be the case. Mo Xiaolang was excited. His situation was similar to Long Chen's. Long Chen had more or less finished absorbing the ancestral dragon's essence blood. Mo Xiaolang only lacked 1 or 2 portions of the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame. He hadn't broken through in a while, so he was quite anxious. He was anxious because of Long Chen. He had promised Long Chen that he would go with him to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Without overwhelming power, it would be useless to go there. The desire in Long Chen's heart was also his desire. All right, there's something you must remember. Although we haven't known each other for long and can't be considered friends, since I'm helping you, I hope you can keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone that I'm from the demonic dragon palace. Also, don't guess why I'm here. Long Xing looked at them sternly. Long Chen lazily glanced at him and said, "Don't worry."
Who would be interested in revealing this trivial matter of yours?
That's good. I knew you guys were good.
If you weren't guys, I would have taken you in. Ha! Scram!
Longxing didn't know the exact location of the northern underworld ocean. He could only explore in one direction. However, the northern underworld ocean was huge, so it shouldn't be a problem. However, after 1 or 2 days, Mo Xiaolang could feel the presence of the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame. At this point, they didn't need Longxing anymore. Longxing was still responsible and accompanied them all the way to the northern underworld ocean. Along the way, Emperor Chujiang didn't appear again. While Long Chen was on his way, he was also paying attention to his surroundings, in case one of the ghost kings that he couldn't figure out suddenly appeared. In the Great Void Realm, the 3 of them were very bored. However, with the commotion outside, they did not dare to come out. The northernmost sea was just ahead. At this point, the surrounding mountains and plains were all covered in a layer of black ice. The surroundings became incomparably cold. This kind of cold was so cold that it could pierce one's heart. This damnable place is simply much colder than the icy hell, Longxing grumbled non-stop.
We're here.
Long Chen raised his head. In front of him was an incomparably smooth black ice field. Behind the ice field, there were waves of seawater. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang took a few steps forward. It was an incomparably vast and boundless pure black ocean. It was as black as ink. There were countless weapons and countless waves were surging. Boom, boom, boom. The seawater surged to the sky. In the seawater, there were countless black ice shards and ice cubes. A wave of cold air rushed towards Long Chen and the others. Even with the terrifying physical bodies of Long Chen and Longxing, they could still feel the cold. To Mo Xiaolang, this was simply heaven. After all, it was as if he had received the inheritance of the 9 underworld demonic ancestral flame. He had already become the controller of the 9 underworld demonic ancestral flame. That's right. The 9 underworld demonic ancestral flame is in the deepest part of the northernmost sea. I can already feel its existence. It is calling me, said Mo Xiaolang excitedly. Don't be too anxious. The northernmost sea is so big. Let's take it slow, said Long Chen in a low voice. Although he had not seen Emperor Chujiang along the way, Long Chen was still very careful. That mysterious ghost king would always appear when Long Chen was not paying attention. If it wasn't for his good luck, he would have made a huge mistake.
I understand.
Mo Xiaolang nodded. The 3 of them quietly approached the huge northernmost sea. Very quickly, they stood by the seaside. It was a cliff covered in black ice. Below it, black seawater surged up to the sky. The might of nature was vast and mighty. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the seawater soared up to the sky. Long Chen used his soul eye technique to observe the surroundings. Only then did he discover that the northernmost sea was dead silent. There were no living creatures around. It was rare that there were no ghosts around the northernmost sea.
Let's go down.
After confirming, the 3 of them decided to go down together. Just when everyone was ready, Long Chen suddenly became vigilant and said, "Someone is coming." In the sea in front of the 3 of them, someone broke through the huge waves and rushed towards them. The huge waves rushed to 100 meters in front of Long Chen and the others. The waves crashed down and a group of 5 people appeared in front of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. The moment Long Chen saw them, he knew it was them. Seeing that it was these people, Mo Xiaolang's ferocious eyes gradually revealed the ferocity of the wolf race. He stared coldly at the 5 people in front of him. Longxing didn't care. He took a few steps back, as if he didn't want to fight. The 5 people were led by 2 people. One of them was wearing a long yellow robe. His looks were ordinary, but his aura was similar to Mo Xiaolang's, like a whirlpool. But if one looked closely at his eyes, they could feel the boundless aura from him. He was definitely a terrifying giant beast. The other person was a burly man. His skin was almost purple, and his facial features were similar to an ape. His muscles were bulging, and a strong visual impact burst out. The aura of a wild beast was very obvious. The remaining 3 people were the evil spirit flood dragon, the snow stinger, and the scarlet firmament fire ant. That's right. Long Chen hadn't expected to meet the team from the desolate Emperor Palace on the dark North Sea. Or perhaps they had been waiting here for a long time. The young man from the Kuanping race, who had been competing with Mo Xiaolang for a long time, was called Zhong Yu. The great ape king of the purple-gold demonic ape race was called Meng Yi. They were both top figures in the demon race. Among the billions of races in the demon race, they were quite astonishing. They were the most talented races, especially the Xueqi race. Their population was extremely small, but as long as they reached adulthood, they would be the top experts of the demon race. Among the demon race, the most important factor that determined a person's future and combat strength was the race's bloodline. It was impossible for low-level races to produce experts, and high-level races, such as the Xueqi race, couldn't possibly have weaklings. The purple-gold demonic ape race was originally very strong, and the great ape king that was born every 1,000 years, or even several thousand years, had a similar status to the Xueqi race. In addition, the evil spirit flood dragon was also one of the more famous flood dragon race. The demon race was divided into 3 categories: the beast race, the insect race, and the tree race. The Desolate Emperor Palace's team didn't have a member of the tree race, but they had 2 members of the insect race, the Scarlet Firmament Fire Ant and the Snow Stinger. They were also very famous among the insect race. When the 2 sides met, it was like the meeting of enemies. Mo Xiaolang, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. The Xueqi youth Zhong Yu's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a powerful impact. As he spoke, the seawater below trembled, and the black ice beneath Long Chen's feet began to shatter. Long Chen understood that the Xueqi was a giant beast, even larger than the purple-gold ape king. It wasn't strange at all for it to have such ability. The demon race wasn't a savage beast without intelligence. At the same level, the demon race was much stronger than the savage beasts. Looking at the seawater below, Zhong Yu continued, "There should be the 9 Nether Devil Ancestral Flame here. I know that your goal here is the 9 Nether Devil Ancestral Flame, so we didn't go anywhere but waited for you here. As expected, you've come." Mo Xiaolang sneered, "What kind of hatred do you have for me? Did I steal your things? Or did I kill your people?" Zhong Yu shook his head and chuckled. His expression was a little strange as he said, "Neither. You and I have no enmity, but I just don't like you. You're just an outsider. You don't belong to our demon race, but you've taken up a large amount of resources that our demon race's younger generation has nurtured." The purple-gold ape king, Meng Yi, said, "There are over 100 types of immortal essences, and among them, there are no lack of 2 Dao patterns. There are even 3 Dao patterns that are incomparably precious. Those originally belonged to us, and we split them evenly. But now you have them for yourself. Naturally, we don't feel comfortable in our hearts." Mo Xiaolang shifted his gaze to Meng Yi and said angrily, "Meng Yi, I used to think that you were righteous and sensible. Why are you so narrow-minded? This is something that the Desolate Emperor has decided. How can I change it?" At this time, Zhong Yu of the Xueqi race laughed. "Mo Xiaolang, you're really naive. Don't you understand our true goal? We're guarding this place, not participating in the competition for the golden tokens, just to fight you. We want to prove to them that their biased nurturing of you is wrong. You, Mo Xiaolang, have consumed over 100 types of immortal essences. You can cultivate the 100 race battle manual, and you can even enter the 9-colored thunder formation to temper yourself for half a year. But even if you use up a large amount of resources, we're still stronger than you. I want them to know that their way of doing things is wrong. They shouldn't have bet the future of the demon race on a bottomless pit like you." Meng Yi also said, "Yes, you're a bottomless pit. And among the demon race, there are many people that need to be nurtured. You're not the only one." Mo Xiaolang felt helpless. He stood there blankly for a while before he understood. "I understand now. In the end, you're just jealous. Jealousy is the devil. Since you've made your choice, I'll make you understand." The moment he said this, the flames of war between the 2 sides were ignited. They had just fought with the true Martial Emperor Palace's team, but they didn't expect to meet the most terrifying enemy in the next battle. The publicly acknowledged #1 team, the Desolate Emperor Palace. If Long Chen's group could defeat them, they would truly be #1. "The 2 of you aren't from the demon race. It's best that you don't poke your nose into other people's business." The malevolent flood dragon glared at Long Chen and Long Xing smiled. "You guys fight, I'm just a spectator. Don't take me seriously." Long Chen couldn't even use the word shameless to describe this fellow. "I'll continue to work hard today. I still owe everyone 17 chapters. I'll try to pay them back on National Day." I don't like owing people. Chapter 1370. After Long Xing finished speaking, he retreated far away and watched the conflict between Long Chen's group with great interest. Long Xing was undoubtedly the one Zhong Yu and Meng Yi feared the most. If Long Xing didn't make a move, things would be much easier to handle. As for Long Chen, they had already met Long Chen before. Back in the North Star battlefield, they had seen Long Chen's battle with Li Chueyue. He was indeed a pretty good youth, but to people at their level, he was nothing special. Long Chen's identity was a little strange. Someone as arrogant as Mo Xiaolang actually addressed him as Big Brother. This was truly hard to fathom. The enmity between both sides was rising. Zhong Yu glanced at Long Chen and said, "Are you sure you want to wade into these muddy waters? Given your strength, I advise you to do the same as that person earlier and hide first. We only want to teach the demon race's emperor's disciple a lesson, but if you interfere and we don't trust you, I won't take responsibility." They didn't care where Long Chen came from. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's people were arrogant, but the Desolate Emperor Palace's people were even more arrogant. They were publicly recognized as the #1 power in the 3 regions and 9 worlds. Given Long Chen's status in the true Martial Emperor Palace, they could kill as many of such characters as they wanted. It had always been Mo Xiaolang helping Long Chen, and this time, it was finally Mo Xiaolang's turn to help him. Long Chen naturally wouldn't pass on this responsibility. However, Mo Xiaolang didn't express his stance, so he wasn't in a hurry to speak. Under the pressure of the other party, Mo Xiaolang said, "The 5 of you, as members of the demon race, you should work together to deal with external threats. Your current actions aren't what your elders want. In my opinion, even if you can defeat me, I, Mo Xiaolang, am the Emperor's disciple. You can't do anything to me. Today, I'm here to take the 9 Nether Devil Ancestral Flame." Zhong Yu laughed heartily and said, "Enough nonsense. Don't try to fool us with a few words. I, Zhong Yu, don't see eye to eye with you. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Do you understand now?" Although Meng Yi didn't speak much, his fiery gaze revealed everything. "Let's fight." Long Chen saw that Mo Xiaolang was still hesitating. Big Brother wants you to take the risk. In fact, this was what Mo Xiaolang considered the most. The other party was much stronger than the true Martial Emperor Palace's team. If they fought, Mo Xiaolang might not be able to take care of Long Chen. This was his own business, and he didn't want to implicate Long Chen. "You don't see me as your brother, do you?" Long Chen felt a little helpless towards this guy. He solemnly said, "Remember, my business is your business, and your business is also my business. You should have understood this when we first met in Baiyang Town. Brothers are mutual. Do you understand?" Mo Xiaolang's face lit up with a smile and fighting spirit. He clenched his fists and said excitedly, "I understand. Let's fight side by side. In the eternal hell, us brothers have faced many challenges. This isn't the first time. Yes, we've never lost." Long Chen was gratified that this kid could think it through. A man should be fearless. In front of bravery, the Desolate Emperor Palace's team was nothing. Ha! Zhong Yu and the malevolent flood dragon behind him laughed heartily when they heard their conversation. Long Chen knew that these kids would laugh at him. At this time, he dropped a bomb. He raised his arm and revealed the golden token mark on the back of his left hand. He looked at them coldly and said, "Do you think I'm joking? Look here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. There are 10 golden tokens in total. We've already defeated 9 teams, including the team from the ancient Yuan Spirit World and the team from the true Martial Emperor Palace. If one were to take a closer look at the insignia, one would be able to tell just how many golden tokens there were." The 5 people from the Desolate Emperor Palace stared with their eyes wide open. They knew that it was impossible to obtain so many golden tokens by luck alone. Mo Xiaolang alone shouldn't have been able to obtain so many tokens. Could it be that the purple-armored young man behind them was helping them fight for these tokens? Zhong Yu and Meng Yi looked at each other. "When we attack, be careful of that purple-armored young man." They had completely ignored Long Chen's existence. After showing off his battle skills, the other party's eyes were burning with desire. Even if it was the Desolate Imperial Palace's team, they couldn't underestimate the Dao artifact with 3 Dao patterns. It was a peerless treasure, and the goddess flower and the innate Dao art were equally important. As long as they could cut off this young man's hand, everything would be theirs. Xueqi was extremely impressed with his luck.
His face gradually revealed a ferocious expression.
We'll attack later. The three of you, use the fastest time to snatch the 10 tokens for me, Xueqi ordered coldly. The others nodded. Seeing their greed, Long Chen sneered in his heart. As expected, people would lose their minds in front of treasures.
Long Chen tilted his head and looked at Mo Xiaolang.
His eyes were burning with passion. Along the way, the two of them had fought side by side many times. Every time, the two of them would emerge victorious. Long Chen could feel Mo Xiaolang's strength being transmitted to him. Big brother, Mo Xiaolang said agitatedly. Since it's unavoidable, let's fight. Use our fists to make them submit to us. Long Chen said with a smile, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Boom.
As soon as he finished his sentence, the two of them nodded.
One on the left and one on the right, they turned into 2 beams of light and charged at the 5 opponents. Xueqi and the rest did not expect that Long Chen and Liang Ran would make the first move.
Moreover, they wanted to fight against the 5 of them with just the 2 of them.
These 2 grandsons are crazy. Xueqi laughed maniacally. He exchanged a look with Meng Yi. The 2 of them didn't care if it was righteous or not. The 2 experts surrounded Mo Xiaolang. With the malevolent spirit flood dragon in the lead, the scarlet firmament fire ant and the snow stinger surrounded Long Chen from 3 angles. In their eyes, Long Chen had already turned into 3 peerless treasures. As long as they cut off Long Chen's arm, the 3 ninth-grade demonic immortals went berserk. They hadn't moved an inch in the dark North Sea, but 10 golden tokens were delivered to their doorstep. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel that Xueqi's decision was too good. Their luck was too good. Long Chen already knew that they would react this way. He secretly said to Mo Xiaolang, "Hold on for a while. I'll get off to a good start. After dealing with these 3, I'll hold off one for you. You don't like Xueqi, so fight to your heart's content. I'll hold off the others for you." Long Chen's strength was a huge variable. Among the Desolate Emperor Palace's team, who would know that he was a ruthless character like Huang Yu from the true Martial Emperor Palace? Buzz! As Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were separated, the 2 battlefields shook violently. Although Mo Xiaolang didn't want to fight at first, he wasn't the least bit hesitant when it came to the 100-tribe battle cannon. Given his physical body, even Xueqi and Meng Yi together might not be able to withstand it. Hurry up and get me the golden token. Kill that kid. Xueqi's character was ruthless. He couldn't be compared to Huang Yu's frankness. Yes. Among the 3 ninth-grade demonic immortals, the malevolent spirit flood dragon and the snow stinger were experts in using poison. They were the best to deal with Long Chen's mist. However, the scarlet firmament fire ant was the first to make a move. He was the smallest but the fastest. In an instant, he was in front of Long Chen. His black steel-like arms tore at Long Chen. As he charged at Long Chen, his arms turned into black gold claws. The claws burned with a fiery red flame, instantly turning his pincers red. Long Chen sneered. This little thing came to die first, so he couldn't be too harsh. Long Chen leaped into the air. The giant scarlet blood desolation appeared in his hand. The power of the 9 dragons scripture gathered in the halberd and he slashed it down with Long Chen. Go back! Long Chen's laughter echoed. The scarlet blood desolation fell like a meteor, colliding with the scarlet firmament fire ant's attack. With a loud crack, the scarlet firmament fire ant's arms were shattered by Long Chen, dissipating into the air. Long Chen displayed shocking combat strength. The scarlet firmament fire ant didn't think much of him before, which led to his arms being destroyed by Long Chen. Hiss! The scarlet firmament fire ant let out an inhuman scream of despair. It was smashed into the frozen northern underworld sea by Long Chen. The battlefield had been moving towards the center of the northern underworld sea. Long Chen knew that the 9 underworld demon ancestral flame was right below. Rip! The scarlet firmament fire ant was in pain and incomparable anger. As it fell, it transformed into its original form. Suddenly, a flame burned below, and a giant fire ant hundreds of meters long appeared in front of Long Chen. Its body was covered with dense fire patterns. In this extremely cold environment, the appearance of the scarlet firmament fire ant brought a trace of warmth. This was the most powerful combat state of the demon clan. Long Chen was facing the attacks of the other two experts when the Scarlet Firmament Fire Ant suddenly attacked. Scarlet Firmament Fire Domain. The range of the flames swept towards Long Chen. Long Chen's movements were extremely unyielding. He was about to make a move. At this moment, the Scarlet Firmament Fire Ant let out a scream. Its huge body and endless flames were unexpectedly out of its control, flying towards the direction of Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang was fighting with Zhong Yu and Meng Yi. He glanced at the Scarlet Firmament Fire Ant and sneered. He opened his mouth and a black vortex formed. The flames on the Scarlet Firmament Fire Ant seemed to have met its nemesis. It desperately rushed towards Mo Xiaolang. Even the Scarlet Firmament Fire Ant couldn't control its body at all. Everyone revealed an incomparably horrified expression. No! The Scarlet Firmament Fire Ant let out a heart-wrenching scream. Mo Xiaolang, how dare you? Zhong Yu and Meng Yi were shocked. Why wouldn't I dare? Mo Xiaolang opened his mouth and swallowed. The Scarlet Firmament Fire Ant became infinitely smaller. Even the flames on its body were completely swallowed into Mo Xiaolang's stomach. In an instant, he spat out a corpse and fell into the vast northern underworld sea. Chapter 1371. The shattered, lifeless corpse fell from the sky like a pile of scrap metal, crashing into the northern underworld sea, stirring up waves that filled the sky and causing the sea to tremble. The scene suddenly froze. Not to mention the others, even Long Chen himself was a little stunned. He had finally seen it. It turned out that this was the fighting style of the monster clan, which was more direct than the fighting style of the human clan. Mo Xiaolang's attribute was fire, but he seemed to be the nemesis of fire. For a race like the Red Cloud Fire Ant, which was inferior to him in terms of fighting strength and aptitude, he could easily swallow the fire essence in his body. After a moment of silence, Zhong Yu and Meng Yi surrounded Mo Xiaolang from both sides. Their faces were very ugly. At this time, Zhong Yu said coldly, Mo Xiaolang, you're really good. You can even kill your own people. Mo Xiaolang had interacted with Long Chen for a long time. Birds of a feather flock together, so he had learned a lot from him. He wasn't afraid at all. At this time he said, I dare say that if you don't know what's good for you, you'll end up the same as them. I'm the Desolate Imperial Palace's Imperial Prince, the son of the Desolate Imperial Emperor. This is disobedience and disobedience. It's a matter of course for me to take your lives. As the son of the Desolate Imperial Emperor, Mo Xiaolang's position in the Desolate Imperial region was destined to be supreme. Even if the other races of the demon race weren't convinced, so what? As long as the Desolate Imperial Emperor was still alive, his position would be unshakable. There were also 800 wolf tribes supporting Mo Xiaolang. Among the wolf tribes, there was also the Kuanping tribe. Zhong Yu's face darkened as he roared, Mo Xiaolang, you're just a lucky guy. Do you really think you're something? Let me tell you, don't be too arrogant. If you're not the Imperial Prince, you're nothing. Mo Xiaolang, you're just a lucky guy. Do you really think you're something? Let me tell you, don't be too arrogant. If you're not the Imperial Prince, you're nothing. Long Chen laughed. Mo Xiaolang had completely mastered his charm. When he spoke, he would simply anger them half to death. At this critical juncture, the remaining malevolent flood dragon and the snow stinger actually launched a sneak attack on Long Chen. The malevolent flood dragon knew that Long Chen was powerful. In order to obtain the 10 golden tokens, it directly transformed into its beast form. The malevolent spirit flood dragon was much stronger than the Scarlet Firmament Fire Ant. His true form was revealed, condensing to a height of 100 meters that was most suitable for combat. The Jiao dragon was a species that possessed the bloodline of the primordial divine dragon, and had a trace of the divine dragon's bloodline. At this moment, when he transformed into his beast form and rode on the clouds, he was very similar to the divine dragon. On the other side, a snow-white scorpion appeared. This scorpion wasn't very big, only about 10 meters long. Its entire body was surrounded by a snowy mist. The malevolent flood dragon hadn't even attacked yet, but it had already charged forward. Toxic Snow Domain. Under the control of the snow-white scorpion, the snowy mist around her expanded in an instant. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with snowflakes. These snowflakes weren't just snowflakes, they were also extremely painful. The bug race's pain was extremely intense. Many experts with incomparably strong physical bodies could still be corroded by the pain. And the snow stinger's snow poison was even more outstanding among the lethal poisons. As long as one's skin came into contact with it, they would definitely collapse. At this moment, the snow poison had completely covered Long Chen's body. A snow-white scorpion, like a precious jade, moved around Long Chen at an incomparably fast speed, carrying a large amount of snow poison with it. The sharpest tail behind her pierced through the air, stabbing towards Long Chen. The speed was so fast that it left one speechless. But these were useless against Long Chen. His ancestral dragon body was already immune to all poisons. Although the snow poison was terrifying, and even Mo Xiaolang would be in trouble if he were to be hit by it, it was ineffective against Long Chen. Under the attack of the snow-white scorpion, Long Chen's face was ice-cold. He suddenly charged forward and slashed with a scarlet blood firmament in his hand. This time, he directly used the 8th level of the 9-dragon scripture. He was decisive. Even Mo Xiaolang of the demon race didn't show any mercy, so he didn't need to either. Crack! With lightning speed, Long Chen chopped off the snow stinger's tail horizontally. At the same time, the power of the 8th level of the 9-dragon scripture directly penetrated through and smashed onto the incomparably hard armor of the snow stinger. But the armor of the snow stinger was ultimately not that of the 5-clawed golden dragon. Previously, the mouth of the 5-clawed golden dragon had been smashed askew by Long Chen using the 8th level of the 9-dragon scripture, not to mention the snow stinger. With a loud explosion, flesh and blood flew everywhere. The snow stinger let out a blood-curdling scream. She was directly smashed into the northern underworld sea by Long Chen's giant halberd. In an instant, snow-white blood permeated the northern underworld sea. This only happened in an instant. Long Chen had finished off an opponent. After being hit by Long Chen's move, even if the snow stinger didn't die, she would definitely lose the ability to fight. At least in this battle, she had no way to deal with it. She hurriedly fled. The loud explosion and the blood-curdling scream attracted everyone's attention. Zhong Yu and Meng Yi were in the midst of an intense battle with Mo Xiaolang. Their hearts twitched when they saw this from the corner of their eyes. The snow stinger was defeated. It was so clean and neat. This ordinary-looking youth was unexpectedly strong. Whether it was Zhong Yu or Meng Yi, they both knew that they had underestimated Long Chen. Ghost disciple, hurry up and kill him. Do you want to die? Zhong Yu roared angrily. Under Mo Xiaolang's entanglement, he couldn't get away for a while. Ghost Disciple was the name of the malevolent spirit flood dragon. Roar! The malevolent spirit flood dragon's entire body was black. Just like its name, it was incomparably ugly. The scales on its body were full of holes. Each scale had a mark that looked like a ghost face. With thousands of ghost faces combined together, it was no wonder that it was called the malevolent spirit flood dragon. The most powerful technique of the malevolent spirit flood dragon was to control the wind-fire-lightning tribulation. However, it was not an ordinary wind-fire-lightning tribulation. Under Zhong Yu's command, the malevolent spirit flood dragon panicked. It was close at hand, and it could feel that Long Chen was difficult to deal with. It didn't have much confidence. This youth was unexpectedly strong, and it had already made its heart tremble. In particular, every time he made a move, his expression was very relaxed, as if he was doing something trivial. I don't care, I'll fight it out. Now that those two guys are done for, if I win and get the 10 golden tokens, one of the 3 great rewards might be mine. Moreover, this kid isn't that terrifying. Just now, the snow stinger and the others were too careless. The malevolent spirit flood dragon comforted itself. Especially when it thought that Long Chen was the murderer of the purple-eyed blood fox. Its heart was filled with hatred. Thinking back to the past, the purple-eyed blood fox was actually its best friend. Roar! The malevolent spirit flood dragon used all its techniques. Black chilly wind, black flames, and black thunderbolts appeared from its body at the same time, covering its head, body and tail. The dragon head opened its mouth and roared, and the black chilly wind blew strongly. The 4 claws were burning with black flames, covering the dragon's body. As its tail swept, black thunderbolts wrapped around its tail, and the more the tail swept, the more powerful the thunderbolts became. The flood dragon had always had the ability to summon wind and rain, and the malevolent spirit flood dragon was one of the best. They were the black wind of oblivion, the poisonous devouring fire, and the 9th heaven-een thunder.
These three powers were much more terrifying than the three minor tribulations, but they were completely controlled by the malevolent spirit flood dragon.
Despicable human, filthy, and despicable. How dare you kill my brother? You deserve to die. Today I'll grant you death. Its huge body didn't affect its speed at all. The malevolent spirit flood dragon controlled the three powers and suddenly descended. As the malevolent spirit flood dragon opened its mouth, an incomparably chilly wind swept towards Long Chen like countless knives. There was simply no way for him to escape. At the same time, the black wind of oblivion was followed by the attack of the poisonous devouring fire. The ninth heaven Een thunder was also stirring behind him, preparing for the most violent attack. Compared to the three minor tribulations, these three types of attacks were indeed on a higher level. The three minor tribulations were simply a nightmare for Long Chen. In his eyes, the malevolent spirit flood dragon had become incomparably detestable. Long Chen was furious.
He waved the huge halberd and rushed forward without saying a word.
Level 8 of the 9 Dragons Scripture. Long Chen once again used the attack of the level 8 of the 9 Dragons Scripture. The 8 mystical dragons were the ancestors of the flood dragons. Under the impact of the power of the 9 Dragons Scripture, the black wind of oblivion was blasted away by Long Chen, scattering to the sides. After breaking through the black wind of oblivion, Long Chen laughed maniacally. A shocking defying will exploded from his eyes, violently shaking the spirit of the malevolent spirit flood dragon. Arg! The malevolent spirit flood dragon let out a tragic cry. At the same time, its 4 claws tore towards Long Chen. Given its physical body and demonic essence, the power of its claws, and the poisonous attack of the poisonous devouring fire, were not to be underestimated. However, Long Chen still used the remaining power of the level 8 of the 9 Dragons Scripture to blast away the claws in the most violent manner possible. One of the arms of the malevolent spirit flood dragon even chopped off Long Chen directly. The level 8 of the 9 Dragons Scripture broke through the black wind of oblivion and the poisonous devouring fire, causing the huge body of the malevolent spirit flood dragon to let out a terrified roar. Its door-sized eyes stared at Long Chen with extreme shock. How could you have made such great progress? The malevolent spirit flood dragon went berserk. Its tail, which was entwined with the Een thunder of the 9 heavens, lashed out at Long Chen. For a moment, it seemed as though half the sky had been pulled over by the black lightning. The black mass of the tail was heading towards Long Chen. Long Chen put away the scarlet blood sky desolation and looked expressionlessly at the incomparably huge and tough tail of the malevolent spirit flood dragon. The whip of the tail could even break a towering mountain, not to mention its body. The strong physical strength of a 9th-grade demon god was reflected here. At this moment, Long Chen's left index finger transformed into the shape of a dragon's claw. He easily used the level 1 of the extreme cosmic finger. Against this guy, there was no need to use the level 2 of the extreme cosmic finger. The awakening of the Void Infinity Dragon's Claw greatly increased the power of Long Chen's level 1 of the extreme cosmic finger, Time Disorder. It completely surpassed the power of the level 8 of the 9 Dragons Scripture. A plain finger pierced out, and the sky changed color. The malevolent spirit flood dragon's terrifying tail had just lashed out in front of Long Chen when the extreme cosmic finger pierced his body. For a moment, his entire body trembled, and then his tail began to turn into powder. Chapter 1372.
It had to be said that the malevolent flood dragon's body was quite strong, but Long Chen's extreme universe finger, which had been strengthened by the claws of the true void cosmic dragon, had far exceeded the limits of what his body could withstand. Starting from the tail, the power of the time disorder was like a maggot attached to a bone, advancing on Long Chen's body. Wherever it went, the flesh and blood of the evil spirit flood dragon splattered. Whatever Een thunder of the 9 heavens, under the attack of Long Chen's time disorder, was turned to ashes. From its tail to its body, half of the malevolent flood dragon had been destroyed in an instant. For a member of the demon race, having half of its body destroyed was an extremely grievous injury. However, the power of the extreme cosmic finger did not stop there. It continued to surge forward. The malevolent flood dragon looked as though it had seen the most terrible thing in its life. It fled in a hurry, howling in pain as it tumbled in the air above the dark North Sea. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Finally, it crashed into the dark North Sea and stopped moving. The power of the extreme universe finger had also passed, but the malevolent flood dragon's fate was unknown, just like the snow stingers. Of the 3 experts from the desolate Imperial Palace's team, other than the Scarlet Firmament Fire Ant,
who was directly swallowed by Mo Xiaolang. The other two were crippled by Long Chen in a very short period of time. The entire process took less than 30 breaths. How could Zhong Yu and Meng Yi not be shocked? They had previously thought that the three of them would be more than enough to deal with Long Chen and obtain 10 golden tokens.
However, the young man hovering in the air with his clothes fluttering in the wind and a sneer on his face was far stronger than Zhong Yu and Meng Yi had imagined.
Given the power of Long Chen's previous two moves, even Zhong Yu and Meng Yi would have had a hard time blocking them. Long Chen was definitely an expert close to their level. Is he improving fast, or is this his original strength? Zhong Yu's heart trembled when he met Long Chen's cold gaze. Meng Yi also had to admit that Long Chen was actually an opponent on the same level as them. They finally understood that Long Chen's obtaining of those gold command tokens wasn't entirely because of Mo Xiaolang, and Long Chen had absolutely played an important role in it. Zhong Yu and Meng Yi were infuriated to see their three teammates being abused by Long Chen in such a manner. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Although they were fighting Mo Xiaolang, their cold eyes would occasionally pay attention to Long Chen. They no longer dared to underestimate this youth. Instead, they placed him on the same level as them. Long Chen's attack just now had a huge impact on their souls. Just as Long Chen defeated the malevolent Wyrm, a strong fighting spirit burst out of his eyes. His entire body shot towards the battlefield where Mo Xiaolang was fighting. Be careful. Zhong Yu narrowed his eyes and shouted. Meng Yi was alerted. Indeed, Long Chen was charging towards him. When he suddenly turned his head, the blood-colored halberd was already in front of him. To Meng Yi, Long Chen's small body contained a terrifying amount of power. Meng Yi hurriedly received each of Long Chen's attacks. Each time, he felt his arm go numb. Boom. Long Chen lashed out with all his might. The scarlet blood desolation hit Meng Yi's broad and thick shoulder, which seemed to be cast from molten iron. With a loud bang, Meng Yi was blasted away from Mo Xiaolang's battle range. Go get the 9 Nether Demon Ancestral Flame. I'll help you watch this guy. Long Chen laughed loudly. Thank you, big brother. With Long Chen obstructing Meng Yi, it was much easier for him to deal with Zhong Yu while obtaining the 9 Nether Demon Ancestral Flame. In your dreams. Meng Yi was the Violet Gold Great Ape King. He was born with a loud voice. His roar was deafening. The Violet Gold Great Ape King was a giant beast that was as tall as the heavens. At this moment, its muscles and terrifying strength made it hard for Long Chen to block. Scram. Long Chen roared and punched out with the Grand Primal Chaos Lightning Fist. Condensed with the power of the Golden Lightning Caged Dragon, it violently shook towards the Violet Gold Great Ape King. His power once again blasted the other party away. Meng Yi retreated like a meteor, completely repelled by Long Chen. Long Chen's torrential attacks pushed Meng Yi further and further away from Mo Xiaolang's attack range. With Long Chen here, it was already impossible for them to surround Mo Xiaolang. Meng Yi, hurry up and kill him. I want to fight to the death with Mo Xiaolang. Zhong Yu's roar could be heard from afar. An incomparably terrifying aura of a gigantic beast suddenly descended upon the heavens and earth. Long Chen turned his head to take a look. In the sky, an incomparably huge golden rock suddenly appeared. It covered the sky and the sun. The golden light it emitted was incomparably resplendent. The golden feathers on its body were like pieces of razor blades, sharp and terrifying. This was the true form of the Kuan Pang. The Kuan Pang could be said to be a mystical creature because it had a total of 2 bodies. When it transformed into a divine bird, it was a rock that dominated the sky. When it transformed into a fish, it was a Kuan that dominated the boundless waters. At this moment, the golden rock was soaring in the sky like a god descending. With a slight flap of its wings, the seawater below rumbled and surged, forming towering waves that surged in all directions. Mo Xiaolang, where's your true form? Zhong Yu descended from the sky with a shrill cry. The Kuan Pang race was one of the few rare and powerful races among the demon race. It was no surprise to Long Chen that it had such a terrifying might. If this Kuan Pang continued to grow, it would definitely be able to enter the Nirvana Tribulation realm. The entire sky was filled with golden brilliance. In front of the golden-winged rock, the humanoid Mo Xiaolang was like a tiny ant. Mo Xiaolang acted as if he didn't hear Zhong Yu's challenge. He smiled and dived into the endless northernmost sea. Coward, you want to enter the dark North Sea to obtain the 9 Darkness Demon Ancestral Flame, right? Don't you know that the waters are my domain? High up in the sky, the golden-winged rock laughed out loud. Its huge body followed Mo Xiaolang and rushed into the even larger northernmost sea. The moment it entered the water, the golden-winged rock transformed into a huge fish with a length of 1,000 meters at an abnormal speed. It followed Mo Xiaolang and quickly dived into the deep water. In an instant, the entire dark North Sea was rumbling. It was obvious how intense the battle was. The waters were indeed the ruler of the Kuan Pang. The sun-devouring demon wolf was a land beast and wasn't suited to the waters. However, Mo Xiaolang was an exception. He was almost omnipotent. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The vast dark North Sea was originally very calm, but now it seemed to be boiling. Towering waves surged and rumbled. It was as though countless bombs were exploding inside. Looking at everything below, Long Chen smiled at the purple gold ape king Meng Yi. With me here, don't even think about diving into the water. Meng Yi crossed his thick arms in front of his chest. A pair of purple, bell-sized eyes stared sternly at Long Chen. He snorted coldly. I admit that you are definitely a genius warrior. I underestimated you before, but... Meng Yi's tone changed. In front of the monster race, no matter how strong you are still an ant made of paper. You will regret participating in something that doesn't belong to you. You stopped me. Very well. Then I can only beat you up until you can't stop me. Whatever. Long Chen smiled coldly. His eyes gradually turned bloodshot. Then, he continued. Let me tell you something. Xiao Lang's matters are my matters. If you go with him, you are going against me. Who do you think you are? Don't think that just because you have Mo Xiaolang, you can forget yourself. Meng Yi laughed. Long Chen stopped laughing. The huge halberd pointed directly at the muscular beast, the purple gold ape king. On the other side, Long Xing was still watching with great interest. As for the severely injured malevolent flood dragon and snow stinger, they had already come ashore from the northern underworld sea. They were all seriously injured and could barely move. They could only watch in a daze. Do you think you are the only one with a weapon? The purple gold great ape king was enraged. The devil ape was a race that was easily angered. Seeing the miserable state of the malevolent flood dragon and the snow stinger, it could no longer control its emotions. Its purple eyes were gradually dyed red. Boom! An iron rod with a purple head and tail and a golden middle appeared in the purple gold ape king's hand. Of course, the monster race could use Dao tools. Long Chen's heart sank when he saw this. That's right, there was a Dao pattern on the head and tail of the purple gold divine weapon. Clearly, this was a Dao tool with 2 Dao patterns. The difference between a weapon with 1 Dao pattern and a weapon with 2 Dao patterns was huge. Even the powerful Zhua Xuanming's million resentment sword only had 1 Dao pattern. This is my purple gold demonic ape clan's purple gold heaven-raising pillar. It has 2 Dao patterns, and is my clan's ultimate battle treasure. Today, I want to see how many of my moves you can withstand. Meng Yi snorted coldly, and 2 wisps of white smoke came out of his nose. After the purple gold heaven-raising pillar appeared, his body also began to change. He gradually changed from a human to a monster race's form. Very soon, a huge purple gold demonic ape race appeared in front of Long Chen. That desolate beast aura was incomparably heavy and savage. It assaulted his face and brought about a huge impact on his soul. If the Kuan Peng's body could be said to be a king, then the purple gold ape king's body made Long Chen feel an explosive power. The ape race was originally a race that excelled in power. As the purple gold ape king's body changed, the purple gold heaven-raising pillar in its hand also began to expand. There was no advantage in having an overly large body when fighting against humans. Therefore, the purple gold ape king maintained a body that was about 10 meters tall. Although it was only 10 meters tall, the purple gold ape king's bulging muscles, its steel-like purplish gold skin, its blood-red eyes, and the thick white breath that came out of its nostrils, as well as its incomparably heavy and powerful heartbeat. This purple gold ape king's body had a majestic life force. Roar! After reverting to its original form, the purple gold ape king roared to the sky. In an instant, the clouds in the sky were shaken and retreated. In 10 breaths of time, I will make sure that there is no flesh left of you. The purple gold ape king roared. Chapter 1373. As soon as the sound was heard, a terrifying sound wave swept across the huge ocean. The bone-chilling seawater swept towards Long Chen. In front of this powerful and violent opponent, Long Chen was even more excited than his opponent. The blood in his body was burning. Just as the battle light in his eyes was at its brightest, the purple-gold Great Ape King moved. Although its body was huge, its speed was also top-notch. The incomparably terrifying purple-gold heaven-raising pillar swept towards Long Chen. Under the violent attack of the Great Ape King, the space around it shattered into fragments that were caught in the middle of the purple-gold heaven-raising pillar's attack. My demonic ape race has been tempered for millions of years to come up with a demonic ape war code. I'll let an ignorant human like you have a taste of it. The Great Ape King was enraged. The power of its anger was added to the purple-gold heaven-raising pillar. Without saying a word, Long Chen executed the 8th level of the 9 Dragons scripture. The power of 8 mystical dragons gathered on the Scarlet Blood Desolation. 8 mystical dragons with 8 different attributes fused together, resulting in an explosive change. Although the Scarlet Blood Desolation was too small compared to the purple-gold heaven-raising pillar, when it collided with the purple-gold heaven-raising pillar, the seawater below sunk 100 meters deep, forming a huge puddle. Then, the terrifying waves swept in all directions once again. Boom! Both of them were pushed back by each other, but Long Chen's attack was, after all, the 8th level of the 9 Dragons scripture. It was one of his most powerful techniques. His opponent was directly sent flying by his attack and fell into the sea. The malevolent spirit flood dragon and snow stinger were dumbfounded. Even with the terrifying physical body of the Great Ape King, it was actually sent flying by Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen was also grumbling inwardly. This damn thing's attack was too strong. Even with the 8th level of the 9 Dragons scripture, his arm was still numb. It was almost impossible for him to continue fighting. Boom! The Great Ape King rushed out of the sea, incomparably furious. At this moment, it had already forgotten about surrounding Mo Xiaolang. All its thoughts were on how to kill Long Chen. Roar! The wrath of the Devil Ape was extremely terrifying. The Devil Ape race had a unique characteristic. They could transform their rage into their own strength. The Violet Gold Great Ape King was also a proud and arrogant individual. But now that he was forced back by Long Chen, he was naturally enraged. Under its rage, its eyes turned blood red. An incomparably violent aura spread in all directions. On the body of the purple-gold Great Ape King, a purple flame ignited. This was the ancestral flame of the demonic ape race. The stronger this flame burned, the faster the strength of the purple-gold Great Ape King increased. As long as they were enraged, they would be able to increase their strength endlessly. In theory, the demonic ape race possessed limitless power. Roar! The muscular devil ape roared crazily in front of Long Chen.
When the ape ancestor's flame burned strong enough, he broke through the air again and rushed over with a roar.
The purple-gold heaven-raising pillar brought the most fatal attack. Long Chen didn't stand on ceremony with him. Ancient hell of blood formation. It was undoubtedly foolish to compete with this wild beast in terms of strength. Long Chen wouldn't be able to withstand such a torment. The ancient hell of blood formation was activated. Within a radius of 10 miles, drops of blood were everywhere. This was Long Chen's territory. Below, the blood-red formation revolved with dragon inscriptions. Just as the violet gold heaven-raising pillar was about to descend again, Long Chen smiled and shifted his position, appearing above the violet gold Great Ape King. Wielding the Scarlet Blood Desolation sword, he descended from the sky and unleashed the 9 Dragons scripture once again, causing 8 dragons to descend from the sky. How is this possible? The purple-gold Great Ape King was dumbfounded. At the same time, it sensed the ferocious attack above its head. In a panic, it used its arms to block. A sharp shriek was heard. The purple-gold Great Ape King was once again sent into the dark North Sea by Long Chen, creating huge black waves. Below, the battle between Mo Xiaolang and Zhong Yu of the Kuanping race had reached its climax. The entire dark North Sea was shaking. Long Chen's ancient blood hell diagram immediately caused the purple-gold Great Ape King to suffer a loss. Since the purple-gold Great Ape King was unable to block the 9 Dragons scripture with just his arm, Long Chen's war halberd directly tore through the other party's arm, turning it into a bloody mess. The place where the purple-gold Great Ape King fell was dyed red. This Big Brother Meng Yi is actually not his match. The surviving snow stingers and malevolent flood dragons couldn't help but feel their blood run cold. If Long Chen had used the ancient hell of blood formation earlier, they probably wouldn't have been able to survive. Roar! The purple gold great ape king was even more furious. The ancestral ape flame on its body burned even more fiercely, soaring into the sky. Under the power of the ancestral ape flame, its wounds gradually healed. One man and one ape charged forward again. The purple gold great ape king was violent and furious, but Long Chen was incomparably calm, with a hint of madness in his calmness. He never clashed head-on with the purple gold great ape king. Instead, he used the ancient hell of blood formation to exhaust it. With the vigorous blood chi of the purple gold great ape king, it was simply a great supplement for him. With the opponent's vigorous blood chi, Long Chen was once again invincible. The two figures, one big and one small, crazily fought in the sky for more than 10 breaths of time. However, the purple gold great ape king didn't feel ashamed for boasting at all. In fact, he was usually a man of few words. Only when he was in a battle would he appear in such a state of forgetfulness and madness. This was one of the reasons why the demonic ape race was so tyrannical. On top of the purple gold heaven-raising pillar, there was an incomparably tyrannical power. In addition to the purple gold great ape king's own power, if Long Chen didn't have the ancient hell of blood formation, he definitely wouldn't be his match. Hence, he continued to exhaust it. Under the ancient hell of blood formation, the longer the battle dragged on, the more tyrannical the purple gold great ape king seemed. The flames of rage burned fiercely, but in reality, his life force was rapidly depleting. Long Chen's ancient hell of blood formation was practically devouring his opponent's life force. The opponent's life force was decreasing year by year. How could the frenzied purple gold great ape king know? Roar! Heavenly Staff Technique. The increasingly powerful ancestral ape flame was a bloodline mystic ability of the demonic ape race. As for the Heavenly Staff Technique, it was a top-notch secret technique. It was the demonic race's battle technique that was closest to the 100 Races battle manual. At the same time, only those with the purple gold heaven-raising pillar could use the Heavenly Staff Technique. Heavenly Staff Technique. Buzz buzz buzz. The purple gold great ape king's heaven-raising pillar pierced towards the sky. Long Chen was in this direction. This was an incomparably terrifying attack. Long Chen estimated that if the purple gold great ape king's body was hit by this attack, it would definitely be pierced through. Under the Heavenly Staff Technique, Long Chen felt as though the entire sky was about to shatter. Fool, who wants to fight you head-on? Long Chen laughed. It was the most fun to fight against such a brainless beast. The other party only knew how to fight crazily, and didn't even know that he had been tricked. In terms of a head-on battle, Long Chen's extreme universe finger was only comparable to the purple gold great ape king. Hence, he was waiting for the moment when the purple gold great ape king was about to be killed by the ancient hell of blood formation. The strength of the purple gold great ape king could be said to be on par with the true martial emperor palace's Huang Yu. Compared to Xueqi, it was simply too tyrannical. Blood rebirth. Long Chen appeared behind Meng Yi once again. I knew that a coward like you would escape here. Meng Yi roared. He retracted the Heavenly Staff Technique and turned around to sweep towards Long Chen. Skyscraping Staff Technique. It was also an attack from the Heavenly Staff Technique, but it was even more tyrannical than the Heavenly Staff Technique. The Devil Ape race's violent and tyrannical character was undoubtedly reflected in the Heavenly Staff Technique. Meng Yi was the next king of the Devil Ape race and his status in the demon race was extremely high. If the true martial emperor palace's people knew that Long Chen's combat strength could actually face the prince of the Devil Ape race, it was unknown what kind of expression they would have. He's exhausted. Long Chen's sharp senses sensed this. His opponent was finally exhausted. The ape ancestor's flame made him even more furious. However, at this moment, the ape ancestor's flame on his body started to extinguish. In this battle, Meng Yi's frenzied attacks and Long Chen's ancient blood prison diagram had consumed a lot of his energy, exceeding the replenishment of the ape ancestor's flame. Long Chen once again used blood rebirth, dodging the opponent's skyscraping staff technique and appearing in front of the violet gold great ape king. This time he was actually so daring. The violet gold great ape king was infuriated. Such a huge attack actually allowed Long Chen to dodge it again. It was only when Long Chen stood in front of him for the first time that he smiled. He smiled in anger. Are you finally acting like a man? A grandson that only knows how to dodge. Meng Yi cursed and didn't say anything else. He directly gathered all the violent energy in his body onto the violet gold heaven-raising staff. The ape ancestor's flame spread to the violet gold heaven-raising staff, burning fiercely. Roar! A terrifying roar reverberated through the air. Meng Yi's muscles bulged as he lifted the violet gold heaven-raising staff from the bottom to the top. With terrifying speed, he crazily smashed it towards Long Chen. Boom boom boom. Sky-shattering staff. The power of this strike exceeded the power of the previous two strikes. A huge gully that was hundreds of meters deep was directly split open in the seawater below. However, Long Chen had dodged the previous two strikes. This time, he didn't dodge. Instead, he just stood there calmly. Just when everyone thought that he was courting death, Long Chen sneered and executed the second stage of the Extreme Universe Finger. Time stop.
You really don't have any more strength left.
The second stage of the Extreme Cosmic Finger consumed an enormous amount of energy each time it was used. Hence, Long Chen chose the right time to use it very carefully. Fighting against such a ferocious opponent was a foolish choice. He used the ancient blood hell array diagram to exhaust his opponent's energy before finally using his strongest attack. Just as that terrifying sky-shattering staff was about to turn Long Chen into minced meat, Long Chen's finger pierced the violet gold heaven-raising staff. Time stop. The incomparably terrifying attack miraculously stopped in mid-air. The violet gold Great Ape King's entire body was motionless. At this moment, even Long Xing jumped up and stared dumbfoundedly at the two people who had suddenly stopped moving in mid-air. Theoretically speaking, it was almost impossible for such a terrifying attack to stop in mid-air like this. Chapter 1374. The purple gold Great Ape King and his purple gold heaven-raising pillar both stopped moving. Long Xing's eyes widened. The raging seawater gradually calmed down. At this moment, Long Chen uttered a single word. Break. The chaotic power brought about by time stillness suddenly burst forth and descended on the Great Ape King's head along the purple gold sky-raising pillar without any warning. At this moment, Meng Yi's entire body was sealed by the power of time and he was unable to move. Only his eyes were filled with incomparable fear. Boom. The purple gold Great Ape King's steel-like muscles burst open. Its incomparably majestic appearance had actually turned into a completely mangled beast in an instant. The purple gold Great Ape King let out a miserable howl. After the power of the time stop was removed, its body lost all of its strength.
It fell from the sky, and when it was in mid-air, it had already reverted to its human form.
Its body was weak, and it was also badly mangled. At this moment, his breathing was extremely weak. He was breathing more in than out. Although it wasn't fatal, his injuries were worse than the malevolent spirit flood dragon and the others. It wouldn't be easy for him to recover. The Great Ape King Meng Yi had undoubtedly lost miserably. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze, their minds blank. That youth that was still floating in the air was like a god, bringing great shock to everyone. Defeating the Great Ape King, this concept. In the distance, Long Xing laughed bitterly. He realized that this kid was getting more and more unfathomable. Even Long Xing didn't know what kind of power he had just used. It seemed like this kid had a lot of secrets. Such a person could only be a friend, not an enemy. If he stood on the wrong side, it would be very tragic. At this time, the northern underworld sea broke open and a figure rushed out from below, just in time to catch Meng Yi's badly mutilated body in his hands. On his shoulder, there was another unconscious body. That unconscious fellow was wearing a golden robe. The black figure threw Meng Yi and the yellow-robed man towards the malevolent spirit flood dragon. Long Chen smiled when he saw this. The black figure was Mo Xiaolang, and the unconscious person was Zhong Yu, whom he had defeated. The two brothers had won once again. The desolate Emperor Palace's team was completely defeated. The malevolent spirit flood dragon and the others hurriedly caught the two bodies. They saw Zhong Yu's pale face and his body was frozen. How could they not know that Zhong Yu had also been defeated by Mo Xiaolang in the northernmost sea? Big brother, this is for you. Mo Xiaolang gave a gold token to Long Chen, and Long Chen fused it into his left hand. There were now 11 tokens in total, and only Long Chen could protect him. There was basically no suspense in the future. Unfortunately, they had yet to encounter the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's team. Long Chen's heart was filled with urgency. He had already reached such a tyrannical level. If Wang Chao was present at this moment and witnessed his strength, how wonderful would his expression be? Back in Baiyang Town, he had told Long Chen what a true expert was. That high and mighty attitude and that arrogant expression had undoubtedly made Long Chen's heart ache. And now, it was Long Chen's turn to tell him what a true expert was. He was incomparably anxious, and couldn't wait to encounter the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's team as soon as possible. Even the Desolate Emperor Palace's team had been defeated. So what else was there to say about the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's team? This was the greatest humiliation in Long Chen's heart. Only by using the most domineering method would Long Chen be satisfied. After 9 years of hard work, this day wasn't far away. After experiencing the eternal hell, I'm already far stronger than him. Long Chen's heart was filled with excitement. He was usually calm, but when he thought of the possible encounter with Wang Chao, he couldn't stay calm anymore. Ever since the first time he encountered Wang Chao, Long Chen couldn't hold back anymore. However, he had to endure it, because at that time, Long Chen still wasn't sure if he was a match for him. What he wanted was to completely dominate Long Chen, and return everything to him tenfold, 100-fold the way he had at that time. His blood was boiling. Big brother, I succeeded. Mo Xiaolang came before Long Chen and said excitedly, "This should be the second last 9 Nether Devil Ancestral Flame. I don't know where the other one is. After I obtain it, it will be complete. But after I digest this 9 Nether Devil Ancestral Flame, I will have no problem reaching grade 9 Demonic Immortal." Long Chen was roused from his deep thoughts. He was sincerely happy for Mo Xiaolang. At this time he repeatedly patted Mo Xiaolang's shoulder and said, not bad at all. You even defeated Meng Yi. The speed of your improvement is as terrifying as always. If I don't work hard, sooner or later, I will be left behind by you. Mo Xiaolang praised sincerely. Let's go. Long Chen smiled and brought Mo Xiaolang to the top of the Desolate Emperor Palace's team. At this time, Meng Yi and Zhong Yu had already woken up, and their bodies were gradually recovering. When they saw Long Chen and Zhong Yu, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Their bodies shrank back, and their previously unbridled eyes finally became evasive. Previously, they were so violent that they had caused both of them to fail. They didn't have the face to face Long Chen's team. Long Chen didn't want to kill them. It was meaningless. Xiao Lang still had to return to the Desolate Emperor Palace in the future, so there was no need to create a life-and-death enemy for him. However, it was necessary to intimidate them. He landed in front of the two and said, "Today, the two of you should have learned your lesson. Previously, I didn't make a move, so you thought that I didn't have the right to speak. Now let me tell you, whether it's me or Xiao Lang, we are not people you can provoke. If you have the time to be jealous of others, you might as well spend the time to improve yourself. Goodbye." These words made the other party's face turn red. Mo Xiaolang couldn't be bothered to argue with them. He directly said, "If you are unhappy, you can tell your elders. There is no need to secretly find me to prove anything." Meng Yi looked at Long Chen in shock and said, "The strong are respected. You won, we have nothing to say." Although they were defeated, they were still arrogant. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with them. He met up with Mo Xiaolang and Long Xing and left. To Long Chen, the two things in the eternal hell seemed to have been completed. Next was the most important matter, which was his own matter. He needed to find the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's team, and at the same time, find news of the Void Universe Dragon. "What do you plan to do?" Long Chen and Long Xing chatted as they walked. Long Xing had always been a sloppy person. He smiled and said, "With 2 experts protecting me, I don't want to go anywhere. I want to follow you guys." "Go, tell me the truth," Long Chen said solemnly. At this time, they had already walked out of the dark North Sea. In order to absorb the 9 Nether Devil Ancestral Flame, Mo Xiaolang had already entered the Great Void Realm. Now, only Long Chen and Long Xing were left. Long Xing became solemn and said, "You are from the true Martial Emperor Palace, but it seems like you don't have a strong sense of belonging to that place. My Devil Dragon Hall is a paradise for dragon cultivators, and also a paradise for freedom. You might be a kindred spirit that I found in the vast sea of people. There is a funny feeling called mutual appreciation. Therefore, I want to invite you to join my Devil Dragon Hall. If you join the Devil Dragon Hall, your position inside will definitely be second only to me." Long Chen was stunned. He didn't expect this fellow to stay for so long just to rope him in. Long Chen truly had good intentions. Long Chen had never been interested in joining any power. The reason why he went to the true martial emperor palace was because of Lingxi's instructions. Long Chen wanted to go there to obtain an identity that was suitable for him. Forget it. I'm not interested in joining any power. I won't stay in the true martial emperor palace for too long. It's fine to be friends. Long Chen rejected with a smile. Long Xing angrily said, "This daddy knew that you would say that. You really don't give me any face. At the very least, I'm a dragon cultivator who walked in front of you. I'm your senior." Enough. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him. Long Xing might have a cheap mouth at times, but he was still a good person. His personality was similar to Kitten. To put it bluntly, Long Chen was a hoodlum. After leaving the Dark North Sea, Long Chen once again arrived at a place where countless ghosts roamed freely. However, this time, Long Chen realized that all the ghosts were extremely excited, as though they had gone crazy. They didn't even care about Long Chen and Long Xing, who were still alive, as they charged in a certain direction. Along the way, many ghosts were directly trampled into corpses. However, none of the ghosts cared about them. This abnormal situation caused Long Chen and Long Xing to be puzzled. What's going on? Long Chen stood at the foot of a tall mountain and looked at the ghosts that were rushing towards a certain direction like ants. This scene was like the migration of wild beasts. There were tens of thousands of them. Long Xing's brows furrowed as he sank into contemplation. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. His body trembled as he stared at Long Chen in a daze. What's wrong? Seeing Long Xing's abnormal actions, Long Chen realized that something must have happened. Long Xing shook his head and said, "I also don't know. I just recalled a legend." "What legend?" Long Chen asked. Long Xing said blankly, "Legend has it that the center of the 18 layers of eternal hell is a very mysterious place. It appears and disappears unpredictably. Basically, nobody is able to discover its existence. However, some people claim that they have seen it before. No one knows if it's true or not. For countless years, no less than 10 experts have entered that place. After coming out, all of them undoubtedly became peak experts. Each of them was an illustrious existence. I think you should know the person who entered that place the most recently." Long Chen didn't know that there was such a place. He hurriedly asked, "Who is it?" Long Xing replied, "True Martial Emperor Palace's True Martial Heavenly Emperor." Long Chen didn't expect that it would be him. This mysterious thing in the eternal hell was too big. His brain couldn't process it. He calmed himself and asked, "What is that place?" Chapter 1375. The City of the Wronged. This name was quite strange, as if the people who lived there had died unjustly. Who would have thought that there would be such a mysterious place in the eternal hell? Long Chen's mind suddenly flashed. He was smart and quickly grasped some information. "I came here to look for something left behind by the void cosmic dragon. King Chujiang, one of the 10 great ghost kings, followed me, and then the ghost clan rioted." Now Long Xing said that the City of the Wronged might have appeared. Did that mean that there might be information about the void cosmic dragon in the City of the Wronged? Of course, this was just Long Chen's little guess. There was no evidence at all. The only possibility was that since the City of the Wronged was so mysterious, the thing left behind by the void cosmic dragon should also be in this mysterious place. Otherwise, Long Chen really could not figure out where that thing could be. He had originally planned to go to the hells one by one, but now that he had a target, he might be able to find something by following the direction of the ghosts. Another piece of information was that the mysterious Zhenwu Great Emperor had actually gone to the mysterious City of the Wronged. It was rumored that the Zhenwu Great Emperor had not shown his face for a long time. At this time, Long Xing saw that he was thinking, so he added, "According to the legend, the Zhenwu Great Emperor was just an ordinary member of the Martial God Palace. His aptitude was not bad, but he was not that outstanding. However, after he entered the City of the Wronged during his training in the 9-star Chaos City, his strength improved by leaps and bounds, and he eventually became the Zhenwu Great Emperor. Because of this fact, many people yearned for the City of the Wronged. However, in reality, those who entered the City of the Wronged rarely came back alive. Those who came back alive became experts. So that's how it is." Long Chen was very concerned about the Zhenwu Great Emperor. This meant that if the City of the Wronged had really appeared, then he had to go there. "Let's go, don't waste time. If we are late, others will beat us to it, and we can only watch as others make great progress." After saying that, Long Xing sped up and rushed ahead. Long Chen had a plan in mind, so he followed. Avicii Hell, near the Tai Mountain. A squad finally arrived here from the icy hell. Looking at the majestic Tai Mountain, they revealed a knowing smile. In order to come here, they had climbed mountains and crossed rivers. They had slaughtered countless ghosts along the way. The leading martial artist was an elegant man with a sage-like demeanor. He had an otherworldly and aloof temperament. He had an imposing appearance, a high nose bridge, and a pair of eyes that were as bright as the stars. It was as if there were sword lights bursting out of them. The person next to him had an arrogant expression on his face. He was dressed in black, and his movements were agile. There was a ferocious aura between his brows, and he had a disdainful look in his eyes as he scanned the surroundings. Although Tai Mountain was right in front of them, it would take them some time to get there. The 5 people who had arrived were, of course, the martial artists from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's team. Ling Xiao was in the lead while Wang Chao, who had an unstoppable aura, stood beside him. He looked down at the countless ghosts below with a mocking smile on his face. The 5 people behind him followed without saying a word. The outside world already knows about the commotion here. In a few days, someone will probably come here to investigate. Yeah, it looks like we can't continue this competitive game anymore. We've only met a team from the Shadow Devil realm on our way here. It's not challenging at all. The teams from the 9 realms are all weak. Only the teams from the Desolate Emperor Palace and the True Martial Emperor Palace are slightly capable. Other than Meng Yi, Huang Yu, and Zhong Yu, the others are also trash. There's also that Mo Xiaolang. He's pretty strong. The 3 of them discussed in low voices behind them. Shut up! Wang Chao shouted. His expression was ferocious. Only when the 3 of them lowered their heads did his expression soften. He was no longer arrogant and despotic. At the mention of Mo Xiaolang, he thought of Long Chen. Whenever he thought of Long Chen's expression, he felt angry. Ants will always be ants. You all deserve to die. Although a miracle has happened and allowed you to reach where you are now, in my eyes, or in my brother's eyes, you're just a pitiful little thing. What's the use of risking your life? Pitiful dog, you're destined to be stepped on by others for the rest of your life. Wang Chao's expression turned sinister as he thought to himself. Especially when he thought of how he had been scared stiff on the day Long Chen had appeared. This was a great humiliation. He had to admit that Long Chen's appearance that day was like a bomb exploding beside him. He was completely scared out of his wits. He clearly remembered that he had already smashed Long Chen's body into pieces. There was no way he could have survived that kind of situation. Anyone would have been scared half to death by Long Chen's sudden appearance. Wang Chao felt extremely uncomfortable after making such a big fool of himself. In his mind, what was Long Chen? Could a beggar wearing normal clothes be compared to a noble? Sensing Wang Chao's hostility, Ling Xiao did not bat an eyelid. He walked in front with Wang Chao and suddenly said, "Wang Chao, what do you think of that Long Chen?" Wang Chao laughed coldly, his face revealing an incomparable look of disdain. He's just a lucky dog who got lucky and climbed up the wall. He can't forget the scenery inside the wall. This kind of animal isn't worth mentioning. Let's just kill him and be done with it. The marriage between Ling Shi and my brother has long been set, and I think Ling Shi has long forgotten about this fellow. To think that this fellow still thinks he's a love-struck fool, killing his way here. Haha, how disgusting, I'm about to puke. Ling Xiao smiled but did not comment. After a while he said, I think that this young man does have some redeeming qualities. Although he was born into a lowly family, he has the heart to improve himself and is willing to sacrifice so much for little Shi. He has suffered many hardships and is tenacious. He also has the prince of the demon race as his brother. I can only say that his future is limitless. In the future, he may become your brother's rival. Wang Chao spat on the ground in disdain and said, Don't joke around. Who is my brother? I remember Master once said that in the 3 realms and 9 realms, Wang Chen is the best in the world and no one can surpass him. How can that dog compare to my brother? Just wait and see. When I meet him, you will hold off the prince of the demon race for me and I will tear him to pieces in front of you. Let's see if he can miraculously come back alive again. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Wang Chen's progress is getting faster and faster. He has already transformed into a dragon and his strength has indeed far surpassed mine. However, I think you should be more careful. I don't think that kid is as simple as he looks.
Wang Chao didn't mind it at all and smiled. Don't boost the morale of others and diminish your own.
Don't you think that this feels great?
Back then, he escaped from my hands by the skin of his teeth, so I'm sure his hatred for me is the greatest.
In these 9 years, he must have gnashed his teeth countless times, wanting to kill me. A total of 9 years of obsession.
If I kill him at this critical juncture, causing his 9 years of hard work to go to waste, what do you think?
Looking at the sinister smile on Wang Chao's face, Ling Xiao smiled helplessly and said, "Up to you. But if you lose, I will not help you."
"Why?"
Wang Chao asked in confusion.
Ling Xiao said decisively, "Before Wang Chen can prove that he is one of a kind, I will not hand little Shi over to him. Furthermore, there was no love between little Shi and your brother.
A melon that is forcefully picked will not be sweet. I hope that this kid can do something that will broaden my horizons." Wang Chao laughed and said, "Senior Ling Xiao, are you joking with me or are you just joking?"
Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Of course I'm joking, no need to take it seriously." He then shut his mouth and continued forward without any expression on his face. Wang Chao followed behind and his expression gradually turned sinister.
No one could tell what he was thinking. Suddenly, he remembered something and said, "Senior Ling Xiao, have you noticed that Lingxi seems to have changed recently?"
"How has she changed?"
Ling Xiao asked in response. "Lonely, cold, completely unlike the person she used to be. She also has a very bad temper and kills people at the drop of a hat. She doesn't even know the difference between good and evil. Every time I see her, her eyes are cold and distant. It's a little scary. Is this still the cute Lingxi?"
Wang Chao said with lingering fear.
A trace of worry flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes. In reality, he was much more sensitive to this than Wang Chao.
However, he concealed it well and said, "You're thinking too much.
I don't feel that way at all. Maybe she has some enmity towards you." Wang Chao came to a sudden realization and said, "So she's doing this on purpose for me to see. I was just wondering why she would become so strange." "Wang Chao, let me ask you something. Answer me honestly."
Ling Xiao interrupted him and said sternly.
"What is it?"
Wang Chao asked.
"Back in the Myriad Kingdom's domain, when they were separated, did little Shi cry? Tell me the truth." Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled as he looked at Wang Chao.
"This."
Wang Chao dodged for a while. Needless to say, Ling Xiao could roughly guess what was going on. These are all illusions. Now that 9 years have passed, Lingxi should have long forgotten about this person. He suddenly appeared at this critical juncture. Looks like I have to kill him. Otherwise, if my brother finds out about this person's existence, even if he returns to the true martial emperor palace, my brother will probably kill him. It won't be good if he causes a huge commotion. Thinking of his brother's temper, Wang Chao felt a lingering fear in his heart.
"Oh."
Ling Xiao nodded and said no more. Chapter 1376.
"Oh, then it's going to be lively,"
Ling Xiao said calmly. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't respond, Wang Chao didn't say anything else. At this moment, they were already less than 1.5 miles away from the Taiwei Mountain. In front of them was the towering mountain peak that looked like a black demonic claw. It seems like there's no one in the Taiwei Mountain. Even the golden token didn't light up.
Ling Xiao said as he glanced at his left hand. "That's not right."
One of the sword martialists said, "Basically, everyone knows that we can hide in the Taiwei Mountain for the time being. Could it be that they killed the ghosts below or are hiding in other places? Let's go in and take a look. What's the point of guessing here?" Wang Chao took the lead and headed towards the Taiwei Mountain fearlessly. Just as the crowd was about to set off, a terrifying tremor suddenly occurred in the Taiwei Mountain. The mountain rocks shook and numerous huge rocks fell from the sky. The members of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace sharply sensed that something might have happened inside. They hurriedly retreated. In a short period of time, they had already retreated more than 10 miles away. They looked at the strange movements in the Taiwei Mountain from afar. What the hell is happening? They started to discuss. Right then, a terrifying white light suddenly shot out of Taiwei Mountain towards the sky.
In the dim Avicenaraka hell, this strong white light broke through the heavens in a split second and darted towards the endless dark clouds in the endless sky.
Boom boom. The earth suddenly shook. Everything became extremely clear in front of the strong white light that was like the sun. The Avicii Hell, which had been dark for countless years, seemed to welcome the light at this moment. Many people focused their attention on the strong white light. The strong light was still moving forward. At this time, it had already pierced the thickest layer of clouds in the sky.
Under the bombardment of the strong light, the black clouds seemed to be corroded and disappeared bit by bit.
"What's that?" a sword martialist exclaimed in shock. The crowd hurriedly took a closer look. After the strong light had swept away the dark clouds, a dark gray city was suspended in the air. The hideous corner of the city was revealed. The blinding white light shone on the dark and gloomy city floating in the sky. There were no words that could describe the terror of this city. Although they could only see a small corner of it, just this corner alone had an eerie aura that tightly wrapped around it. A suffocating resentment of ghosts was emitted from the floating black city. Even though it was so far away, everyone still felt a sense of trepidation.
It was as if there was a wave of energy circling around the back of their necks. It was a black city floating in the air, filled with the aura of endless vengeful souls, and filled with bone-chilling images of skeletons, the smell of dismembered corpses and rotting flesh, and the endless wailing and crying that filled the air.
Obviously, this black city was the most mysterious, most attractive, and most terrifying place in the eternal hell. "The city of the tragic death," Wang Chao exclaimed in shock.
"The city of the wronged."
Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically as he softly spat out these few words.
That incomparably ferocious city, under the corrosion of the strong light, gradually revealed its full appearance.
Even though it was covered by the strong white light, there was still a kind of rancid air that completely surrounded it. This black air completely surrounded the tragic death city, making it look like an incomparably huge skull. The skull opened its mouth and it was as cold and gloomy as a black hole. The mouth that swallowed souls was the entrance to the city of the wronged. Everyone was shocked when they saw the city of the wronged. Ling Xiao was experienced and knowledgeable, but he was also in a daze. This was the first time he had entered the eternal hell. He had not expected to encounter the most mysterious city of the wronged. Over the years, the city of the wronged had appeared many times. Every time it appeared, many people would enter. However, only a few would come out alive. Those few people had all become heroes. Among them, the most famous person was the true martial emperor of the true martial emperor palace. He stood at the top of the 3 domains and 9 realms, a super character who stood above the masses. Everything he had was likely brought about by the city of the wronged. The black city floating high in the sky was terrifying to the crowd, but it was also very tempting. In a person's life, not everyone would have so many opportunities. Sometimes, opportunities would disappear in an instant. If one missed it, they would never have another opportunity in their lifetime. Everyone here, as long as they saw the existence of the city of wrong deaths, they were all top geniuses, and they all knew the principle of grasping opportunities. Whether they would remain unknown or soar to the top in the future, it all depended on this opportunity. Of course, there were also people who were afraid. "Senior Ling Xiao, what should we do?"
One of the sword martialists asked as he saw the appearance of the city of the wronged.
Ling Xiao was making a decision when Wang Chao said excitedly, "Let's go. This is a rare opportunity. It is the city of the wronged. It is said that when the city of the wronged appears, it will travel through the 18 layers of hell. This could be the starting point. It will not stay here for long. Senior Ling Xiao, we must not waste this opportunity." "But doesn't it mean death if we go in?" The sword martialist was still not confident. Wang Chao looked at him coldly and said, "Then get out of this team. The 4 of us will go, you stay here." "Stop arguing," Ling Xiao shouted angrily. At this time, he suddenly realized that there were many people rushing out of the Taiwei mountain towards the city of the wronged. Among them, there were at least 6 or 7 teams. More than 30 people rushed towards the city of the wronged. Why are there so many people in the Taiwei mountain? None of them has a gold token. Wang Chao was dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? He had thought that there was no one inside. Their gold tokens have all been stolen, and the person who stole them has already left this place. The true Martial Emperor Palace's team also lost their tokens. Without a doubt, the Desolate Emperor Palace's team has been here before, but unfortunately, they were unlucky and left first. Other than Huang Yu, the rest of the true Martial Emperor Palace's team is trash. Senior brother Ling Xiao, we should go up now. With our combat strength, we should be number 1. Even the team from the true martial emperor palace had gone up. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and made up his mind, saying, "Everyone, follow me up. But remember, after we go up, no one is to be separated. Listen to my orders, no mistakes are allowed. Especially your dynasty."
Yes.
Wang Chao was very excited. He was a person who liked to take risks and knew what the city of the wronged meant. There were countless Dao treasures, immortal essences, connate Dao techniques, and all sorts of mystical items waiting for them to go up. There was even a rumor that the city of the wronged contained a shocking secret. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace team soared into the sky and followed the white light towards the city of the wronged. After spending about 10 days, Long Chen used his fastest speed to return to the Tai Wei mountain. He discovered that all the ghostly creatures were gathering in the direction of the Tai Wei mountain. Before they even got close to the Tai Wei mountain, Long Chen and Long Xing were shocked to discover that there was a white light shooting towards the sky from the center of the Tai Wei mountain. Amidst the thick layers of clouds, a horrifying city filled with endless resentment was revealed. Both of them jumped in fright. Even without Long Xing's words, Long Chen knew that the so-called city of the wronged had really appeared. At this time, the white light was weakening. At this speed, Long Chen and Long Xing didn't have much time to hesitate. "I'm going up. What about you?" Long Xing quickly asked. At this critical moment, Long Chen was much more decisive. He said, "Go up. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" "Haha, you're really bold." Long Xing laughed heartily. The two of them turned into two beams of light and flew towards the city of the wronged in the sky. When they flew over the Tai Wei mountain, Long Chen looked down and discovered that the white jade skeleton had disappeared from the pool on the square. And the direction of the city of the wronged was exactly the direction that the white jade skeleton was looking at. Long Chen's heart was greatly shaken. It turned out that the white jade skeleton had something to do with the appearance of the city of the wronged. There were countless mysteries. Why did the white jade skeleton appear there? Why did it look in the direction of the city of the wronged? And now, where did the white jade skeleton go? With just a glance, Long Chen realized that time was running out. The city of the wronged must have stayed for a long time. In any case, there was no one inside the Tai Wei mountain, they must have all gone in. At this time, the white light was about to end. The city of the wronged was also about to disappear. Long Chen and Long Xing sped up. Long Xing's speed was even faster. He laughed and said, "Brother, let this elder brother give you a hand." With a roar, the two of them increased their speed. Before the clouds covered them, they rushed towards the city of the wronged. The closer they got to the city of the wronged, the more shocked Long Chen was. At this time, the dark clouds gathered again. It was as if countless demonic claws were trying to block Long Chen and Long Xing. However, Long Xing's speed was too fast. He passed through the cracks and rushed towards the mouth of the huge skull. That mouth was simply a huge whirlpool, a whirlpool that could devour souls. An incomparably cold and gloomy aura surrounded the surroundings. Long Chen felt as if there were insects crawling all over his body. This feeling was really horrifying. What was even more difficult to resist was the sound of sobbing. He didn't know where it came from. In any case, there were a lot of sobbing sounds. Sometimes it sounded like it was right beside his ears, and sometimes it sounded like it was in the distant sky. "I died so miserably. I shouldn't have died. Why did I die? Who are you? Where is this place? Why am I here?" The sound of sobbing and howling completely surrounded Long Chen before he entered the mouth of the skull. "I'm not willing. I'm innocent. You can't kill me. I shouldn't have died." Countless angry roars resounded. Chapter 1377. Inside the City of Tragic Deaths. One by one, the warriors began to rush in from the outside. When everything stabilized, everyone was dumbfounded. They realized that they were standing on a platform suspended in the air. The platform was very wide and had a diameter of at least tens of thousands of meters. Thick black fog covered the top of their heads and they couldn't see far. At the same time, black fog permeated the surroundings. The ground of the platform was made of wide and mottled black bricks. They seemed to have been there for a long time and were very old. However, they were as hard as the ground of the Tai Wei mountain ruins. The black fog above their heads and all around them kept rolling, transforming into all sorts of eerie shapes, which made everyone's hearts ache. There was simply too much black fog. Only at the center of the platform could one see human figures. In the distance, There was only the gloomy fog. From time to time, there would be cries and the roars of beasts coming from afar, making one's hair stand on end. Staying in such a place without any movement, everyone couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. They regretted coming here. Over the past few days, many people had noticed the commotion in the sky above the Taiwei mountain. There had been a ghost riot in the eternal hell. Many warriors were looking for a place like the Taiwei mountain to take refuge. The city of tragic deaths had appeared for a few days and many people had arrived. Apart from the 20 teams, many other warriors had also arrived. There were more than 100 of them. However, they kept a low profile after they arrived. It was impossible to count how many experts were hidden among them. At this moment, a fierce battle was taking place on the platform. It was a team from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace against a team from the Ancestral Sorcerer Realm. The Ancestral Sorcerer Realm Sorcerer Tribe was 3 meters tall and specialized in close combat. However, under the terrifying sword chi of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and Ling Xiao's strong suppression, the outcome was quickly determined. The golden token in the hands of the Ancestral Sorcerer Realm team leader was now in Ling Xiao's hands. Ling Xiao didn't kill them all. After he succeeded, he let them go. On the other hand, Wang Chao was very excited. After the battle ended, he didn't stop until his opponent was crying non-stop. With a gotcha sound, the dragon-slaying sword in his hand chopped off the opponent's thick and sturdy thigh. Only then did he keep the dragon-slaying sword, using an incomparably disgusted gaze to look at the crying opponent being rescued. Over the past 2 days, basically all the teams that came to this strange platform with a gold token were snatched away by the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's team. This included strong teams like the Ancestral Sorcerer Realm and the Wan Mirror Sea. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had a total of 5 gold tokens. However, it was still too little. At this moment, there were no more golden tokens in the surroundings. Everyone looked at the team from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace with awe in their eyes. Only a team with the same strength as the team from the True Martial Emperor Palace didn't bother to pay attention to them. Instead, they were studying the situation around them. Ling Xiao was very low profile. He brought the others and finally quietened down. Wang Chao, on the other hand, was different. After defeating all the teams, he felt as though he was looking down on all living beings. He looked coldly at the pale faces of the people from the Ancestral Sorcerer Realm and laughed out loud. All of you are trash. None of your teams are a match for my Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's team. Looking around, Wang Chao didn't put anyone in his eyes. The others were mocked by him, but they didn't dare to say anything. Seeing their cowardice, Wang Chao became even more complacent. He said in a frivolous manner, "I insulted you, trash, but none of you stood up for me? How dare you come to the city of wronged deaths? I think that death is the fate of trash like you." The team from the ancient Yuan spirit world and the others were all here. Wang Chao was really too arrogant. Yuan Xiaozhou couldn't stand it anymore. His handsome face sneered and said, "Frog at the bottom of a well, stop showing off your sense of superiority. We're all about the same. You're not that powerful." Wang Chao laughed. He looked at Yuan Xiaozhou from head to toe. Seeing Yuan Xiaozhou's pale face, he laughed and said, "Yuan Xiaozhou, what's wrong with you? You look like you're not feeling well. Did those beasts from the desolate Emperor Palace violate your delicate body?" Ha! Only the team from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace hadn't suffered a defeat, so Wang Chao indeed felt superior. "Let me tell you, when the team from the desolate Emperor Palace arrives, we'll take back all the golden tokens you lost. It can be considered as revenge for you," Wang Chao said arrogantly. This was his personality. Yuan Xiaozhou didn't want to fight. He had already learned his lesson, especially after coming to the city of wronged deaths. Fighting bravely was the behavior of a fool. Preserving one's strength was the only way to obtain the final victory. Moreover, Wang Chao had a very famous brother. He would definitely become a super character in the 3 realms and 9 realms in the future. No one was willing to form an enmity with such a person. He laughed dryly and ignored Wang Chao. What a grandson. Wang Chao didn't feel the slightest bit motivated. He looked around and couldn't help but laugh again. "I'm really speechless." There were 7 or 8 teams in total, but they were all defeated by the team from the desolate Emperor Palace. You even gave them so many golden tokens. You're all too ashamed to face others. After saying that, he also felt very bored. Just as he was about to explore around with Ling Xiao, someone said, Wang Chao, since you have such a strong sense of superiority, I'll revise what you said just now. Wang Chao turned around and was about to start cursing when he didn't expect the one who spoke was Huang Yu from the true Martial Emperor Palace. Wang Chao was a little afraid of this guy.
He was the only one he regarded as important, so he said, "So it's the strongest expert from the true Martial Emperor Palace.
Tell me, how do you want to revise it?" There were a total of 200 people present, and they were all looking at this guy's arrogance. Huang Yu said indifferently, "The one who defeated us in the Taiwei Mountain wasn't the team from the desolate Emperor Palace, it was." At this point he suddenly smiled and said, "Try guessing." Wang Chao was speechless. This joke isn't funny at all. Huang Yu sneered and didn't say anything else.
Instead, he started to discuss with the other members of the true Martial Emperor Palace on how to get out of this dark platform.
They were discussing how to get to another place. The city of wrong deaths couldn't be that simple. His expression left a question in Wang Chao's mind. Ling Xiao was also startled when he heard this. He believed that Huang Yu wouldn't speak carelessly. Could there really be other strong teams? There happened to be people from other teams nearby. Ling Xiao asked, "Who stole your golden tokens?" The team member trembled. He glanced at Wang Chao, who was surrounding them with a fierce expression, and said, "Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang from the Evil Dragon Palace team." This answer stunned Ling Xiao and Wang Chao. Ling Xiao pondered, but Wang Chao sneered, "Bullshit. Did a donkey's butt sit on your head?" The cultivator took a few steps back with a displeased expression. "I'm telling the truth. It's up to you whether you believe me or not." Wang Chao laughed. He rushed forward and pointed a finger. A long sword made entirely of divine energy hung on the cultivator's neck.
He said coldly, "This brat still wants to argue with me?
Do you believe that I won't chop off your dog head?" "Wang Chao, don't go too far." The other members of the team rushed forward, ready to attack. "Come back." Ling Xiao reached out and pulled Wang Chao back. Suddenly, he saw this guy's bloodshot eyes.
Ling Xiao noticed that his body was trembling, and he immediately understood.
Crazy.
That person was out of danger.
He hurriedly ran far away from the Soul Sword team with the others. "A bunch of dogs. Don't leave if you have the guts."
Wang Chao roared with a gloomy expression.
"You're scared, aren't you?" Ling Xiao let go of his clothes and said indifferently. Wang Chao laughed. "Don't joke around. That's impossible. Mo Xiaolang can do it, but it's a joke to say that Long Chen has the strength to fight against the Martial Emperor Palace team. Even if Huang Yu is tied down by Mo Xiaolang, I can't do anything about the true martial 4-kill formation. He can." Everyone looked at Wang Chao and laughed. They felt that this guy was hopelessly arrogant. There were nearly 200 people present. They roughly knew what had happened. Only he didn't think much of it. If Long Chen comes now, it'll be interesting. It feels like Wang Chao has a huge grudge against Long Chen. That's right. The moment they meet, they'll probably start fighting. Just as everyone was discussing, a gust of wind blew. At the entrance of the city, 2 figures could be seen staggering as they walked towards the entrance. Someone else came in. Those who were paying attention to the situation exclaimed. There were always people rushing in. Therefore this was normal. When they saw the city of vain deaths appearing in the sky, most of them were tempted. Boom. After seeing the appearance of the 2 newcomers, a commotion broke out in the crowd. The expressions on everyone's faces were quite marvelous, and there were even some who let out a knowing smile. For example, Huang Yu from the true Martial Emperor Palace. The 2 newcomers were Long Xing, who was clad in purple battle armor and had a sinister smile on his face. The other person had an indifferent expression, and the baleful qi he exuded was extremely dense. He had a charm that made people unable to shift their eyes away from him. The 2 of them had rushed in at the last moment before the city of vain deaths closed. They almost didn't make it in time. Long Chen immediately sensed that there were many people inside. Besides the teams from the 12 Supreme Alliances, there were many people who were training in the Eternal Hell or had been sent here after sensing the changes in the Eternal Hell. They were originally here to investigate the situation. Since the city of vain deaths appeared, there was no reason not to enter. When they saw Long Chen, everyone had a strange expression. Among the crowd, Wang Chao shook his head. When he saw that everyone's eyes were focused on the same direction, he also looked over. Long Xing, who was beside him, was undoubtedly very powerful, but Long Chen was even more eye-catching. This was because of the demonic energy he possessed. It was irresistible. Finally! At that moment, Wang Chao's eyes lit up with excitement. There are 14 chapters left. I'll update at 10. I've been writing for a day. I'll continue. Everyone, wait a little longer. Chapter 1378. Long Chen sensed an incomparably hot and provocative stare from the crowd. When he looked back, the hatred in his heart, which had been like a candle flame, suddenly ignited and exploded, becoming a prairie fire. Wang Chao. Who would have thought that he would be here as well?
At first, Long Chen had only been puzzled and shocked by the city of the wronged, so he had thrown this matter to the back of his mind.
Who would have thought that he would actually be here? After 9 years of waiting, this moment had finally come.
Although his expression did not change, his eyes had already turned blood red.
Every time he saw him, Long Chen felt that there was a wild beast lying dormant in his heart, a wild beast that had gone berserk. Even Longxing, who was beside him, could feel the intense turbulence in his heart. This was the first time since he had met Long Chen that Long Chen's emotions had changed so much. The bloodthirsty and murderous aura that belonged to the primordial blood spiritual dragon erupted from Long Chen's body, almost suffocating Longxing. Longxing, who was the closest, was deeply aware of how terrifying Long Chen's anger was. The scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone shut their mouths as they watched these two enemies meet and then slowly approach each other. Long Chen didn't stop walking. He walked all the way to where the crowd was. This was the brightest spot on the platform. The other spots were all shrouded in a dense black fog. Absolute silence. Ling Xiao had a complicated look in his eyes when he saw Long Chen. He was someone who knew the inside story. The first 2 times they had met, Long Chen and Wang Chao had not made a move. They had both endured until they could attack at will. Today's battle, no matter what the situation was, even if the city of the wronged suddenly disappeared, would be unavoidable. Moreover, it would definitely be an incomparably tragic battle. Although he admired this young man, because of his identity, Ling Xiao felt that he might be standing on Wang Chao's side. Wang Chao was so angry that he laughed.
He started with a low chuckle, but when Long Chen was already 20 meters away from him, his laughter turned into a maniacal laughter.
The crowd was very tactful and began to retreat, leaving the battlefield for them to fight. They watched from the side with great anticipation. For Long Chen, this was simply a long confrontation. He had chased her for a total of 9 years. 9 years might be a very short period of time for others, but for him, it had already occupied half of his current life. He had spent so much time killing and improving, all for this moment. The demonic flames in Long Chen's heart burned fiercely, completely swallowing up Long Chen's will. To him, benevolence, righteousness, and mercy were all a joke. They were absolutely forbidden. Ling Xiao did not see Mo Xiaolang, but he was afraid of Long Xing. At this moment, Long Xing waved his hand as if it had nothing to do with him. He squeezed into the crowd and soon disappeared. Long Xing had no intention of standing on Long Chen's side. Moreover, he believed that Long Chen was more than enough to handle this matter. Ling Xiao was relieved that Long Xing was gone. At least with him in control, nothing would go wrong. You guys can leave. Wang Chao was laughing so hard that his eyes were red. He waved his hand and told the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace team behind him. Be careful. Ling Xiao glanced at Long Chen, who looked like a volcano that was about to erupt, and told Wang Chao. Wang Chao licked his lips and sneered. Don't worry. If I can't kill this guy, I'll kill myself on the spot. I can't chop him into pieces, so I'll treat myself as a piece. A man's words carry enormous weight. His words were incomparably arrogant. It was impossible to say something like that without absolute confidence. Wang Chao's words made the crowd even more excited for the upcoming show. Ling Xiao and the rest of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace team stepped aside, leaving the battlefield to the 2 old enemies. This kind of confrontation was what Long Chen was looking forward to the most.
He could very quietly return the anger that he had accumulated in his heart for 9 years bit by bit to the other party.
Wang Chao could sense his anger. The angrier his opponent was, the more pleased he was. He deliberately coughed a few times and opened his arms. What's your name? Oh, I was wrong. Haha, beasts don't have names. I'll just call you Beast. He flashed a benevolent smile, as though giving Long Chen the name Beast was a gift to Long Chen. Seeing that Long Chen didn't respond, he became even more excited. Come on, come and kill me. I'm standing right here. Don't you want to kill me? You probably want to tear me apart even in your dreams. I'm not good with words. How have I offended you? Hurry up and kill me. As he spoke, he approached Long Chen, clicked his tongue, and continued, Beast, to be honest, I really admire your perseverance. You're really a peerless love-struck fool. For a woman, you chased her like a dog to this place. You're really affectionate. I really admire you from the bottom of my heart. Can I kneel before you? How about I lick your toes? Haha. Speaking up to this point, his expression became colder and colder.
He stopped 5 meters in front of Long Chen and shouted, You want to fucking hit on my brother's woman?
Haven't you heard of the saying, a toad lusting after a swan? Why don't you look in the mirror? What kind of dog are you? Hurry up and go back home to lick your old bitch. This fellow's insults were extremely vicious. Everyone couldn't help but feel disdain for him. Under such insults, anyone would be enraged. However, from this conversation, everyone understood a huge matter. The number one genius in the Sword Spirit Empire was undoubtedly the Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon, Wang Chen. His marriage to Lingxi, the daughter of one of the supreme sword masters, was also a topic of gossip. A man of talent and a beautiful woman were deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. In the Sword Spirit Empire, millions and millions of people were looking forward to their union. It could be said that it was an extremely stable matter. However, Long Chen was actually a third party. Or perhaps, it wasn't as simple as a third party. Everyone finally understood the reason for the enmity between Long Chen and Wang Chao. They couldn't help but look at Long Chen in a different light. Many people felt that Long Chen was an especially cold-blooded person, but they didn't expect him to have such a sincere side. On one side was a youth fighting for love, and on the other side was the shameless Wang Chao. In their hearts, everyone was standing on Long Chen's side.
Wang Chao is really too arrogant.
However, if Long Chen really wants to ruin the marriage and be with Lingxi, it's almost impossible. This marriage is already deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. I wonder what's going on. Could it be that they are the ones in love? No matter what, I feel that Long Chen is a real man. He's worthy of respect. These discussions in 2s and 3s made Wang Chao's face turn black. In his eyes, this group of people was a bunch of trash. It seems like many people are supporting you and are moved by your heroic actions. In that case, I'll let them understand that one's background is everything. A dog with no background and no strength like you wants to counterattack? Today is a special day. Let me shatter the dream you've had for 9 years and wake you up. Wang Chao was angry in his heart, but he was also very excited. What he loved to do the most was to shatter the beautiful dreams of others. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. Long Chen only sneered in his heart. When he stood at an absolute height, all the provocations and insults from the other party were nothing but jokes in his eyes. The thing he couldn't bear the most in these 9 years was definitely not Wang Chao's insults and humiliation. What he couldn't bear the most was that he wasn't strong enough. However, at this moment, he was an absolute expert without a doubt. Many people present knew that he had defeated Yuan Xiaozhou and the true Martial Emperor Palace's Jade Qilin bloodline expert, Huang Yu. Even Long Chen had defeated the Violet Gold Great Ape King from the Desolate Emperor Palace. Wang Chao wasn't bad. When he used the dragon-slaying sword, his battle prowess could even be compared to Zhuo Ming. At this moment, Wang Chao took out a Dao tool with 2 Dao patterns, the dragon-slaying sword. To a sword cultivator, a sword-shaped Dao tool was the most important. World energy fused into the dragon-slaying sword. The dragon-slaying sword immediately emitted an astonishing brilliance. It was like a beautiful piece of jade, but it was filled with sharpness. Just that light alone was enough to make people unable to look at it directly. The dragon-slaying sword faintly emitted a dragon roar. It was said that this was a famous sword of the Spirit Emperor Palace. It had once slain a divine dragon. Of course, this was only a rumor. However, the dragon-slaying sword did indeed have a dragon imprint and a dragon soul sealed within. The moment Wang Chao took out the dragon-slaying sword, his ruthless aura gradually changed. Rays of sword light revolved around his body. At this moment, he had already become a peerless swordsman. The dragon-slaying sword lightly waved and countless rays of sharp sword chi completely surrounded Wang Chao.
He raised his head and pointed the sword in his hand at Long Chen, revealing a sinister smile. Today, I shall use my dragon-slaying sword to sever your laughable dreams.
This is my gift to you. At this moment, Long Chen finally spoke. He discovered that after experiencing so many struggles, he was no longer angry. This was because he had already reached a level that Wang Chao couldn't touch.
There was no need for him to be angry for the sake of the struggling creature beneath his feet.
Come. Long Chen stretched out his finger and hooked it a few times. His relaxed appearance caused Wang Chao to feel disdain in his heart. Even at this moment, Wang Chao was still pretending. As for the others, their hearts were also boiling. At this moment, Long Chen's attitude had already caused them to completely admire him from the bottom of their hearts.
Everyone understood that this young man was a person with flesh and blood.
In that case, in the future, would the Spirit Sword Emperor Palace undergo a shocking event because of him?
First sword, I'll slash your left ear.
Wang Chao laughed loudly and slashed towards Long Chen.
All the power in his body gathered together.
At the same time, a Dao artifact with 2 Dao patterns was extraordinary. With the dragon-slaying sword, Wang Chao's strength seemed to have doubled.
The blade of the sword, which was flowing with light, drew a beautiful arc as it slashed towards Long Chen's left ear.
Chapter 1379. It was incomparably heart-wrenching. To Huang Yu and the rest, Long Chen was a member of the true martial emperor palace. In the past, they had indeed disliked Long Chen. But now, they were wholeheartedly supporting Long Chen. Letting a true martial emperor palace's expert snatch the fiancé of the sword spirit emperor palace's #1 expert. Just thinking about it was an incomparably exciting matter. Of course, Huang Yu didn't think that Long Chen would lose. But he was still worried. So were the others. Break! Wang Chao shouted malevolently.
The long sword in his hand had already descended on Long Chen's head.
But Long Chen didn't move at all. He gently lifted his left hand, and when his opponent's sword slashed down, his left index finger blocked the incomparably sharp blade. He's crazy. Everyone was shocked. No matter what, the dragon-slaying sword had 2 Dao patterns. No one present would be able to receive the opponent's attack with this kind of reaction in a head-on battle. Instantly, the crowd went into an uproar. He's scared. Wang Chao laughed in his heart. He felt that he had overestimated this kid.
He was scared silly by a few words of his.
The dragon-slaying sword slashed down. At that moment, Long Chen's left index finger turned into a claw. The great void dragon's claw was incomparably sturdy. Clang! An ear-piercing sound reverberated in the surroundings. Then, the crowd saw an unimaginable scene. Wang Chao's sword was brimming with sword chi, but it couldn't move an inch forward when it struck Long Chen's finger. And Long Chen wasn't injured at all. What happened next was even more shocking. While Wang Chao was still in a daze, Long Chen grabbed the blade of the dragon-slaying sword, pulled it back, and punched out with his right hand. The heavens and earth shook. That heavy punch landed heavily on Wang Chao's abdomen. With a muffled bang, the dragon-slaying sword in Wang Chao's hand was snatched away by Long Chen. Wang Chao fell to the ground, twitching non-stop. Long Chen's punch had directly crushed his intestines. This battle only lasted for a moment. It could only be described as an instant kill.
It could be said that the strength of these two people was simply not on the same level. One was in the sky, and the other was on the ground.
At that moment, no one could believe their eyes. Long Chen was too relaxed, too carefree. It was as if he was casually teaching a lesson to a weakling. Even his anger had disappeared. In this battle, he stood at a supreme position, while Wang Chao was merely an ant, an insignificant ant. This is too exaggerated. Even Huang Yu from the true martial emperor palace exclaimed in disbelief. On the other side, Ling Xiao and the rest squinted their eyes as sword light radiated from their faces. Long Chen's attack had succeeded, but he didn't continue. He held the dragon-slaying sword and took a few steps back. The dragon-slaying sword contained Wang Chao's energy.
At this moment, it was trembling, and under the attraction of Wang Chao, it was moving towards Wang Chao with all its might.
Long Chen used nirvana energy to attack.
It was as though he was pressing down on an elephant, firmly holding the sword in his hand. Pfft! Wang Chao vomited a mouthful of black blood on the ground.
He crawled up slowly on all fours. At this moment, his face was deathly pale and his expression was lifeless. When he saw Long Chen standing in front of him with a cold and relaxed smile, holding his dragon-slaying sword in his hand, he was jolted awake. Long Chen approached him and spoke in the same tone as Wang Chao. "Have you seen it? This is true power." "Impossible!" Wang Chao roared. His entire body was trembling and tears were about to fall from his eyes. In an instant, he became incomparably deranged. He gathered the energy of the world and roared hysterically, "Dragon-slaying sword, come back to me!" Under his guidance, the dragon-slaying sword roared and trembled. However, it couldn't break free from Long Chen's control. Long Chen looked at him coldly and walked towards him step by step. "Let me tell you, this is true power. Do you understand? Go to hell, bastard." Wang Chao was enraged. He stabbed his finger towards Long Chen. That finger instantly gathered the energy of the sky. It was incomparably cold and was about to pierce through Long Chen's body. However, he didn't expect Long Chen to be faster. The dragon-slaying sword swung over and a section of the finger flew towards the sky. Once again, Wang Chao stumbled and fell to the ground, his body stained with blood. Compared to the arrogant and despotic Wang Chao had displayed earlier on, the difference was simply way too great. This was simply a fight between two people whose strengths weren't even on the same level. It was as though Long Chen was torturing Wang Chao. To think that he bragged about how powerful he is. If we really fight, he doesn't even have the qualifications to give Long Chen a toe. This is simply slapping my own face. Pa pa pa. I'm dying of laughter. There were even more people who admired Long Chen. If Long Chen continued to develop like this, it might not be impossible for him to wreak havoc in the Sword Spirit Emperor region. Ah! Wang Chao crawled to his feet once more, looking at his severed finger. His eyes were filled with tears of blood. Although his finger could regrow very quickly, the line of defense in his heart had already been completely destroyed by Long Chen. Under the immense impact of Long Chen's defying will, Wang Chao discovered to his horror that this young man before him was actually a god that was as lofty as the heavens and earth. As for him, he was merely a puny ant beneath his feet. The difference between now and now was simply too great. The fear of death enveloped him. Wang Chao's body trembled as he stared at Long Chen in fear while retreating. "Where do you think you're going?" Long Chen appeared in front of him in a flash. He grabbed his neck and lifted him up, causing his legs to dangle in the air in fear. Long Chen's grip was extremely strong. Wang Chao felt like he was suffocating. He tightly held onto Long Chen's arm, trying to force Long Chen to loosen his grip. His eyes were lifeless as he stared at Long Chen, as though they were about to fall out of their sockets. "Do you still remember when you stood at a height that I could never reach and told me what true strength was? Don't be anxious. Today, I also want to let you know how I felt back then." Long Chen's words were like a dream ringing in his ears. Wang Chao's heart was trembling. His legs were shaking uncontrollably. In his extreme panic, he could only use about 10% of his strength. As soon as the battle started, Long Chen had used his absolute strength to suppress him. The dragon-slaying sword was raised up high. Without saying a word, Long Chen pressed the dragon-slaying sword against Wang Chao's stomach. His movements were very slow, slowly piercing in. This was a kind of prolonged pain. Wang Chao let out a heart-wrenching scream until the dragon-slaying sword pierced through his back. Blood dripped down. During this process, Wang Chao's body trembled even more violently. Tears started to appear in his eyes. He struggled powerlessly, but in his heart, there was still his fantasy of being strong. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "You're not my opponent. You're still not my opponent. Long Chen, you're just an ant. You can't understand my strength. You're just a dog for your entire life." One of his legs was directly chopped off by Long Chen. Long Chen threw the dragon-slaying sword heavily on the ground. Then, he started to use his bare fists. He lifted Wang Chao with one hand and punched Wang Chao with the other. This was his way of venting. He had been suppressing too much in his heart for the past 9 years. Even though he was standing in a high position and his heart was calm enough, he still couldn't control himself. After 3 punches, Wang Chao was already covered in blood. "Enough!" The shocked Ling Xiao finally roared and charged forward with 3 other Sword Spirit Emperor Palace martial artists. No matter what, Wang Chao was a member of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Although Long Chen was strong and beyond Ling Xiao's imagination, The members of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace couldn't be tortured by Long Chen like this. Ling Xiao took the lead and brandished the Taiji Divine Sword, slashing towards Long Chen. The Taiji Divine Sword was black and white in color. It was a mixture of yin and yang attributes. It was a Dao treasure with 2 Dao patterns. Ling Xiao's skills were profound and he had cultivated for many years. This slash was definitely at the same level as Huang Yu. It was many times stronger than Wang Chao. Compared to Ling Xiao, the other 3 paled in comparison. Ling Xiao didn't use his full strength just to avoid Long Chen. Senior Huang Yu, should we make a move?
They're ganging up on us from the true martial Emperor Palace.
Song Xuanji, who was wielding the blue dragon suppressing sword, said.
He can handle it.
Huang Yu only said these 4 words. Long Chen knew that he had made a move. In Long Chen's hands, Ling Xiao was an important figure. He was related to Ling Si, so Long Chen would definitely not hurt him. However, he needed to prove something. This was a fight between 2 people of the same level. It would be a joke if Long Chen let Wang Chao go just like that. At this moment, Long Chen was holding Wang Chao's neck. He suddenly turned around in front of Ling Xiao's tyrannical Taiji Divine Sword and stabbed at the Taiji Divine Sword with 1 finger. Extreme Cosmic Finger. The terrifying power of the first layer of the Extreme Cosmic Finger, Time Disorder, surged forward. A mysterious power rippled through the air and collided with Ling Xiao's attack. Ling Xiao held the Taiji Divine Sword in his hand, but he was still sent flying by Long Chen. He flew a long distance away, while the other 3 fell to the ground, blood spurting from their mouths. Hua! The crowd was in an uproar. This was Long Chen's true strength. He and Wang Chao were not on the same level. If he could force Ling Xiao back with 1 move, he could actually kill Wang Chao with 1 move. Are you convinced? Long Chen sent Ling Xiao flying and punched Wang Chao again. His movements were very fast. He threw Wang Chao into the air and used him as a sandbag, punching him repeatedly. Bang 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 bang. Punch after punch seemed to ring in the crowd's ears. The sound of bones breaking, internal organs pulverizing, and muscles tearing made everyone's scalp go numb. Wang Chao could no longer speak. He could only scream in agony. Long Chen. Let go of me. You'll die. You'll die. Long Chen ignored him and asked, Are you convinced? Who's the beast and who's the ant? At this moment, Long Chen was cold and domineering. His eyes were filled with killing intent. This made Wang Chao more and more flustered and confused. The terror of death surrounded his heart. All right, I've finally made it. I'll write another chapter tomorrow at 8. Everyone, go to sleep. Chapter 1380. Wang Chao continued to scream in agony. Long Chen continued to beat him. He did not use any heavy blows, but he was able to put Wang Chao in the most tormented state. Wang Chao had only just recovered when Long Chen smashed him into pieces again. Wang Chao wanted to commit suicide. I give up. I'm the animal. I'm the ant. I beg you to let me go. Finally, Wang Chao, who was covered in blood and had no part of his body left unscathed, finally gave in. His tears and blood mixed together. You said it. Finger. Long Chen threw him to the ground and placed his foot in front of his eyes. Long Chen, don't go too far. Ling Xiao was enraged. To him, although Long Chen was strong, his methods of revenge were too cruel. Ling Xiao did not like this kind of vengeful personality. However, how could he understand that Wang Chao was the one who destroyed Long Chen and the entire Baiyang town? How could he understand the pain and confusion in Long Chen's heart? Long Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at him quietly. He said, Ling Xiao, if you don't like it, then continue. I'll take all your attacks, but don't even think about affecting me. You can say that I'm cruel, but I've never been a kind person. My heart is gloomy, but I will never attack my own people. My enemies, especially him, deserve the same fate. These harsh words made Ling Xiao grit his teeth. He made up his mind and gripped the Taiji sword in his hand, charging towards Long Chen once again. Long Chen kicked Wang Chao's head, pinning him to the ground. Only when his head was bleeding did he loosen his foot and say coldly, I said finger. In the face of Ling Xiao's attacks, Long Chen was still so calm and cold. The spectators felt their hearts turn cold. They had already decided that in the future, no matter who they offended, they would never offend Long Chen. This guy was as quiet as a rabbit when he was kind, but when he was ruthless, No one could compare to him. How could they know that Long Chen had inherited the blood essence of the primordial blood dragon, the most famous creature of the primordial era? Taiji produces yin and yang. The power of the Ling Xiao sword changed. One sword split into two, one black and one white. The two sword qis, one from the left and one from the right, crushed towards Long Chen. The attack power of the Taiji divine sword was extraordinary. Just this sword alone might not be inferior to Huang Yu's final formless fist. In order to save Wang Chao, Ling Xiao had made a ruthless move. What stunned everyone was that Long Chen was still facing Wang Chao. When the Taiji divine sword descended, he flipped his hand and unleashed the second level of the extreme universal finger. Time stood still. The Taiji divine sword produced two types of sword qi. At that moment, it magically stopped in mid-air. Long Chen had no intention of fighting Ling Xiao to the death, so he did not activate the power of time disorder. After the Taiji divine sword stopped moving, he brought Wang Chao to a different location, causing Ling Xiao's attack to miss. The two of them passed by each other. Long Chen once again stepped on Wang Chao's head, causing him to howl miserably. In the end, Wang Chao went up and licked his leg a few times before running away in panic. The crowd burst into laughter. Just a moment ago, he was so arrogant and despotic. Now, he was like a stray dog. It's not over yet. Long Chen picked him up. Regaining his senses, Ling Xiao stared at him in shock and said coldly, "Must you do this? It would have been better if you had just killed him, but there's no need to humiliate him. It makes me think that you're narrow-minded and vicious." Long Chen was silent for a moment, then he said, "I do everything according to my heart. You can say whatever you want, but I must take his life." Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. "Killing him won't do you any good. You'd better increase your powers. When you're truly capable, I'll welcome you to the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace." "Are you kidding me? What's the difference between killing him and killing him now?" As the crowd watched in shock, Long Chen ignored Ling Xiao's warning. With a flick of his hand, the dragon-slaying sword appeared in his hand. No. Wang Chao's breathing was weak. Sensing the dragon-slaying sword's aura, he trembled in fear. He struggled with all his might, but his meridians and bones had all been broken by Long Chen. "I don't want to die. I beg you, don't kill me." At this moment in the face of death, he had lost all his pride. All he could do was cry and cry, tears falling like rain. "Let him go," Ling Xiao warned. At the last moment, Long Chen's resolve could not be broken. Just as he was about to make his move, an unexpected change occurred. The thick fog shrank. Long Chen's current position was not within the crowd's encirclement. Instead, he was closest to the north. The others were watching them from the south. Ling Xiao stood in front of Long Chen and could easily see what was behind Long Chen. At the moment when Long Chen made his move, Ling Xiao's eyes widened. Long Chen was shocked and his back was drenched in cold sweat. A sense of life-threatening danger loomed over him. At that critical moment, he could no longer care about anything else. Nirvana energy exploded from his entire body and he charged madly towards Ling Xiao. As for Wang Chao, Long Chen did not have the time to care about him. He tossed him to the ground. He was in a life-threatening danger. Why would he care about a man who was about to die? All Ling Xiao could do was run. He had seen clearly what was behind Long Chen. If he were to save Wang Chao, he would most likely lose his life. Only when the danger behind him disappeared did Long Chen suddenly turn around. Within the black fog, 10 completely different but incomparably terrifying figures appeared. A suffocating dark energy descended. 10. One of them was King Chujiang, who had been following Long Chen all this while. He had actually come here as well. The others were undoubtedly the 10 great ghost kings. The rumored 10 great ghost kings had all appeared. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. The 10 great ghost kings required at least the strength of the Tribulation Realm to barely deal with them. However, no one in the Nirvana Tribulation Realm could enter the eternal hell. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and fled in panic. Even the true martial emperor palace's Huang Yu did the same. Long Chen quickly met up with them. Ling Xiao was also in the crowd, glaring at him fiercely. Ah! At that moment, the 10 great ghost kings stopped in their tracks. They remained in the thick fog and did not advance. At that moment, a tragic cry came from Wang Chao's direction. Crunch, crunch. It was the sound of chewing. Everyone turned around in horror and saw 10 black figures of different sizes gathered together in the thick fog. It was Wang Chao's position. Rip. Something seemed to be torn apart. Incomparably tragic and panicked cries and sobs rang out. Everyone knew that this was Wang Chao's voice. Accompanied by his screams and despair, the chewing sounds were extremely ear-piercing. Everyone could even hear the sound of teeth-crushing bones. Crunch, crunch. Listening to the heart-wrenching screams, everyone trembled. Everyone knew what was going on. Wang Chao was eaten by the 10 great ghost kings.
He must have seen his body parts enter the mouths of the 10 great ghost kings with his own eyes.
Thinking that they might be in the same situation, everyone's hair stood on end. They hurriedly continued to flee until the 10 great ghost kings disappeared completely. Wang Chao's screams and chewing sounds also disappeared. Long Chen blended in with the crowd and felt relieved. Wang Chao's fate was even more tragic than he had imagined. He was eaten by the 10 great ghost kings. Long Chen did not expect that the 10 most terrifying ghosts would be in the City of the Wronged. This meant that the danger level of the City of the Wronged had increased by several levels. The layers of mysteries were simply unsolvable. Long Chen had no confidence in what would happen next in the City of the Wronged. Everyone was fleeing and no one knew who was who. Thankfully, Mo Xiaolang and the others were in the Great Void Realm and did not get separated. Long Chen did not regret what he did to Wang Chao today. Today, the matter between him and Lingxi had been completely spread. This was pressure, but it was also the source of his improvement.
In the Great Void Realm, Li Xuanji was the only one who knew all the changes that had happened to Long Chen today.
She shed tears for this man's persistence and tenacity. At the same time, she shed tears for herself. This was the first time Li Tianji had seen his sister cry so miserably. However, this time he was silent. As for Sui Yan, she must have cried so much that she did not even look human. Although Long Chen was a little scary today, no matter what, he was still the brother that she respected the most in her heart. After defeating Wang Chao, Long Chen seemed to have calmed down a lot. The hatred that had accumulated over the years had finally been vented. This would be even more beneficial for his future development. Just as everyone was fleeing, everyone suddenly realized that the entire black platform was actually sinking. It was sinking rapidly. It did not matter that it was sinking. What was important was that the platform was actually overturning. The top and bottom were upside down, and a terrifying gravitational force came crashing down. Everyone let out cries of surprise as they completely fell into the darkness. No one was an exception. Long Chen was the same. In an instant, he did not know where he was thrown to. His surroundings were filled with thick fog and howling winds. After falling for about 15 minutes, his surroundings became more and more terrifying. Long Chen also stabilized his body and slowly descended. At a certain moment, he suddenly saw light. In the next instant, he landed on the ground. Looking up, the sky was filled with thick black fog. That was where he was previously. Looking around, Long Chen realized that he was standing on the streets of a city. This was the real City of the Wronged. City of the Wronged. The name alone was enough to make people's hair stand on end. At this time, Long Chen had already forgotten where the others were. He had also forgotten where Long Xing was. The only thing that existed in his mind was the terrifying city of vain deaths in front of him. It could be said that this place was simply a devil's world. This wasn't a place where humans could stay. Long Chen didn't believe that such a place could have such a great treasure. This City of the Wronged. After looking around, Long Chen suddenly realized that the streets and decorations here were exactly the same as the ruins of Taiwei Mountain. The size and color of the houses, as well as the specific layout and decorations, were exactly the same as the ruins of Taiwei Mountain. However, what was different was that it was a complete city here. The houses and streets were all intact and had not been destroyed at all. Chapter 1381. Long Chen narrowed his eyes as he observed the surroundings. At the same time, he carefully checked his own situation. Sure enough, compared to Taiwei Mountain, the gravity here was much more terrifying. He couldn't fly or return to the world of black fog. If he couldn't find a way, he might not be able to get out of the city of vain deaths. Gravity was one of the changes. Another was the pressure of the god martial soul. Under the terrifying pressure and atmosphere of the city of vain deaths, even Long Chen's soul-devouring demonic pupils were reduced to less than 1 mile. Not to mention the others, their spiritual consciousness was useless. These didn't have a great impact on Long Chen. He was standing in a corner of the gloomy city. In front of him was a gloomy street. When Long Chen was about to go forward to check the situation, Mo Xiaolang had already woken up in the great virtual realm. He didn't look any different. "Big brother, let me out." Long Chen immediately let Mo Xiaolang out. "You've reached the 9th grade demon immortal?" Long Chen asked with a smile. Mo Xiaolang stretched his body in excitement. Then, he looked around and said in amazement, "Is this the city of wrong deaths? Why do I feel it's a bit similar to Taiwei Mountain? The only difference is that the buildings here are intact and undamaged." Long Chen nodded. The black fog here was too heavy. He couldn't see too far. However, the more he observed, the more shocked he became. There seems to be something ahead. Mo Xiaolang swallowed his saliva and said. Although he was already a 9th grade demon immortal and his battle strength was close to the level of Long Xing and Wang Chen, he was still a bit nervous about the city of vain deaths. Long Chen also noticed that there were 2 rows of houses in the gloomy street ahead. When they came here, they found that the doors were tightly closed. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang looked around and saw many skeletons lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. Some of them were even shattered. The skeletons made Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang a little uneasy. Just as Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang stepped onto the street, they suddenly heard a loud noise coming from the 2 rows of houses. The noise came from every house. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were startled and quickly huddled together. Every house seemed to have a ghost living in it. As if they had smelled the scent of Long Chen, they all woke up. Heavy breathing, mournful wails, and low sobbing came from both sides. For a moment, it was incomparably chaotic. Boom, boom, boom. All the doors of the houses were shaking violently at this moment. There were things inside the houses that were violently slamming against the doors, making loud rumbling sounds. There were even some houses that were shaking. The ancient black stone doors were shaking violently, looking like they could not withstand a single blow. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang became nervous. It was possible that in the next moment, there would be countless terrifying ghosts coming out. The skeletons and corpses on the street were probably killed by them. Their flesh and blood were probably eaten by them. However, the beast-like ghost howls, low sobs, and loud wails did not stop. All the doors were trembling, but not a single ghost rushed out. "Big brother, look." Mo Xiaolang pointed in a direction. Long Chen looked over and saw that the ancient stone door Mo Xiaolang was pointing at had a yellow, dilapidated rune stuck on it. This rune seemed to be embedded in the ancient, dilapidated stone door. It emitted a faint yellow brilliance that fused into the ancient stone door. Perhaps it was because of this dilapidated rune that the ghosts in the houses could not rush out. There were 2 reasons why Long Chen was nervous. First, this was the rumored and mysterious city of the wronged. Second, these ghosts were clearly not the ordinary ghosts outside. Almost every one of them had an aura that was not inferior to the giant devils. There were even some that Long Chen could not sense. Only ghosts with strength close to the tribulation realm and the 10 ghost kings could not be sensed by Long Chen. There were tens of thousands of houses in the city of the wronged. Could it be that there were so many ghosts imprisoned in every house? Although those powerful and terrifying ghosts could not come out under the suppression of the strange runes, the tearing wails and ghost cries were endless. Every ancient stone door was on the verge of collapse, as though it would shatter at any moment. Long Chen's heart still trembled. "Let's go over and take a look." Long Chen mustered up his courage. He discovered that almost all the houses had windows. There were steel railings on the windows. Occasionally, the railings would emit a yellow brilliance. It was likely the power of the yellow runes. It was not as simple as protecting the stone door. Tens of thousands of ghosts that were equivalent to the perfected martial Tao. Long Chen did not dare imagine if he could survive if these runes were suddenly gone. No matter how powerful he was, he would probably be eaten alive by these ghosts, just like Wang Chao. Thinking of Wang Chao's fate, Long Chen could not help but feel a chill down his spine. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang came to a window and looked inside. It was pitch black inside. Just as Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang moved their heads closer, a badly mutilated blood-stained face appeared in front of them. "Why do you want to kill me?" The ghost was dressed in snow-white clothes. Its figure was exactly the same as a human. It had messy long hair that dragged on the ground a few times, coiling together like a snake. Long Chen was startled. A chill rushed out of his heart. Rip. On that bloody face, A pair of bloody eyes stared at Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. In the next instant, it opened its bloody mouth, and a scarlet tongue pierced towards Long Chen's eyes like a blade. At that moment, a horrifying resentment and qi surrounded Long Chen's body, causing a chill to run down Long Chen's spine. He quickly lowered his body and retreated with Mo Xiaolang. The scarlet tongue extended for more than 10 meters. Long Chen was only able to escape more than 10 meters away from it. Why do you want to kill me? I don't deserve to die. I want your life. Boom, boom, boom. The scarlet tongue retracted, and a pair of bloody claws reached out from inside. It grabbed the rusty steel railing of the window and shook it with all its might, trying to squeeze out. Damn it! Long Chen took a deep breath. Fortunately, that damn thing was trapped inside. If he was one step slower, his eyes would have been pierced. What is this place? The fog is so thick. Where should we go? Mo Xiaolang looked around in confusion, his handsome face filled with worry. What is this place? We can't wander around. Long Chen shook his head. He ignored the dozens of ghosts that were still banging on the door of the house. He looked at the bones on the ground in a daze. Big brother, why do they keep shouting why they want to kill him? Why do they have iron chains on their bodies? What's going on? What is this city of vain deaths? Why is it called the City of Vain Deaths? Mo Xiaolang followed behind him and asked a few questions. Long Chen checked the bones on the ground and said, some of them weren't killed, but died of old age. That is to say, if we can't find a way out, we may also stay here for the rest of our lives. Ah! Mo Xiaolang was stunned. Everyone in the Great Void Realm had ugly expressions on their faces. Let me out. Li Xuanji's beautiful eyes wandered as she said. She had been staying inside for the past few days. Long Chen hadn't looked at her for a long time. After coming out of the Great Void Realm, she stood quietly in front of Long Chen. Her complexion was like jade, her figure was tall and slender, her waist was slender, and her legs were straight. She wore a black dress that fluttered naturally, and she had an otherworldly temperament. What was different from Ling Shi was that her temperament was sharp and profound. She walked to the window that Long Chen was at and said, I feel that there is a very strong immortal spirit growing in this house. The ghosts inside did not destroy it. Long Chen stepped forward, and sure enough, he could sense the existence of heavenly treasures and earthly treasures. And it wasn't just that. Every single room seemed to have something like that. Some were immortal essences, some were weapons, and some were undetectable. In other words, every single one of the ghosts was guarding something. I understand. Long Chen was a little excited and said, why did those who have been here say that there are treasures everywhere in the City of Wrongful Deaths? This is a strange place, but there is definitely a controller. If we want to get the things inside, I'm afraid we have to kill the ghosts inside. So that's how it is. Mo Xiaolang was also enlightened. Long Chen knew that they were all headless flies when they came to the City of Wrongful Deaths. But now, it seemed like they had finally found a path. Those who had come to steal treasures, even though they knew how terrifying the ghosts inside were, would still risk their lives to steal the good things inside. After all, for something to appear in the City of Wrongful Deaths, how could it be simple? The information that the controller had revealed to Long Chen was probably to kill the ghosts and take the treasures. At least, Long Chen felt that they should try to see if it was feasible. If they did not do this, it could be said that they would not be able to find a way out. Moreover, there was so much black fog in the City of Wrongful Deaths that Long Chen could not tell which way to go. Let's try to deal with one first. Long Chen calculated in his mind and said decisively. He looked at Li Xuanji. I'll go first. You guys be careful. Li Xuanji was self-aware. She knew that every ghost was terrifyingly powerful, and it would be dangerous for her to stay outside. Long Chen felt much more relaxed. He nodded to Mo Xiaolang and the two surrounded the door of the ghost's house. This was a ghost, and its strength must be slightly weaker. Both of their gazes were focused on the old yellow rune. At this time, the dilapidated black stone door was shaking violently. Get ready, I'll do it. Long Chen held the blood-scarlet sky in one hand and took a deep breath. The blood-scarlet sky stretched towards the stone door. With a little force, the yellow rune was actually sent flying. In that instant, the stone door suddenly shattered. You can order a physical book. I've already gotten the book. It's very beautiful and domineering. I think it's worth it. Including the shipping fee, it's more than 40 yuan. If you want it, you can leave a message on the computer. Chapter 1382. After the stone door shattered, the first thing that appeared was actually countless strands of black blood-stained hair. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang retreated to one side, one in front and one behind. In front of their eyes, a ghostly creature wearing a snow-white robe crawled out. Its long hair was more than 10 meters long. Under the long hair was a sinister face that made one's hair stand on end. The limbs under the tattered clothes were actually the claws of a wild beast. At this time, it was trembling as it stood up, looking around excitedly, and growling in a low voice. "I'm still alive. I'm really still alive. I want to live, to live." It spun around a few times until its long hair coiled around its body. Only then did it seem to see Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Its scarlet tongue suddenly stuck out of its bloody mouth like a poisonous snake, swaying in front of its eyes. "So hungry." The ghostly creature's voice turned out to be that of a woman. She used her beast claws to rub her stomach, and large mouthfuls of saliva dripped down. "Let me do it." Long Chen wanted to test this ghostly creature's power for the time being.
Without saying a word, he rushed forward in a flash and exerted all his strength.
The scarlet blood firmament descended from the sky, slashing down with the power of the ancestral dragon body. The ghostly creature let out an incomparably sinister cry, and its blood-red tongue swept towards Long Chen's scarlet blood firmament. In that instant, sharp spikes grew out of her tongue, and tightly wrapped around Long Chen's scarlet blood firmament, diverting Long Chen's attack, and at the same time, pulling the scarlet blood firmament towards her. What a terrifying strength! Long Chen was shocked, and hastily changed his scarlet blood firmament to pull back from the encirclement of the other party's tongue. Although this ghostly creature's body wasn't big, its strength was even more terrifying than that of a giant devil. It was simply a humanoid beast that couldn't be measured with common sense. The long-haired ghostly creature let out an incomparably sharp cry, and its bloody mouth opened wide. Countless long hair transformed into countless sharp needles that danced in the sky. Each needle was dripping with blood, and they stabbed towards Long Chen from all directions. Long Chen retreated in a flash. Ding 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 ding. Her long hair was nailed to the ground. The ground of the City of Wrongful Deaths was even more terrifying than the ruins of Tai Wei Mountain. The hair attack of this damn thing could penetrate over 10 centimeters into the ground, which really stunned Long Chen. If others encountered this thing, very few of them could survive it except for those who had reached the peak of martial arts realm. The ghost didn't hit Long Chen. It seemed to have gone crazy, and it pounced towards Long Chen. Its long hair also moved with Long Chen. Its speed was also terrifying. Even in the suppressed environment of the City of Wrongful Deaths, it was still like a white ghost, and it instantly rushed in front of Long Chen. Break! Long Chen stabbed out with the first layer of the Extreme Universe finger. Under the effects of time disorder, everything in front of him shattered. Even the lower half of the ghostly being's body was shattered by Long Chen. Only the lower half of its body was left. It was a bloody mess, but even so, the ghost was not dead. Its body trembled as it charged at Long Chen. Whoosh! Mo Xiaolang held a golden flame, and it enveloped the ghost, burning it completely. Not even a strand of hair was left. After some of it disappeared, the two brothers looked at each other and smiled bitterly. It's indeed a ghostly place. Long Chen was speechless. These years, he had gone through countless dangerous situations, but without a doubt, only the City of Wrongful Deaths in the Eternal Hell could truly make his hair stand on end. Finally, the ghost was killed. But in the surrounding houses, there were still a large number of ghosts banging on the doors, letting out roars and cries. There were even some that directly stretched out their bloody arms from the windows. Each ghost looked different. Let's see what's going on inside. The two carefully approached the door. Fortunately, there were no other ghosts inside. The house was not big, and in the center of the house, deep in the soil, there was a strange flower growing. Its stem and leaves were dark purple, surrounded by purple-ine chi. On the stem and leaves, there was a strange flower. At the center of the flower, there was actually a purple eye. At this moment, it was spinning, looking at Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang with an incomparably evil gaze. It's a 10,000-year-old ghost eye flower. It has already matured for 10,000 years. This is an immortal essence with an immortal mark. It's very precious. Li Xuanji's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she was a little surprised. This city of wrongful deaths was not a good place. Snatching an immortal essence made it look like this. Long Chen couldn't help but ask, "What's the use?" Li Xuanji said, "This is the most precious kind of Yin attribute medicine. It can nourish the Yin attribute blood and increase the attribute power. The effect is very overbearing. It's useless for others, but it's very useful for me. I can rely on it to shorten the time needed to reach the martial Dao grand completion. How do we pick it?" Long Chen asked. "Let me." Li Xuanji came out of the Great Void Realm and used a little technique to collect the 10,000-year-old ghost eye flower. It was worth mentioning that when Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were near, the 10,000-year-old ghost eye flower would be very violent. Only when Li Xuanji was near, its eyes would be less fierce, and it would be willing to be collected by Li Xuanji. As for the ownership of this 10,000-year-old ghost eye flower, Li Xuanji just gave it to Long Chen. Long Chen laughed and said, "You use it." With this sentence, Li Xuanji didn't stand on ceremony with him. In any case, Long Chen and the others couldn't use it, so she was suitable. Moreover, she didn't want to be of no help in the future. "Big brother, there's something else." Mo Xiaolang walked to the corner of the room. There was an ordinary night pearl there, emitting a faint brilliance. Things in this place couldn't be simple. The two pondered for a while, but they couldn't figure out what was special about this thing. "There seems to be words." After looking for a while, Long Chen found that there seemed to be a few very small words on it. After a careful look, he read it out, "You can leave after gathering 100. Seeing these words, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were dumbfounded. According to the situation, didn't it mean that they had to open 100 rooms and fight with 100 ghosts to leave this place? The two of them were still fine since they were strong, but for others, even if they were in the great perfection realm of martial Dao, it would be extremely difficult to achieve this step. It was almost impossible for them to survive, and almost no one could complete the task. Even someone like Huang Yu would not be able to withstand such consumption. Gathering 100? Heavens! No wonder those who left became experts. They could kill 100 such terrifying ghosts and obtain 100 kinds of treasures. It would be strange if they didn't become super experts after leaving. Mo Xiaolang said with a dull voice. Long Chen was also shocked. Li Xuanji frowned slightly and said, "Can we let the others enter the Divine Kingdom and then leave together?" In theory, if everyone came in together and worked together to gather 100 night illumination pearls, then let everyone enter one person's Divine Kingdom, they should be able to leave. However, at this point, Li Xuanji realized something and said helplessly, "The Divine Kingdom can't be opened." The demon race didn't have a Divine Kingdom, and she was the only one who had one. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang fell into deep thought. Fortunately, the great virtual realm could still take people away. Otherwise, they would have to gather a total of 500 night pearls before they could leave. Long Chen wasn't sure that he could last that long. To be honest, with their current strength, they would probably need to rest for a while after killing a few in a row. Fortunately, you can use the great virtual realm. Li Xuanji heaved a sigh of relief and patted her plump chest. Then she said, "Then I'll go in first. You guys think about what to do." Leaving Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang behind, they had to discuss it. The two of them walked out of the room. In the surrounding houses, the ancient stone doors were still trembling and making loud banging sounds. "Big brother, we need to gather 100 night pearls now and then get out," Mo Xiaolang said. This was something that had to be done. After all, Long Chen didn't know if this task had a time limit, but he felt that there should be other things that needed to be done. The city of wrong deaths was definitely not as simple as it was now. For example, there was something about the void dragon that Long Chen was looking forward to. He looked around and said, "Kitten, what do you think of this place?" Kitten crawled out lazily and shrank back when he saw the situation. He was scared shitless and said, Well, I think it's better to get out of this damned place as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll lose my life." "What do you mean?" Long Chen asked. Kitten was helpless and said, "All right, you should walk around. Maybe you can get some news about the void dragon. This city's resentment is too strong, and there are ghosts everywhere. I can't feel anything at all. I really don't know why a damned place like this would appear. The resentment is too strong." All right. Long Chen was getting more and more helpless with this guy. He kept finding that Kitten was hiding more and more things in his mouth. "Let's walk around first. If we don't find anything, Then we'll obediently work hard to gather 100 night pearls, Longchen decided. After they made up their minds, they continued to move forward. The more they walked, the more frightened they became. This was because everywhere they went, there were ghosts everywhere. As soon as they appeared, the stone doors of the houses would be constantly hit by the ghosts inside, causing them to shake and fall. Dust would fall, and there would be more and more bones on the road. It seemed that over the countless years, many people had died here. No one knew if they would be the next. In addition, Longchen also discovered something very important. This city of tragic deaths turned out to be a maze. After walking around for half a day, they found that they had actually returned to the starting point, back to the place where they had taken the ghost eyegrass. Longchen remembered that they had been moving forward all this time. It's a maze. It'll be even more troublesome to get out. Looking around blankly, they had no sense of direction. This time, Longchen paid more attention to the changes in their surroundings. As they moved forward, the terrain and houses were also changing. This time, although Longchen didn't return to the original place, he didn't know where he was now. Around them, there was still a shaking ghost city.